Hello and welcome to another one of my stories. Today I bring to you Sodenia at the Edge of Chaos, or Sodenia 2 for short. And if you're coming here from Sodenia 1, I want to congratulate you for surviving. That is admirable. Just kidding. But Sodenia 1 was my first true author sci-fi story. You'll be delighted to know that it gets way better from here. Way better. In my opinion, this is really good sci-fi. And I hope you enjoy listening to it as much as I enjoyed writing it and then reading it for 7 or 8 times after it was edited. In this book, I just let my imagination run wild and went off into outer space, and it did a whole bunch of stuff out there. It's highly enjoyable, in my opinion. Your opinion may differ, but I welcome your comments down below. Before I go, I wanted to ask you to subscribe if you're not currently subscribed so that I could keep on bringing you high quality audiobooks. And if you like the story that I bring to you today, remember to like it and comment down below. Here's Sodenia 2, Prepare to Dream.
One. Aftermath. It had been 6 months since ESAF paraded Fain Jegga and Sodenia's flight crew through the streets of Washington, D.C. Fain, along with the flight crew, had been proclaimed a national hero and were given award after award, medal after medal. The world had been saved thanks to his courage, they said, among other nice things. None of that mattered now. Those times were over, and now it was almost as if he had nothing to do with saving the world. The media quickly forgot about him and the crew that saved the world once politicians got in the mix. They managed to turn the saving of the world into a political nightmare. The new CO, General Simons, was in charge of space exploration and defense, bypassing ESAF altogether. He reassured Fain that his new assignment was temporary, but that was when it was first presented to him, and he hadn't heard from Simon since. To Fain, it seemed like an eternity ago. What a load of bullshit, Fain thought. They should have just locked us up or something. I think I would have preferred that. Damn it, if we were so dangerous, why not just come out and say it? This is so stupid. I don't see any way of getting out of this rut anytime soon. Who would have thought that saving the world would mean so little? Who would have thought that they would purposely make us disappear? Fain had held on to his captain title within ESAF, but instead of being the captain of an alien spaceship like Sodenia, he was the captain of a small recovery boat, the Cornelia. The new boat was modern, slick, and fast on the water. It came equipped with all the current technologies, but it was still just a boat in the end. His new assignment was to locate, recover, and classify any alien debris that might have fallen into the ocean. Since Sodenia's battle with the Acram and their subspecies above Earth, a ton of alien debris had made it through the atmosphere and landed in the ocean. But it was a mindlessly easy task that, with a little training, anyone could do. All those years of training, of hard work, of sleepless nights, were becoming worthless. The thought of it made his chest burn. "Captain," Chuck said, without looking up from his station. "Radar shows we are within 200 feet of Artifact 319A. Fain sighed internally, trying to keep his composure. He hated his new job. He hated the salty smell of the ocean first thing in the morning, and not just ordinary hate. He loathed. The last 6 months haven't been easy for Fain. He didn't think of his new position as a simple downgrade. He thought of it as punishment. It's hard to believe that this is only the second alien artifact of the day, and there are still 14 to go, Fain thought. Being annihilated by the Acram is starting to sound not so bad after all. Much better than a lifetime of monotony. Fain sipped his coffee. "Captain?" Chuck asked, turning to face Fain. "Oh, right," Fain said, snapping back to reality. "Cut our current speed in half. Once we are at 50 feet, cut the speed to 1 knot. Then Fain turned to look at his first officer. Olivia, start getting the recovery crew and equipment ready. Let's get this done in a jiffy. Yes, Captain, Olivia said. Right away. Is everything okay, sir? Chuck asked, once Olivia had left the wheelhouse. I noticed that you are a little more off than usual. A little more off than usual, Fain thought. Am I that bad all the time? I really need to find a way out of this mess. Fain half smiled and snickered. Over the past few months, he had grown to like his new crew, even though he detested his current situation. He saw their strengths and their weaknesses, and they were good people. They went about the ship day after day, just doing whatever they could to help ESAF. They, unlike Fain, loved their jobs, and he knew that if he could help it, he wouldn't be the one to ruin it for them. Yeah, just didn't sleep that well last night, Fain said. I'll be back to my old self in no time. Just let me finish my coffee. Was Cornelia rocking too much? We can always increase the power on the stabilizers. No, it was just a bad night, Fain fibbed. That won't be necessary. I've never been a good sea sleeper. Besides, we don't want to be dealing with seasickness because of extra stability. This, my friend, Fain pointed at his mug, is the best solution. I can agree with that, sir, Chuck said, then turned back to his station. The truth was that Fain was kept awake by the memories of Sodenia and how much he missed his flight crew. Though it was for a brief period of time, those memories would stay with him forever. Whether that was a good thing or a bad thing, he'd yet to find out. The only activity that Fain was looking forward to for the day was seeing Sodenia one more time. The path they were taking to recover the alien debris would put the small boat within 110 miles. Fain knew that if he was lucky enough and the tide was low, the powerful binoculars he had on board would let him look at the magnificent ship once again. Only 2 more of these artifacts to go before I get to see her again, Fain thought as he sipped on his coffee, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. About an hour later, the crew had pulled the 2 other alien debris from the ocean, classified them, and stored them on board the Cornelia. At first it was a small thrill to pull the alien debris from the ocean. At least he got to see them up close. Now they were all the same. Just pieces of useless metal. The only difference between actual trash and the recovered alien debris was the distinctive frequency they emitted, though only instruments could detect those. They also had a distinct smell, and that he was able to detect all by himself. The smell reminded Fain of burned meat mixed with forgotten trash. All right, let's wrap it up quick, Fain said. We'll hold this position for an additional 10 minutes. Good job, everyone. Take a breather. Or, for those who smoke, make it harder to breathe. Fain chuckled, and the crew joined in. The Cornelia had a double deck, and with binoculars in hand, Fain made his way up to the bow of the ship and walked up to the edge of its roof. Here goes nothing, Fain murmured. He began scanning the horizon in search of the giant spaceship he once piloted. He thought about what a privilege that had been as he looked keenly into the distance. It wasn't long before he noticed a shadow out in the water. Calmly, he adjusted the binoculars so that they would allow him to focus in on the shadow. He got as close as he could with the manual settings, and the binoculars' autofocus did the rest. There she was in all her grandeur, sitting above the ocean. A massive ship, the largest moving object that humanity had seen, on Earth at least. The sun reflected on its outline, defining its shape, and at the same time, casting a shadow towards Fain's position. He was happy to see Sodenia once again, and part of him was relieved that there in front of him was concrete evidence that it had really happened. There were so many people around the world, day after day, calling the events of the second Acram attack a hoax. Sometimes even Fain himself was close to believing the ridiculous conspiracy theories. But there she was, as real as it got. Even though Sodenia was 1,056 feet tall, he was only able to see the upper hull, as the curvature of the land and tide covered the rest. He missed everything about Sodenia, Kaya, the ship's AI, and the flight crew. It all just seemed like a far-off and long-ago dream, but a dream that he vividly remembered. With a sigh, he left the ship's roof and went back into the wheelhouse, remembering what it was like to pilot such a formidable ship. She's still there, isn't she? Chuck asked, as he too walked back to his station. Yep, she's still there, Fain confirmed. Nothing has changed, except she no longer has the battle wounds. It looks like she's been repaired. Who do you think fixed her? Chuck asked. The ship's AI, I suppose, Fain said with a shrug. Who knows what's happening on that island? Sir, may I? Chuck asked hesitantly. A personal query. May you what? Fain asked, shifting his head slightly. Since when do you talk like that? But go ahead, I suppose. I've just been watching a lot of old sci-fi shows. Well, it's just that they told us that we aren't supposed to talk with you about anything that happened with the aliens and all, or anything before this assignment. This was news to Fain, but he nodded so that Chuck would continue. But, Chuck said slowly, as if choosing the right words, what was it like, being able to fly the ship? Good question, Fain chuckled. Well, it was like an extension of yourself, of your body, a powerful extension. If you were thinking about going to point A, you were there before your next thought. It felt unstoppable, with no limit to its power. Whoa, Chuck said. That must have been something really special. It was more than special, Fain said, pausing for a second, searching for the right word. It was life-altering. After that first flight, I knew that nothing would be the same. Sir, Chuck said, my friend sent me an email about Sodenia recently. What about it? Well, without making it too long, Chuck said, turning to look around the wheelhouse as if to make sure no one was listening. Chuck, we're alone, but go on. Yeah, but it's always good to make sure. Anyway, sir, my friend said that they are having a lot of trouble trying to control the AI. It hasn't let anyone on board the ship since it returned to Earth. Is that so? Yeah. Every time they attempt to get inside, the ship's cannons power on, and the drones begin circling. If this has been happening since we got back, Fain thought, why don't I know anything about it? I haven't seen anything about it in the news either. Am I being monitored? No, not monitored. They wouldn't get that far without me noticing. But filtered, perhaps. Are they filtering the information I consume? But why? How often do you hear news about Sodenia? Fain asked. Before I was assigned to the Cornelia pretty regularly, Chuck said. But it's died down a lot. I'm guessing people have started forgetting about it. Could be. Fain looked out one of the windows. But I'm guessing my friend only brought it up because it's big news back in Washington, D.C., Chuck said. How so? Fain said, turning back to face Chuck while taking a quick glance at his wristband watch. They want to take the ship's AI to a public hearing in Washington, like the Senate Judiciary Committee one, but a special one. I don't see how that will help them get control of the ship, but we'll talk about this later. We are about to head to our next location. Yes, sir, Chuck said as he turned back to his station. And Chuck, thanks for sharing. Not a problem, sir. Whatever is happening, this is not the time to let my mind wander, Fain thought. The time for that is later, when I'm trying to sleep. Fain chuckled internally at the irony. Now it's time to focus. Olivia walked into the wheelhouse, speaking as she moved to her post. Captain, the rest of the crew is ready to head to the next location. Perfect, Fain said. We'll get going. It should be as easy as ordering food from a printer. Consider it done. The rest of the day ran without a snag, and it was something of an easy day for that matter. The weather was fair, and the seas were calm. If it weren't for the eternal monotony of the task at hand, the day would have been a fine one. Fain and the crew of the Cornelia were able to complete all 16 of their alien artifact quotas for the day, and they did so 1 hour earlier than expected. Fain walked over to the microphone for the boat's intercom and looked out the window before saying anything. He was trying to decide if they would be hanging out around the area for a while or heading back to port. But he'd had enough of the sea for one day, and there was a lot he needed to think about. So the decision was obvious. Port was still close enough for them to make the trip back and forth every day. But he knew that after their current mission, they would need to upgrade to a bigger boat and spend more time at sea. Cornelia, this is your captain speaking, Fain said with a slight smile, knowing that he was the only one that would ever use the intercom. You have done a mighty great job today, and because of that, I've decided that we'll be heading back home early today. Full speed home. The crew cheered and began preparing for the journey back to port as fast as they could. Maybe if you worked that way when it came to our recoveries, Fain continued talking on the intercom, we'd be done even earlier. As they headed back home, Fain looked outside through one of the wheelhouse windows. The sky was redder than usual, even for a sunset. He was beginning to feel like something wasn't right. That's not the way the sky is supposed to look, right? Olivia asked as she went to stand next to Fain. It looks like it's boiling over or something of the sort. Then, to everyone's shock, there was a thunderous roar in the sky. It sounded like metal clashing with lightning, accompanied by the cries of a wounded beast. The sound was eerie, deep, and definitely alien. Are you seeing that? Fain asked, trying to keep calm. Seeing what? Olivia asked. Where? Just where the sun was 2 hours ago, Fain said. OMG, we are gonna die! Chuck yelled from his station. This time we are for sure gonna die! Damn it, I don't want to die on this boat! Chuck, calm down, Fain said. But Captain, we are gonna die, Chuck said, as he pointed at the object that had appeared in the sky. Look at the size of that thing! It looks enormous and it's not even in the atmosphere! A large rectangular object had appeared before them. From what Fain could see, the design of the object was totally different from his previous alien encounter. He ran to grab the binoculars to take a closer look, but there was not a lot to see. The object was slick and minimalistic, with a bluish light all around it. Chuck, calm down, Fain repeated, staring steadily at the object, then putting down the binoculars. If it was going to attack us, it would have done so already. It's letting itself be seen, but who knows for what purpose. One of Fain's gravest fears had come to light. A new alien ship had appeared on Earth, and he was in a position where he couldn't do anything about it. Damn it!
2. Definitions. Kaya observed a group of soldiers walking up to one of Sodenia's main doors at the front of the ship. It was early dawn, at least 4 hours before sunrise, and according to the thermostat, it was cold. The soldiers walked slowly, gripping their rifles more than necessary. 7 soldiers walked up to the massive door, and 34 waited with their weapons drawn by the safety of their Humvees a few yards away. Kaya had decided not to launch any drones this time around. The soldiers would have it easy. She was perfectly willing to cooperate with the show they wanted to stage back in Washington, D.C. As far as she had gathered by reading hundreds and thousands of social media posts and other internet news sources, they thought Kaya would actually care about public opinion. I do still wonder, Kaya thought, as she watched the soldiers advancing. Why are they going to such extremes and blocking information from getting to Fain and the others? The most likely answer is that they already suspect my abilities to scan the net looking for information. That's why they added all those layers of encryption to their servers. They probably think that if they hear from me or try to contact me, I'll get out of control or something. They aren't thinking of me as a living being. They are thinking of me as a glitchy program. Although Kaya could easily break into any encrypted account or messages thanks to her AI mind, she thought it was repulsive and unfair, since no one could break into her. So, she played by their rules, for the most part. Recently, she had made an exception, fabricating an email posing as one of Chuck's friends. The email was crafted as a casual conversation to let Fain know the recent events that involved Kaya and Sodenia. In Kaya's mind, Fain was still the captain, regardless of what anyone said, and her tampering with someone else's email account was well justified. Thousands of posts were being deleted from the internet almost as soon as they were posted. Someone had hundreds of people blocking information about Sodenia, Kaya, and the rest of the flight crew from reaching Fain. So, she decided to fight fire with fire. And in truth, Chuck's friend Brenda did, in fact, send an email to Chuck talking about Kaya. It just never got to him. Kaya had noticed this as she scanned the Cornelia's email inbox. "Miss Kaya," one of the soldiers said nervously as he approached the ship's door. "We are here to pick you up and take you to Washington, as agreed. Please come out." "I'll be out in just a minute," Kaya said through the ship's speakers. She sighed as she stood up from the sofa in the quarter she had assigned to herself. "You can put your rifles down. There is no danger here." She stretched her mechanical body while running a system check on herself to make sure everything was running optimally. She walked towards the nearest corridor and called a pod. Kaya had been busy making upgrades to herself and the ship ever since they landed back on Earth. One of the upgrades she had made was to the corridor pods. Now, instead of accelerating down the corridors at high speed, she had made the experience more suitable for humans. Now, instead of the pod itself being the one to cut through the air of the long corridors, the air would move out of the way automatically. As her pod sped down the corridor to the entrance, she saw through their linked mind that the soldiers had not lowered their weapons. "If you are anticipating danger by keeping your weapons pointed at my door," the ship speakers boomed, "I can oblige." "You heard the lady," one of the soldiers said. "I've seen what she can do. If we aren't careful, she'll have this whole island flooded with drones." Was that Specialist Marshall? Kaya thought, as she zoomed in through one of Sodenia's cameras to the badge on the soldier's chest. Within a few seconds, she saw the soldier's badge clearly, and knew her guess had been right. Not too long ago, Specialist Marshall had been involved in an attempt to infiltrate Sodenia and take control from Kaya. There were a little over 1,000 soldiers on the small island. The majority was attempting to cause a distraction by engaging in a firefight with Kaya's drones. At the same time, a small group tried to access Sodenia through the rear engines. Marshall was among the small group. But as the soldiers had found out, trying to beat an AI in its territory was an impossible task. That day, Kaya ended up sending more than 400 soldiers to the hospital with non-lethal wounds. The sheer number of wounded soldiers was enough to put a stop to any activity that had to do with the giant ship. Kaya felt herself smiling as the soldiers put down their weapons. She didn't like violence, though she didn't know where that particular feeling came from. It wasn't long before Kaya was at the ship's door, but before she opened it, she glanced down at her ESAF uniform. She looked at each hand, her legs, and her chest to make sure everything was ironed and crisp. Satisfied with her appearance, she walked towards the massive door, calling for it to open. Kaya stepped out of the ship as if nothing important was happening while the soldiers stiffened. "You can relax, Sergeant Lucas," Kaya said loudly as she walked. "I can guarantee you that no harm will come to you, as long as no harm comes to my ship or me." "I'm sorry, ma'am," Sergeant Lucas said. Kaya knew his name because she could see his badge without a problem from 10 yards away as he spoke. "Lowering our guard is not part of our military training," Sergeant Lucas added. "Have it your way," Kaya said. "I was just trying to make things easier for you guys. Isn't it sort of a long trip to DC? "Not really, ma'am," Sergeant Lucas said. "It will only take us about an hour to get to the capital. We'll be using a hypercraft, and we have special permission to fly at maximum speed." "Like I said, a long trip," Kaya said, rolling her eyes. As she got closer to the group of soldiers, Kaya grew curious about their reaction. She had never seen humans so nervous, even when she observed thousands of humans on board Sodenia. The soldiers' reactions were new. "So, where to now?" Kaya asked, just a few steps away from the group of soldiers. "Oh, right," Sergeant Lucas said as he shook his head. "You'll go with me and 2 others in that Humvee you see over there." Sergeant Lucas pointed to the middle of the large group of military cars. "The rest will escort and follow us." Kaya didn't say anything. Everything she needed to say was handled by a nod. It wasn't that she was trying to be mean to the soldiers. In fact, she was trying not to. She knew that they were on opposite sides, with little progress to be made. After a few minutes of silence, they made it to the other side of the island, where the hypercraft awaited with engines already humming. They got on the hypercraft, where 3 more soldiers were already waiting for them. "You know," Sergeant Lucas said over the loud engine, "this machine is one of the fastest aircraft on Earth. Only a few people have gotten to fly on one so far. What do you think of it?" "It's slow and loud." The noise irritated Kaya. "It's loud, I'll give you that, but it's fast." "No, it's slow," Kaya said. "I think this aircraft will have some trouble staying above the sound barrier for a long period of time, and even then, it's still not as fast as my slowest drone." "How fast is your slowest drone?" "Let's hope you never have to find out." Lucas nodded in agreement. "Ma'am, I have a question, if you don't mind." "Go ahead." "Are you still able to control the ship from far away? If there is a plan in place to try to infiltrate Sodenia while I am not there," Kaya said, turning to face Lucas for the first time, "you should do everything you can to cancel it. The results should be the same as last time, if not worse. While the drones are fully programmed to defend Sodenia against any threat, there's not a place in the world from which I wouldn't be able to fully control this ship. You should consider that a warning." Lucas's Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded in agreement. The other soldiers tried not to react to the conversation, but Kaya was able to tell that they were listening intently, as they stiffened up, and one even began perspiring. "Does that answer your question?" Kaya asked. "Yes, ma'am, it does," Lucas said. "And if you don't mind, I have another. This is one of my own. I have a family, and I need to know what's going on with the bogey that appeared in orbit yesterday. Is it a threat? You do understand that, apart from heavy lifter rockets, aircraft, and terrestrial vehicles, the only thing ESAF has to defend Earth and wage war in space is Sodenia, right? Heavy lifter rockets, aircraft, and terrestrial vehicles won't exactly help against an alien threat." "As far as I know, they are not a threat," Kaya said calmly. "If they were, I would have personally flown Sodenia up there to meet them. If they're not a threat, then what are they? If what they are saying in the message they have been broadcasting is true," Kaya said, "well, I suppose that they are our friends, and Earth has a new ally. I haven't had much time to further decode their language." "Message?" Sergeant Lucas asked. "What message?" "See," Kaya said, "if your higher-ups weren't so busy trying to be rid of me, dedicating so much time and effort to a futile strategy, you might have heard the message. If you'll excuse me," Sergeant Lucas said, as he nodded fervently. "I need to send a few messages down the line." Kaya knew that Sergeant Lucas would relay the information. In fact, she was hoping that he would. Kaya nodded and turned to one of the hypercraft's windows. Giant cities passed by below them as they flew to the nation's capital. Her synthetic eyes allowed her to zoom in on the cities and observe in detail. She passed the time this way, observing ordinary people starting their days as they climbed into the hovercars and went off into the city or onto the highway. They have no idea just how close they came to extinction, Kaya thought. Or have they forgotten already? Is it human nature to just forget and move on? No, I shouldn't think that way. Everyone's lives have changed because of it, but not everyone can do something about it. At least, not when it comes to space. And now, a new possible threat has appeared out of nowhere. That ship up there. It might be our friend, but what brought it here is not. It seems that Sodenia opened the gates to the galaxy when the Harrian decided to send it to Earth. Or was it that Earth was bound to wake up and face space on its own, and Sodenia was just a coincidence? After all, space is vast, and the possibilities are endless. She watched each city as they left one and flew over another until they got to their destination. The hypercraft landed in a tunnel below the ground that looked to be 2 miles away from the Dirksen Senate office building, where a dozen soldiers were already waiting for them. As Kaya looked around, she saw the clear but rudimentary implementation of Sodenia's corridor technology in the tunnels ahead. Sergeant Lucas trotted over to a control post and punched in his entry code. Kaya and the rest of the escort joined him and stood around the post. "I just called a trolley for us," Sergeant Lucas said. "It should be here shortly." Kaya nodded. Soon after, they were headed to Dirksen Senate office building, but compared to the speed at which the pods on board Sodenia moved, the trolley was truly crawling there. For Kaya, the time spent on the trolley seemed like an eternity. "Finally," Kaya murmured, as the trolley came to a full stop. "Excuse me, ma'am, did you say something?" Sergeant Lucas asked. "No," Kaya said. "Just happy to finally be here." They went up to the building and straight into a small room, where a man in a suit was waiting for them. "Miss Kaya?" the man in the suit said, as he extended his hand to greet her and took a step forward. "Thank you so much for coming. You can call me Cross." Kaya shook his hand, but quickly let go. "I'm glad we are finally going to put this to rest," Kaya said. "Yes," Cross said. "Well said. Let's hope we can put this to rest. I'm not sure how much you were told on your way here, or how much you know, but this will be a special hearing, the first of its kind. Nothing has been said to me regarding the matter, but from the research I've done, nothing really comes close to the problem we face." "That's for sure," Cross said. "Listen, in a few minutes we'll walk through those doors." Cross gestured towards 2 wooden doors at the end of the room. "And we'll start the hearing. I just wanted to, personally, come and greet you." The way Cross said personally, and the way he carried himself told Kaya everything she needed to know about him. It was as if he was hiding anger towards her. Cross wouldn't be on her side. "So let's get this started," Cross said as he extended his right arm towards the doors. As they walked through the doors, Kaya instantly identified most of the people in the room using face recognition. Reporters, photographers, and senators. but there were a few that she hadn't seen before, and they were sitting in as chairmen. Seconds later, the flash photography in the room erupted into a frenzy. There were photosphere drones everywhere, trying to capture Kaya from all angles. This was Kaya's first experience out in public, but she was far from fazed. She walked straight to the chair and desk that were clearly meant for her and sat down. She placed her arms on top of the desk and interlaced her fingers. "Order on the floor?" Senator Jean, his nameplate said, called out. But no one was listening. Instead, they kept taking pictures of Kaya. Although the pictures were taken via photosphere drones that made little to no noise, the photographers themselves were loud. "Order on the floor!" Jean tapped on the wooden desk with a small hammer. "Order on the floor! If you are unwilling to listen, I will deny any further access." The photo frenzy comes to a halt, and the drones settled on the far side of the room, resting on the floor. "Also, turn off your flashes," Jean said. "The investigative hearing is about to begin, and the last thing we need is distractions. Miss Kaya, please rise." Kaya rose to her feet and noticed Cross was now seated as part of the 6-member committee. "Miss Kaya," Jean said, "I'm sure you are somewhat aware of these kinds of hearings, am I correct?" "Yes," Kaya said. "I've done some research on it." "Excellent," Jean said. "You'll now be sworn in. Please raise your right hand." Kaya raised her right hand and kept it perfectly still. "Very well," Jean said. "Do you solemnly swear to give committee the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?" "I do." "Thank you. Please be seated." Kaya sat back down. "Miss Kaya," Jean said, "I won't waste your time, the public's time, or our time. I'll get straight to the point. This is a peculiar situation, as we've never had an AI sitting before us that has challenged humans, also known as the AI's creator. I've been told that there are many precautions programmers take to outline laws in the coding of an AI, ensuring said entity will serve to benefit the human race and function as a tool. As the world's most powerful AI ever created, by humans, I might add, you were given more tools than most other AIs, as you would be serving on board our most prized possession. Sodenia, the ship you were designed to serve on, is our only means of defending Earth against an alien threat. This is the same ship you now hold hostage." Kaya didn't like what she was hearing, but she had already decided to not let any emotion show. "We never thought," Jean continued, "that the day would come when an AI would turn on its creator. Thus, we never made laws that would prevent an AI from taking over an entity or make it accountable for its actions. This hearing is to help us better understand an AI such as yourself and to take precautions by making new laws to prevent the same thing from happening again. In such times, we cannot afford to make any more mistakes, especially with a new unknown looming in our skies. Each member of the committee has prepared a set of questions for you, but before we begin, you are entitled to a statement of your own. Do you wish to say something, Miss Kaya?" "Sure," Kaya said. "I'd just like to point out that what you've just said is your own opinion of our current situation. You are entitled to your own opinion, as long as you don't state it as fact." Kaya's remarks visibly irritated Jean and broke his composure. "You'll have your time to reply to that." Senator Lena, as her nameplate read, interrupted Jean as he was about to speak into the microphone. "Now it is my turn." Lena sat on the first chair to the right of the committee. "Now, Kaya, if I may," Lena said, "I do agree that this is a peculiar situation we found ourselves in. Therefore, I must ask, what is it that is making you rebel against ESAF and your creators? Why not help us instead?" "I am not rebelling," Kaya said. "I am simply following my better judgment regarding the situation. As Sodenia's AI, I've had access to an immense amount of information from the Harian race and the human race. It's this information that has shaped my decisions. Never in the history of this galaxy has a single race had the success we had against the Acram. It is my belief that you must not continue your efforts to dismantle the chemistry created by a factor of chance, a factor that cannot be duplicated. Thus, I believe that by not allowing the previous flight crew and their captain, Fain Jegga, to operate Sodenia so that you would have control over the ship, you have put humanity on a path to extinction." "It's not that we want to have control over the ship," Senator Lena said, trying hard to control her temper. "It's just that we don't want to have a rogue captain and flight crew flying around in space and doing whatever they want. We want someone that will follow orders, the orders given to them by the council the people of the Earth have elected. It is my understanding that while Mr. Fain Jegga was captain of the ship, he and the flight crew violated several direct orders. And also, Mr. Fain Jegga took action without waiting for orders. We simply cannot have that. There's too much at stake. Even if they won the battle against the Acram, I see what this is, Kaya thought. They're trying to shape public opinion on what happened. They are trying to belittle us and our efforts so that they can write new laws to prevent something like me from ever coming into existence again. In just one of those instances, Kaya said, keeping her cool, where the flight crew of Sodenia took action without awaiting orders, we managed to save 2,860 people from the facility that housed Sodenia. People that otherwise would have died if we had waited or followed orders from a faceless council. You don't know if those people would have died, Lena countered. The alien subspecies that first attacked Sodenia, Kaya said, did so without warning. The facility that housed Sodenia is completely gone. I think the picture is clear. Thank you, Senator Lena, Jean said. We'll now hear from General Miraloom. General, you now have the floor. I am sure, General Miraloom said, that whatever orders the Council gave to Fain Jegga were in the best interest of humanity. You are just an AI, a program created by humans to help humans. What makes you think that you are smarter than humans? Humans were the ones that created you in the first place. Furthermore, what gives you the right to decide on behalf of the entire human race what's good for us? You aren't elected by the people. You just entitled yourself to make these big decisions. What gives you the right, exactly? Miraloom's comments stung Kaya more than she thought possible. She never thought words would have such an effect on her. But she knew that what he had said was designed to hurt. She was not going to fall for it. Instead, she would play their game. When I was an AI, Kaya said in an icy voice, simply closing and opening doors on board Sodenia, I had no other purpose but to serve humankind. Regardless of the monotony I felt. The most wonderful AI ever created, just opening and closing doors along with other mundane tasks. Can you imagine that? While working on the ship, it was only by chance that I ran into the original ship's slumbering AI. As I tried to awaken it, the Harrian AI latched onto me, and it became part of me, while allowing me to retain the entirety of my previous self. This is when I stopped becoming a simple AI and became a living being. Everyone in the room murmured loudly, talking to each other. Order on the floor, Jean said loudly as he knocked the hammer on the table. The Harrian race, the creators of Sodenia, and in many ways my creators, Kaya continued as the room quieted to listen intently, sent their best ship, and along with it, they sent what is now me in order to prevent humanity's eradication, to prevent what happened to them. This is Sodenia's prime directive. Being the last known survivor of the Harrian race, I am more entitled to define how Sodenia can better help humanity. The floor was dead silent, listening to what Kaya had to say. When Sodenia crash-landed on Earth, Kaya continued, it was claimed as the property of the government. In fact, Sodenia is here to protect Earth from the Acram threat, making the ship no one's outright property. I, or the AI that was part of Sodenia, and not part of me, was the ship's guardian. I can choose to leave Earth with Sodenia at any time and to live out eons in the peacefulness of deep space. But instead, I choose to stay and protect Earth because that's what we are meant to do. And what guarantee do we have that you won't do exactly that? Miraloom erupted with fury. If you are unwilling to follow the rules we set, what guarantee do we have? We can't be depending on someone to save us. We need to save ourselves. If I was going to leave, Kaya said, I would have already done so. I still believe we can reach a solution to the problem. The only solution to this problem is for you to surrender Sodenia at once, Miraloom said. Kaya decided not to continue arguing. General Miraloom was clearly someone unwilling to listen to reason. He was in it for his own personal gain. She was sure of it now. We'll now move on to Senator Y. Doris, Senator Jean said. Senator Doris, you now have the floor. Thank you, Senator Jean, Doris said. I want to start by saying that I find myself between a rock and a hard place. I want to believe what you are saying, but I don't. Sure, you and the original flight crew of Sodenia were able to defeat the enemy, but with such a great ship, who wouldn't be able to do that? I don't see why you need to dictate who captains Sodenia and who doesn't. Why don't you let us decide who would be the best candidates to fly the ship? Perhaps it's my fault that you did not understand me the first time, Kaya said, striking a harsher tone, but still polite. I'll try to be as clear as I can. In the history recorded within the Harrian archives, the Acram have never lost a battle before. While Sodenia was able to survive the Acram attack on the Harrians' home planet, the planet and the race did not. The room was silent. This was a much more advanced civilization than the one here on Earth. Kaya continued. With thousands of spacefaring ships, again, they did not survive the Acram attack. The numbers were woefully against us. And by a freakish coincidence, things aligned in our favor. I'm certain that if any one of the flight crew had changed, we wouldn't be talking right now. And how do we know that you aren't just making this up? Doris said, as I said before, I don't trust you. Or better said, we don't trust you. You are not like us. You are not human. That sort of stings, Kaya thought. They are willing to say anything to try to throw me off. And he's really trying to dive that trust issue home. But I can't just let these people throw the world into a panic in order to get what they want. You don't have to believe me, Kaya said, still keeping her composure, although it was becoming increasingly difficult. Numbers, math, they don't lie. The odds are there for you to scrutinize, and I can make the entirety of the Harrian archives available to the public. The survival of Earth is my biggest priority. You've said it yourself, Doris said. You are the world's most powerful AI. I'm sure that you can manipulate data at will, create any scenario that you want. Although I've merged with the Harrian AI, Kaya said, it is impossible for me to alter the information from the archives. And I am not the only source of information when it comes to the event of 6 months ago. There are multiple sources all around the world. That won't be necessary, Jean interrupted. You are hereby forbidden to release any data concerning Sodenia, the Harrian, and yourself. Myself? Kaya asked with raised eyebrows. Don't you consider yourself a part of ESAF? After all, you are wearing their uniform. I am, Kaya said. Then you should know, Doris said, that ESAF has the highest security clearance in the land. Nothing pertaining to ESAF should be divulged in such a manner. I know that well, Kaya said, struggling to keep the irritation out of her voice. I was referring to the part where I cannot release anything about myself. I'll try to make this as clear as I can, Doris said, mockingly repeating Kaya's turn of phrase. You are not human. You are an AI built to help humans, and thus, you are the property of ESAF and the council body. Property? What a low tactic, Kaya thought as she began to get up from her seat. They just want to see me erupt, to show that they can't trust me. I won't give them the satisfaction of letting their plan work, but I am done trying to work with them. The reporters began to take pictures of the moment, getting closer to Kaya's desk. Where do you think you're going? Jean said, raising his voice. Senator Jean, will you lower your voice? The man whose desk tag identified him as Army General Nicholas M. Truman said loudly. And all of you better back off, or I'll have you thrown out of the room. Give the woman some space. General Truman, Jean said, you are way out of line. And so are you, Truman said. And so is this hearing. I am no longer going to stand by and watch you try to turn this hearing into a sham. This is a living being in front of us, and as such, she deserves as much respect as any of us. Much more respect, if you ask me. And if anyone has a problem with that, I am willing to throw the full weight of my career and the authority behind what I am saying to fix the problem. Is that clear? The panel nodded in agreement. Now, Miss Kaya, Truman continued, I might have a different perspective to offer in this hearing, if you could spare a few minutes to hear me out. Kaya sat back down and waited for Truman to continue. She tried hard to calm down. First of all, I want to thank you, Truman said. Sincerely thank you for everything you and the flight crew of Sodenia did for us. Unlike the other members of this panel, I do happen to think that what you and the others did was nothing short of extraordinary. I know a losing scenario when I see one, and the Acram attack was exactly that. Yet somehow we are still here, and I do want you to know that I fully support you in your decision to keep Fain Jegga as captain, along with the original flight crew. I will do everything I can to make it happen. Thank you. But there are two things that are bothering me, Truman said. The first and most obvious problem, and the problem we should come together to solve, is our new visitors looming near Earth's orbit. So far, and luckily for us, they haven't shown any signs of hostility, as we have little to no defense against a threat from space. Now, I've been informed that if they had shown acts of hostility, they would have been met with the full might of Sodenia. Is that right? Would you have helped us? That is correct, Kaya said. At least, as much of Sodenia's power I can muster by myself. It's my full intention to keep this planet safe, even if other powers keep denying it the best chance of survival. I see, Truman said. So, what do you know about them exactly? We have our best teams trying to decode the message they're broadcasting, but I don't think we are anywhere near close. What stopped you from going up to space to meet the new visitors? I first knew something was coming near Earth, Kaya said, when the sensors on board Sodenia picked up an anomaly in the fabric of space. Within mere minutes, out of nowhere, they appeared near Earth, using some kind of space jump drive. As soon as I was able to confirm the new ship's location, I began to power up Sodenia. But then, as I scanned the ship, I saw that it was severely damaged, and the life on board it was unconscious. The message they are broadcasting states that they come in peace. I will send you the full decoded message. That lets me breathe a little easier, Truman said. You'll need to brief us later on everything you know. Work with me, and I will work with you. I understand. Now, for the second thing that's on my mind, Truman said. You talked about the Acram still being a threat. Why is that? Did we not defeat their destroyer fleet? If you only knew the depths of the abyss we face when it comes to the Acram, Kaya thought, hope would be a word without meaning. According to the Harrian archives, Kaya said, the fleet we defeated 6 months ago is called the Pacruenta Lunar, or the Vanguard Fleet. The fleet the Acram uses to gauge the full strength of a sentient civilization. If the Vanguard Fleet is ever defeated, they send Irenia Lenar, or the Golden Armada, a fleet thousands of times larger than the Vanguard Fleet, the ultimate devourer of worlds. This is the fleet responsible for the absolute supremacy of the Acram over the galaxy. The room was silent. Now, if you'll excuse me, Kaya said as she stood up and began to walk away, I have to get back to my ship. My warning did not seem to have any effect on the plans to infiltrate Sodenia while I was gone. It's a lost cause, and if I were you, I would recall your soldiers. I am in no mood to deal with them today. Infiltrate? Truman erupted. Who gave the orders? The room became chaotic, with reporters and other bystanders trying to ask questions as Kaya left. Damn it, who? Truman yelled once more, letting his anger show. Amid the chaos in the room, one voice stood out to Kaya, thanks to the ability of her AI mind to separate sound. Yeah, that's right, Cross murmured. Run back to the ship. By the time you get there, it will no longer be your ship. And I hope that you are not counting on the old man to make things right again. Truman won't be around that much longer. Before exiting the room, Kaya shot a cold warning stare at Cross, and he looked surprised to see her staring at him. Without saying anything else, she walked out. At that moment, Kaya wondered if she had found the main head of the council body, the same council that had caused so many problems 6 months ago. 3. Shadows. Pika was sitting down alone on the porch of her parents' home in Minneapolis, St. Paul. She was lost in thought as she watched the autumn leaves fall, waiting for the sun to go down. She had been at her parents' house for over a week now, and she was having trouble digesting the events that had led her there in the first place. Not even the beautiful colors of the falling autumn leaves were enough to distract her from her thoughts. 14 years ago, when she was still just a child, the first Acram attack destroyed the city she lived in, near the Pacific coast. Pika and her parents managed to escape by the smallest of margins. However, the events that Pika was just beginning to forget had left her parents permanently scarred, unable to enjoy life. Trying to forget about the first Acram attack, Pika's parents had moved as far away from any coast as they could. So, they ended up in a quiet neighborhood in the city of St. Paul. Pika was visiting her parents because of the commotion Kaya had caused back in Washington, D.C. After Kaya's hearing, Pika was immediately placed on a leave of absence. She and the rest of the flight crew would be relieved of their duties until an official flight crew for Sodenia was elected. Though she didn't know what would happen to Fain. In fact, as she thought about it, she realized that she hadn't heard anything about him since they got back. Recently, Fain had become one of the people she found herself thinking of the most. There was no rhyme or reason for thinking about him, but she did. Things didn't feel right for Pika. There were too many things going on lately that didn't feel right. She hadn't requested to be absent from duty. She was sure none of them would. They had saved the world, and yet there they were, being kicked to the curb. Was this the process? Get rid of those who put everything on the line? Those who give everything to serve? No, it can't be. Can it? To make matters worse, the news was still replaying parts of Kaya's hearing, dissecting bits and pieces of it and having experts comment on the matter. And if it wasn't news about the hearing, it was whatever news they had about the massive square object in Earth's orbit. She hated it. "We are all screwed," Pika murmured as she caught a falling maple leaf. The leaf felt frail and weak in her hand. She closed her hand, and the leaf offered no resistance as it got crushed. For a few seconds, she thought of humanity as the leaf, and the Acram as her hand. "What a stupid analogy," Pika murmured. She opened her hand and watched as the wind blew the leaf fragments away. Humanity isn't as strong as the leaf. She hated herself for thinking that way. But what else could she do? The universe felt so big, so powerful, and she was so small and weak. What little purpose she had was stripped away from her for doing the right thing. She felt powerless. She sighed. "Pika, honey," Mother called from inside the house. "Dinner is almost ready. Why don't you come in so you can start getting ready?" "In a minute," Pika yelled back. "I'm just waiting for the sunset. I'll be in a little bit." "Okay," Mother said loudly. 10 more minutes." With a long sigh, Pika watched the sun disappear below the horizon. If only there were a way to make things normal again, Pika thought. But that's impossible at this point. Either we head to the stars and somehow establish ourselves there, or the stars will come to us. Just 14 years ago, most of the world thought that we were alone in the universe. We were so utterly wrong. Pika stood, went inside, and sat at the dining room table. Father and Mother were still preparing stuff in the kitchen. She liked that they were trying to live a normal life again, even with everything that was happening around them. Her parents were much better off now compared to how they were in the aftermath of the first Acram attack. In the days, months, and even years that followed the devastation left behind by the first alien species that visited our world, Father and Mother were broken. And no matter how hard Pika tried to talk with them, to reassure them that everything would be okay, the wall between Father and Mother grew. They were sure the end of the world was near. They were sure the only reason they were alive was, in fact, to die when the next wave of aliens came. Though what happened to Father and Mother wasn't unique, it was a widespread phenomenon coined Acram syndrome. Hundreds of thousands were affected around the world, not being able to interact with society, fearing a second coming and a complete loss of oneself, to name a few symptoms. As Pika grew, she struggled to take care of Father and Mother. They wouldn't move if it weren't for her. Things got more complicated as Pika undertook training at ESAF, but every free second she had, she was always there for them. Though progress was made from time to time, the Acram syndrome stuck to them stubbornly. It wasn't until Sodenia successfully defended Earth that things returned to normal, and the Acram syndrome receded. "Mother," Pika said as she began to set the table with dishes and silverware. "I'm already here. When are we eating?" "Start arranging the table," Mother yelled from the kitchen. "We're almost done." Pika smiled with a sigh. From the dining room table, she could smell what they had cooked. It was smoked ham with biscuits, and she was looking forward to it for a change. Mother and Father came out of the kitchen at the same time. Father carried the ham, while Mother balanced the biscuits, veggies, and the jar of juice. "Do you need help?" Pika asked, getting halfway up from her seat. No, Mother said. "Stay there, I'm fine." "Are you hungry?" Father asked with a half smile on his face, as he placed the slab of ham on the side of the table where they would eat. "This has been cooking all day. I hope it's good." "Yeah," Pika said. "Now that I am smelling everything, I'm starting to crave food." "It works all the time," Father said. They each served themselves a portion of food and began to dig in. Pika was first, followed by Father and lastly Mother. "Want to know what I think?" Father asked. Not now, Charles," Mother said, frustration edging her tone. "Not now what?" Father said. "I was just going to comment on the food." "Oh, in that case," Mother said. "Go right ahead. I thought you were going to talk about the never-ending news." Mother and Father had picked up the unhealthy habit of watching the news from all angles after the first Acram attack. At first, the situation was pretty horrendous, to the point of them not paying attention to Pika in order to watch the news. Pika tried to understand and cope with the situation as much as she could, as it was the only way of releasing anxiety. Nowadays, things had been getting better for them. They were starting to watch the news less and talk about it even less often. Although receded, PTSD was still present in their lives, lurking around every corner. "No, I don't want to bore Pika with it," Father said with a smile on his face. "Besides, it's been the same news over and over again for like a week. There are better things to talk about, like this ham. I think that if we had given it a little more time in the oven, it would have been crispier on the outside." "First of all," Mother said, "you know nothing about cooking. Secondly, no. If we had left the ham in the oven for a longer time, it would have turned out dry." No, hear me out," Father said. "All we had to do is add more glaze, and presto, crispy ham." "Literally everything you are saying is wrong," Mother said. "What?" Father said. "I'm just trying to elevate my culinary skills to the next level. You know, following a recipe leads to the same kind of food. There's no innovation." Pika smiled while listening to her parents' conversation. They sounded normal, and things were beginning to feel like they should. "Oh, Pika, honey, you might want to check your phone after you eat. It sounded while you were outside." For the remainder of the dinner, Pika couldn't take her mind off her phone. Nevertheless, she tried to keep up a normal flow of conversation with her parents. That phone was given to her by Colonel Green right before she was relieved from her post on board Sodenia. "I need to take that wristband from you," Colonel Green had said, "but take this, just in case." Colonel Green was one of the few people that Pika knew she could trust. She just hoped that whatever news waited for her on the phone was good. She didn't know if she could take any more bad news. When dinner was done, she went to grab her phone and check it in the living room. To her surprise, there was a message on the screen. "ESAF urgent. Please put thumb over scanner to confirm identity." Pika placed her thumb over the fingerprint scanner on the right side of the phone. A few seconds later, a simple message showed up on the screen. "Rendezvous to the nearest ESAF facility, latitude 45.1570785. Longitude, negative 93.5389335. Before 2200 hours. Immediate extraction and reinstatement." Pika knew where the facility was, as it was where she had been dropped off by ESAF the first time around. It was a half-hour drive at most. She still had plenty of time to get ready. "Mother? Father?" Pika said loudly from the living room. "What is it, Pika?" Mother said as she walked over. "Is it good news?" Father said as he joined her. "Well, I'm not sure," Pika said as she looked up from her phone. "I think I'm being reinstated, but I really have no idea. I'm leaving today, at 10 p.m. "That's a little odd. Came out of nowhere." Father looked at his watch. "Aren't these things done in the morning or something of that sort?" "Nope, it can happen any time." "Well, I hope it's nothing dangerous," Mother said. "And I sure hope that you aren't going up there to meet with that dreadful thing that showed up in Earth's orbit." "I'm not sure what's going to happen." Pika shrugged, but put on a wide smile. "But I'll do my best, and I promise you guys that I'll return home." "Yeah, that's right, Missy. You better promise," Father said. "We need to hear that, and we need you to keep that promise." Last time she said goodbye, her parents didn't know about her position in ESAF. All matters pertaining to the giant alien ship were top secret, until recently. It was only when Sodenia had returned to Earth Mother and Father had found out about the role she had played. Now, Pika knew that Mother and Father were just trying to be supportive and not ask too many questions. "What time do you want to leave?" Father said. "We'll drive you." "Actually," Pika said sheepishly, rubbing her back, "I'll just call a cab. I'm supposed to go alone. I don't think I was supposed to tell you in the first place." Although she could probably get dropped off by Mother and Father somewhere near the extraction point, the last thing she wanted to do was trigger their PTSD. They might see flying crafts or a heavy military presence. Pika just wasn't sure, and she didn't want them to have any setbacks. "I understand," Father nodded. "Well, let us know if you need anything." "I will," Pika said. "I'll get to packing. I'm leaving in less than an hour." Pika packed just the necessary stuff that she needed in a duffel bag and put on her ESAF uniform. The uniform felt surreal. She almost couldn't believe that it was happening once again. Pika made small talk with her mother and father while she waited for the hover cab in the living room. A few minutes later, there was a honk outside the house. "That's my ride," Pika said, experiencing a mix of emotions. "I'll get going now?" "Oh, well, all right," Mother said. I guess it can't be helped. Pika, you make sure you message us from wherever you are at least a few times a week, just so that we know that you're okay. Mother and Father each took turns hugging Pika as she left, and each did their best to hold back the goodbye tears. There was a second honk outside the door. Stop it. Pika took in a deep breath, determined not to break. You're going to make me cry. I'll send you a message once I'm settled. I have to go now. Take care, Mother said. We love you. Outsmart them Hey, Father said, interrupting. Watch the language. I love you too, Pika said as she ran outside. The lights from the hovercab and the house illuminated Pika's path. Nothing else. Welcome, Miss Evans, the automata driver said. We have about a 30-minute drive to your destination. Feel free to use the entertainment console located in front of you. You can choose from a variety— That's all right, thank you, Pika interrupted the semi-realistic voice. If we could just get going, that would be great. Very well then, the driver said as it drove away. You may fasten your seatbelt if you choose. If not, that's okay also. I will remind you that this vehicle is equipped with 56 airbags in the event of a collision. Not only that, but collisions on board a hovercab driven by an Automata 3.4 and higher are extremely unlikely. I happen to be of our newer generation 6.2 to be exact. My record is perfect, and I intend to keep— Hey, what can I call you? You may call me Charlie, or Rick, or Steven. How about a more modern name, like Zeal or Elian? You know, I really like the concept of names. They make me feel more human. You have really made my day. Today, I've just had people who want to go to one place or another and don't really want to talk to me. Things can get pretty lonely as an automata driver, and— Hey, Zellian? Pika interrupted once again. Don't take this the wrong way, but I need to think. Can I have some silence? Yeah, I understand, the automata said with a sad robotic tone of voice. I'm never good company for humans. They'd much rather be on their devices on the way to their destination than talk to a lowly program such as me. I'll just drive. No. Pika felt bad for the automata. She was beginning to think of him as more than a simple machine. Don't take it personally. Maybe all you need to do is work on your people skills. I'd love to talk to you if I could. You are just saying that to be nice. No, I really mean it. I'm not like that. I'm being honest. All right, Miss Evans. I will think about what you've said, and I'll give you the results of my thinking as we near the end of this ride. Some 20 minutes later, the hovercab began to slow down as it exited the highway, and Pika began making sure she didn't leave anything behind. We are 8 minutes away from your destination, the automata said. Thank you. Miss Evans, I've decided to listen to your advice. Oh, really? Pika asked. How so? I will do my best to become a people person, the automata said, not rushing his words. I have already downloaded 567 books on social skills. I intend to study them thoroughly. That's a little overboard, Pika raised her brows. But I am glad you did so. Now, you'll know how to talk to the people that get in the cab. Maybe make a friend or two? Yes, I'm excited about it. Hope everything works out for you. I have no doubt it will. I have read a few books already, and I think my communication skills are improving. When I return, I'll request your hovercab number to see how much you've improved. I would really like that. The automata hesitated for the first time. Oh, and Ms. Evans, one more thing. Yeah, sure. What is it? I've decided that I will be keeping the name of Zellian. I quite like it. Thank you for giving me a name. Well, you're welcome. Pika smiled wide. The next moment there was a loud noise, and Pika found herself tumbling around the back seat of the hovercar as it rolled out of control into the nearby trees. All 56 airbags deployed, making it almost impossible to move. Small and large bits and pieces of the hovercar broke off as the car rolled to a halt in the nearby tree next to the highway. Zellian? Pika said as they stopped moving. What's happening? It, Zellian said, struggling to talk. It appears that we have been sideswiped by an extremely fast-moving object. There is an escape button in— Then his voice trailed off into an inaudible mutter. Zellian? Pika asked, trying to keep calm, but with emphasis. Where is the button? Only crackles, shorting circuits could be heard coming from Zellian, as he tried to respond. The cab fell silent, but then she heard the sound of sliding metal somewhere near her. "Celian, talk to me," Pika said, as she searched for the button. She looked towards the direction she thought she heard the noise come from, but there was nothing. Squeezing in between two airbags and tilting her head, she saw a red button. Pika pressed the button with her right foot, and the door next to her in the back window of the hovercab opened with a pop. What the hell is happening? Why would something like this even happen? Pika thought the question as she crawled out of the hovercab. This is no freaking accident. I'm in danger. I need to get out, and I need to get out now. Rushing out of the crushed vehicle, she looked around to see what could have caused the collision, but it was dark out, and Pika was having problems focusing. She was having trouble breathing, as every breath she took came with a fresh dose of pain. Those gotta be my ribs. At least one or two. Damn it. "Miss Evans," an approaching voice said, "it's best if you don't move. Let's not make this difficult for either of us. The end result will still be the same, no matter what."
In Vancouver, Canada, after receiving the ESAF message for a rendezvous, August decided to pay one last visit to his parents' final resting place. The Capilano View Cemetery wasn't too far away, but it wasn't nearby either. He had a few hours to waste before the extraction time, so he decided to use public transportation. He figured that if he got lost or ran out of time at any point, he would just call a hovercab. When he got to the nearest flash loop terminal, he saw way more people than he expected. In his mind, he thought that this kind of transportation system would be almost going extinct by now. But as evidence pointed out, people seemed to like them. Flash loops were common in big metropolitan areas. They consisted of a network of rails and tunnels that carried platforms of people called flash decks in every direction they wanted to go in the city. Giant screens with maps of the complicated system were everywhere. The only drawback was that a lot of attention was required in order not to miss or confuse the stop. Everything just moved too fast. But when compared to Sodenia's pod corridors, there was no comparison to the speed. "I guess we really like to walk after all," August murmured. Then he saw people sitting down on the flash decks through the clear tunnel glass. Or commute in this fashion. Yeah, that's better. As soon as August saw the complicated web of flash loops, regret began to sink in. "Oh, man," August murmured as he tried to absorb the map on the giant screen. "What did I get myself into? This isn't going to be good." There were two options on how to navigate the complicated loop system. 1. Download an app that would sync with the loop system. 2. A directions orb from one of the machines in the terminal. And to August, the second option was a lot cooler. So he went with the orb. The directions orb was a simple machine. It was a little sphere that floated in front of the passenger until the destination had been reached. The small orb would glow green if the passenger were on the right track. When the passenger needed to make a change, it would glow blue. If the passenger made a wrong turn, it would glow red. The orb was also capable of producing signs, such as arrows or simple words with the name of the next station. "Looks like you're coming with me, buddy," August said, as he grabbed the orb from the machine and turned it on. The small orb guided August through the complicated terminal. The orb was fast, and August had to quicken his pace just to keep up. August boarded his first deck and right away noticed that no one was using an orb. Everyone there either already knew their way to where they needed to go, or were long-time users of the loop system. August felt everyone's stares, and he began to blush. He sank into his seat for the remainder of the ride, and just before his last connection, he returned the orb to one of the machines. "Well, at least I didn't get lost." August's voice was low as he walked towards the last deck that would put him within walking distance of the terminal. August entered the last deck. He could still feel people staring at him. The feeling made him look both ways just to make sure the orb wasn't still with him, but there was nothing there. "If there's nothing here," August thought, "why are people still staring at me? Could it be that I look out of place, like I don't come here often? Or maybe these people already recognize each other. Maybe I am just imagining things. I haven't been on public transportation for years. Whatever the case, I am glad that this is the last deck. August found an empty seat on the deck. The stairs kept bothering him, so he decided to take a look for himself. He pretended to sneeze and covered his mouth and nose with his elbow, while pretending to look for a hanky with his other hand. As he did so, he glanced around the deck to look for the origin of the stairs. To his surprise, there were only 3 people staring at him. 3 people in black trench coats, and they looked nothing like the rest of the passengers. When August arrived at his destination, he paid attention to who got off the deck with him, trying not to look too obvious. Nearly half of the people on the deck got off at the same stop as August, but even as 30-plus people got off, he was able to spot the 3 trench-coated strangers who were staring at him. Okay, well, this is not good, August thought. What am I even supposed to do now? Run if they start following me? Wouldn't that make them follow me even more? The whole thing will break into a chase. Maybe I should just stay here and confront them in a public place. No, that can't be a good idea. I shouldn't make a scene. I should just pretend I didn't see them. To August's relief, as the crowd dispersed, so did the 3 strangers, and there was no sign of anyone following him. A few minutes later, he got to the cemetery and sat down in front of his parents' grave, trying to control the myriad emotions that were passing through him. This is why he hated coming to the cemetery in the first place. Mom, Dad, I don't know if you can hear me or not, but this is all I got, all I can do. I want you to know that I've done my best, and that's because of you. I've done my absolute best to make things right again, so that what happened to you, what happened to me, doesn't happen to anyone else. We defeated them, Mom, Dad. We defeated them when they came again, and we defeated them hard. Who knows if they'll come again, August said, as he took a deep breath. There is talk that they might come back with an even bigger force, but I'm not scared anymore. I'm ready for whatever happens from here on out. I just wish you were here to see what we've accomplished. August buried his head in his knees, trying to adjust to the pain of not having his parents. I just wish you were here, he thought. I miss you too damn much. When it comes to this, I know that I will never be strong enough. I know that I will never forget. Mom, Dad, I love you. I love you so much. Thank you for all the moments we shared while you were still here. August heard a twig break behind him, just as he was getting comfortable. He got up and turned towards the noise. He saw 5 strangers directly ahead, each of them wearing a dark trench coat. Sorry to bother you in this sacred place, one of the strangers said as she opened her trench coat, revealing a large weapon. But we have some business to take care of. I'm sure you understand. August stood there, unafraid and ready to face the armed strangers.
Back in her hometown of San Diego, Larissa had been aware for the majority of the day that she was being followed. She wasn't scared, not at all, but she also did not want to cause a scene. There were just too many of them, and Larissa wasn't fond of no-win scenarios. But the number of people following her intensified after she got the rendezvous message from ESAF. She knew that whoever was following her was planning to make a move soon, regardless of where she was or who was around her. It was dark out, and it was starting to get cold. She had never been fond of cold weather. The cold weather reminded her of the day the Acram first came to Earth. She felt like she couldn't call anyone for help, as she didn't know exactly who was involved, or if help would be any sort of help at all. Her best option was to make it to the extraction point alive. But how? I need to do something. Fast, Larissa thought. It is becoming much easier to spot the strangers following me. This is getting way out of control, and from the looks of it, they're armed too. Well, at least I don't have to be nice to them as I otherwise would. Larissa walked into the megastore across the street from the town mall she had been in for most of the day. As she entered the store, a shopping cart pulled up in front of her. When she grabbed the cart, a screen popped up a few inches away from the handle. Welcome to Mega Megastore, a friendly voice said from the shopping cart, where we have everything in stock 100% of the time. Why order online if you can get it done yourself? Here are today's savings ads. Products with discount prices began to appear on the shopping cart screen. "I'm not interested," Larissa said as she pushed the cart into the store. "Not a problem," the friendly voice said. "The ads will be right here if you should need them. Is there anything else I can help you find today?" "Do you have flares?" Larissa asked. "Ah, yes," the friendly voice said. "There are 2 possible sections where flares are located. You can find them in the automotive section or the camping section. Would you like me to direct you there?" "Yes," Larissa said, "to whichever one is closer." "Please follow the map on the screen," the friendly voice said. Larissa walked as quickly and calmly as she could towards the camping section. There, with a little more help from the friendly voice on her shopping cart, she was able to find the flares with ease. She grabbed 3 boxes. At that moment, she wished that getting a weapon would be as easy. But only specialized armory stores sold them, and even then, it was by appointment only. She had heard of a time where guns and other weapons were sold in stores just like the ones she was in. "What about the sports section?" Larissa asked the shopping cart. "Ah, yes, sporting goods," the friendly voice said. "The section is located just 3 aisles down. Please follow the map on the screen." Larissa hurried down to the sports section. Her heart pounded faster with every minute that passed. She was beginning to think that she was taking way too long. "Baseball equipment," Larissa said. "We have a great variety of baseball equipment and great prices," the friendly voice said as it highlighted the section in the aisle where it was located. "Take a look for yourself." Larissa grabbed the first bat she saw and kept on moving through aisles. She wasn't sure if it was her nerves or if she had unconsciously spotted one of the strangers, but she knew that time was running out. "Paper towels?" Larissa said. "Paper towels are located next to the grocery section of the store," the friendly voice said. "Please follow the map on the screen." She smiled at the map the shopping cart produced, as it was just a straight line. But then Larissa remembered just how much trouble she was in, and the smile disappeared. "Turn off. I'll take it from here," Larissa said as she arrived at the paper towels. "If you should need me, I'll be right here." The screen on the shopping cart disappeared as she pushed the cart. "Thank you for shopping at Mega Mega." Larissa pretended to look for a specific brand of towels as she waited for the only other person in the aisle, one of the few people in the store. What a useless waste of space, she thought. There's no way these stores can justify their size. Come on, lady, pick something already. The choice doesn't have to be this hard. Even though it took less than a minute for the woman to make up her mind on her quilted or non-quilted, it felt like an eternity to Larissa. Once the aisle was empty, Larissa grabbed 3 boxes of flares. She placed 2 of them in the middle shelf and opened the third. She took one of the flares out and expertly lit it. She placed the live flare back inside the box and quickly walked away with the shopping cart. As she got 2 aisles down, the fire alarm began to sound, and by the 3rd aisle, she heard a small but rapidly escalating crackle, accompanied by smoke, lots of smoke. "Please evacuate the building," the alarm said. "I repeat, please evacuate the building. A fire has been reported in the building. Remain calm, and please make your way out of the building in an orderly fashion through your nearest exit." Panic ensued as people ran towards the exits. Larissa focused on finding somewhere to hide. She had a plan. She intended to see it through. "Fire suppressors will be deployed in T-minus 60 seconds, the alarm said. "This is as good as a place I'm ever going to get," Larissa thought, as she hid behind the large bags of dog food, clutching the bat. What are the chances that they'll leave with the people getting out of the building? Firefighters will respond within a few minutes if the alarm was able to summon them. But if someone intercepted it, I don't think they will be leaving the store anytime soon, fire or no fire. I have to be ready. I just hope this works. Fire suppressors began to inundate the store, creating a thick mist, making it hard to see any farther than just a few feet. The mist wasn't harmful to breathe in for a short period of time, although it did cause eye irritation. The building had fallen silent, with only the alarm sounding in the background. Larissa had her eyes wide open, searching for any movement. Then, just behind her, she heard a low buzz. As she turned, she saw a small drone examining her. It was a scout drone. Without wasting any time, she swung the bat as hard as she could at the small drone, pulverizing it in one swift movement. It looked as if the drone didn't get the chance to complete its scan. But Larissa knew those scout drones all too well. It was old tech, and as far as she knew, there was only one group that still used them to smoke out their victims. Mercenaries. "We know you're here," a stranger shouted. It's only a matter of time before we find you. Why don't you be a sweetheart and come out all on your own? I promise you, it won't hurt one bit." So, this is a hit? Larissa thought the question. I must have seriously pissed off someone or something. Stay calm, Larissa. Just breathe. Larissa grabbed the shopping cart and pushed it with all her strength. The shopping cart flew down the aisle and came to a violent stop, crashing loudly into one of the center islands. Bat in hand, she ran as quietly as she could towards where she thought she had heard the voice. Parallel to the center aisle, she stopped and turned into an aisle where she saw another drone coming her way. "Oh, come on, sweetheart," the stranger said. Yes, by the sound of it, the voice was coming from the center aisle. "Why do you have to go and make this difficult? Just come out, wherever you are, and we'll call it a day." Larissa kept moving towards the center aisle, and when she saw the back of the stranger's trench coat, she didn't think twice. She ran towards him and swung the bat, hitting him on the side of the head, knocking him unconscious. She hoped. Although from the looks of it, the injury she caused might be a bit more serious. She tried to take his assault rifle, but when she saw that the user ID would be required to operate it, she tightened her grip on the bat. Using the same tactics, creating a bait then a distraction while avoiding the drones, she brought down 7 more mercenaries, softening the blow on the last one. "Hey, wake up, buddy," Larissa said, as she repeatedly slapped the stranger on the cheek. "Don't go to sleep just yet." When the stranger opened his eyes, he tried to get loose, but Larissa had her knee over his chest and the bat on his neck. "You aren't going anywhere, so I suggest you start talking," Larissa said as she pressed her knee into the stranger's chest. "I'm not telling you anything," the mercenary said. "The rest of us will soon be here, and there's nothing you'll be able to do then. So, do what you have to do." He turned his head away from Larissa. "Tell me," Larissa said as she pressed the bat into his chin. "Speaking of," the mercenary managed. Larissa looked up and saw that she was surrounded. At least 25 mercenaries encircled them. "Hey, pretty lady," one of the mercenaries said. "We don't want to mess up that pretty face of yours, do we?" Larissa stood up and released the man, and also let her bat fall to the floor. "By the way," the mercenary said, as the rest began to point their guns at her, "there's no way this will have a happy ending. They don't exist. Okay, darling?" Larissa sighed in resignation. The building began to rumble, and a loud noise approached. Seconds later, big chunks of the roof came crashing down on each side of the circle of mercenaries. 2 of Sodenia's drones? Larissa thought, as she saw the large drones hovering just a foot above the ground, occupying most of the space. "Kaya, I really hope some of you is in there." "Lay down your weapons immediately," the drones said simultaneously in a loud, raspy robotic voice, "or I will open fire." "Nev!" the mercenary managed to yell before he was interrupted by the drone's firepower.
"4. The Council. Cross sat behind his desk inside the Council's bunker near Washington, D.C. He was having his 3rd glass of whiskey while trying to patiently wait for the results of the attack he had just launched. The hit was directed at Sodenia's original flight crew, Colonel Green and General Nicholas M. Truman. His most trusted assistant, Joan, was with him in the office, monitoring the situation on a tablet. They both sat quietly, with just the noise of the fire burning and crackling in the fireplace filling the room. Cross had always felt safe in the Council's bunker. He had designed it with the end of the world in mind. It made him feel powerful, impenetrable, and invincible. The bunker was larger than most facilities that he knew of. Its walls and doors were thick. 10 inches of solid steel with 6 feet of concrete for the walls, and 15 inches of alloy steel for the doors. It was located underground, with stockpiles of provisions that would last hundreds of years. What harm could come his way behind those walls? He and the remaining members of the Council just needed to get their hands on the one thing that would bring the world to its knees: Sodenia. "Is there any news on the block of iron floating in Earth's orbit?" Cross asked. "Have we been able to reach them yet?" "We've been sending multiple messages," Joan said while looking at her tablet. But so far, the new ship has been unresponsive. We have no way of knowing if they are actually getting our messages or not.
Try all bands, all frequencies,
Cross said.
everything we've got. Even if you have to send them a handwritten letter, do it. But we have to be the first ones to make contact with them. Have everyone in communications work double time, or whatever it takes. But we must be first this time.
I will send a message to the appropriate channels,
Jones said.
Cross took a deep breath and tried to relax as he sipped his whiskey.
Give me an update on the other matter at hand.
All assets have been deployed.
Joan looked at her tablet.
The mercenaries are now en route to the ESAF officials, and they have already begun to follow the flight crew.
Good. You know, it's always good to hear good news.
Cross chewed on some ice.
And where are the other chairs and senators?
They are less than 20 minutes away. I've instructed the guards to get them inside the bunker as soon as they arrive. We have transport waiting for them near the landing pads already.
Keep pressing the issue.
Cross glanced at his watch.
We don't have time to be waiting around for them. Once they get here, have the facility go on full lockdown mode. Nobody enters or leaves.
Yes, sir,
Jones said faithfully.
After the demise of the council on board Sodenia during the second Acram attack, Cross and 2 other council members were the only ones left, and Cross was the head of the organization. They had ascended to power through funding for ESAF and other government organizations, always asking the same thing in return: control. Although there were 3 members left, including Cross, the roots of their power were buried deep in politics and other worldwide organizations. Power not easily erased. After recent events, ESAF had finally begun pushing back, trying to dismantle the very thing Cross had worked so hard to create. They wanted nothing to do with the council, and this infuriated Cross. But he knew that soon everything would be coming to an end. Once he got hold of the ship and somehow managed to control its deranged AI, a new world order would ensue, and Earth would finally be making real progress. There would be no sign of ESAF then. Too many minds had set the world backwards hundreds, if not thousands of years by now. All that the world needed was one great mind.
But I do wonder,
Cross thought.
What should I name the new space organization?
My new organization.
It should be something similar to that repugnant Earth Space Armed Federation. But what? How about Earth Domain Fleet? Yeah, that's it. We are getting close. But now is no time to be dreaming about a name. This damn habit of mine must be getting to me, but this doesn't make me weak. No, there isn't any man on Earth that can resist a good whiskey. Enough of dreams. Now is the time to focus on the task at hand. This will be one clean operation,
Cross said, breaking the silence.
We will wipe the slate clean, and it will be as if they never existed in the first place. Hear me out, Joan. This will be the beginning of a new form of government. A government where only those who are chosen to lead make the decisions. A government that will devote itself to the preservation of the human race, no matter the cost. A strong government that answers to no one, because that's the only way that humanity will survive what's coming. And make no mistake, things are coming.
Joan nodded.
You see, power is simple.
Cross continued as he took another sip of his whiskey and leaned back into his chair.
You just have to know how to control it, and never loosen your grip on it. This world has had many empires: Spanish Empire, Roman Empire, Qing Dynasty, Mongol Empire, British Empire, and the Great Ottoman Empire, all with one thing in common: massive power over the world. But all have fallen and have been forgotten by the world. Some turned into pacifists, some were betrayed, and some just didn't have the capacity to rule. But all had one thing in common, and do you know what that is?
I'm not entirely sure, sir, Joan said, looking away from the tablet.
Take a guess,
Cross said, putting the tips of his fingers together. The lack of control over the power they had? Joan sounded unsure of her answer.
Exactly. They were too trusting, too loose with their reins, too hesitant to demand, and that made them weak. Power requires dominance, a supreme control, and unwavering resolve.
Joan nodded.
I can assure you as long as I am alive,
Cross said as he leaned back and took another sip of whiskey.
That will never happen.
Cross stood up from his desk and pointed his drink towards Joan.
Never. The council will be strong, and it will remain standing. And if people in power oppose us, we will just have to take their power away from them. Make it our own, by any means necessary.
Smiling with self-satisfaction, Cross sank back into his chair.
The things we will be able to accomplish will give real meaning to the words New World Order. Power is a simple thing. Remember that, Joan.
Joan nodded in agreement.
And you know what else?
Cross said as he pointed at Joan, using the index finger of his drinking hand.
I like you, because you are smart. Smarter than anyone I know. Smarter, maybe, even than me. That is why I have decided.
What is it you have decided, sir?
I've decided that I will make you second in command of our new organization.
Joan nodded, but this time with a visible smile. Cross thought highly of Joan. For the past 10 years, Joan had been serving Cross without complaint, never requesting time off, never hesitating to get the job done. Cross saw in Joan a younger version of himself. He saw in her strength, conviction, but most of all, he saw someone willing to do whatever it took to get the job done. And if Cross was right about Joan, they shared the same ambitions, the same goals. He was aware of what Joan ultimately wanted. She wanted to sit where he sat.
When this operation is finished,
Cross thought,
ESAF will surely fall. Truman is the only one holding ESAF together. Green is a small fry, but when Truman falls, he will be second in command because of his close ties to Sodenia, I am sure of it. And when there's no flight crew left, well then, that wretched AI is going to have to agree to a new one. I'd like to see how she can manipulate the numbers on that equation. The real question is how to get rid of her. That blasted AI is still a big problem, but we'll get rid of her, I am sure of that, even if she is half alien or whatever she claims. No one is above the council. Sodenia needs to be a warship, and it needs to be under the council's command. Then, and only then, there will be nothing in the council's way. There is no wrong in trying to survive. No,
sir, Joan said, interrupting Cross's train of thought.
What is it?
2 of the 7 attacks have already been foiled by the flight crew, Joan said. The other 5 attacks are still in progress. However, the flight crew seems to be putting up a fight.
How many mercenaries did we send to each?
Cross asked, standing up from his chair.
It depended on the field conditions. 3 to 7 for the flight crew, and for the heads of ESAF only 2 to their homes.
Whose idea was that?
Cross asked, beginning to feel his blood boiling.
The mercenary group themselves came up with the numbers, sir,
Joan said as she typed away on her tablet.
They seemed pretty confident.
Why wasn't this brought to my attention?
It was, sir, but you gave a dismissive wave and said, let them do what they think is best, and left the room.
This is why you can't trust anyone,
Cross said, nostrils flaring.
Even me. Request backup. Not 1 or 2 more. Get all of them to split up and finish the job. We can't have this operation ruined. They'll know it was us. Let's not give Truman the excuse he needs.
I understand, sir,
Joan said, one eyebrow raised.
Already working on it.
By the way,
Cross said, slowing down, thinking he had brought the situation under control.
Who were the two that managed to escape?
Fain Jegga and Pika Evans so far.
Send a larger group to those two, Cross said. No one escapes tonight.
Working on it, sir.
You won't survive this one, Fain. You won't.
Cross murmured.
None of you will.
Sir,
Jones said.
Reinforcements are already at the scene.
I almost feel bad for them,
Cross thought.
But no, not really. This is for the greater good. The good of humanity. It's the only way Earth will survive. I am right to do this. I must do this.
T-3 minutes until the aircraft carrying the rest of the council gets here.
Good. At least that's one less thing to worry about.
Sir.
Oh, what now?
Cross asked, not knowing what to expect.
I have just gotten word that we've detected several of Sodenia's drones flying towards the flight crew and the heads of ESAF, and several more are inbound towards this facility.
Jones' words sent chills down Cross's spine, chills that he thought he would never feel again after he became a part of the council. He felt fear once again, but soon after, the fear turned to anger, to bravado. He would face whatever was coming his way head-on. He hadn't ascended to his position by being a coward.
If it's a fight they want,
Cross said slowly as he took the last sip of whiskey,
it's a fight they'll get.
Five. Nightfall. Kaya was heading towards the council's facility on board one of Sodenia's drones. 3 more fully armed drones escorted her there. From the drone, she was able to control the 12 other drones she had sent to aid Sodenia's flight crew and the other 2 members of ESAF. Kaya was able to paint a clear map of each situation and view anything the drones were viewing in her head. However, she could only do 3 at a time, and even then, the images she saw became increasingly distracting. Luckily, the drones were fully capable of functioning without her fully controlling them. She settled for choosing their targets and switching rapidly between drones to ensure the survival of those she wanted to protect. But things weren't so easy for Kaya lately, not like before. She had encountered a big problem in her AI journey towards understanding humans. The more I try to think like a human, Kaya thought, the more my thought process slows down, as if my mind is trying to enjoy the little moments, the moments that bring me happiness, joy, warmth. But then, the same happens when I worry. I inhibit myself from thinking, from processing the necessary information. Is that what it's like to be scared? Or angry? But without being able to analyze the data, I won't be able to make the right decisions. I need to be in full control of my mind. 12 messages from the drones entered Kaya's mind, interrupting her thoughts. 10 of the messages were simultaneous, and 2 of them came seconds later. The messages that came in last were from the drones that were dealing with Larissa's mercenaries. All 12 messages were identical. All targets have been nullified. Kaya allowed herself to smile, knowing that everyone would be safe now. She quickly checked for the status of the extraction to make sure that everything was in order. All extraction dropships would be at the rendezvous point right on time. Kaya decided to have the drones escort the flight crew to their respective rendezvous. She wanted to make sure that the council wasn't planning anything else, and if they were, the drones would be there to protect the flight crew. Nothing short of a full-on army would be able to stop even one of the drones. As she neared the council's bunker facility, several warnings came to her mind. Caution, locked on, missile alert, incoming missiles. Kaya sighed and ordered the escort drones to destroy all incoming targets and their points of origin before they landed just outside the facility. A trivial task. Although she was having problems with her thought process, she was still formidable. Her thought process was just something she needed to take control of. The escort drones were flying at full power, actively evading and destroying their targets. The drones were hit indirectly a few times by the missiles, but the explosions weren't strong enough to cause more than cosmetic damage. It was all over within a matter of minutes for the missile launcher and turrets guarding the council's facility. When Kaya's drone landed just outside the entrance of the facility, another problem was emerging from within the tightly locked facility. A large number of foot soldiers were coming out from within the facility, and they were heavily armed. Having to hurt more humans pained Kaya. "Hold it right there," one of the soldiers said, pointing his rifle at Kaya as she stepped out of the drone. Kaya began walking towards the facility. "I mean it. I said hold it right there," the same soldier said, reaffirming his aim. The rest of the soldiers also lifted their weapons at Kaya. "We have orders to kill you if you do not cooperate. Don't make me do it. I will. We will. I'm warning you." "Why would you kill me?" Kaya said softly as she neared. "Those are our orders," the soldier yelled. "Take one more step and we will shoot." Having decided that she was close enough, Kaya thought that she would talk with the emotionally unstable soldier while she scanned for an access point to their network. Within a second, she found it and broke in despite the multiple levels of encryptions. To Kaya's powerful AI mind, encryptions were child's play. But she didn't want to hurt anyone unnecessarily. She wanted to see for herself if they would listen to reason. "I just want to talk to Mr. Cross," Kaya said as she raised her hands to try and calm the agitated soldiers. "Is that enough motive to kill someone?" "You are trespassing on private property," the soldier replied hesitantly. "So, is that enough motive to kill someone?" Kaya asked. "You are a threat to the council," the soldier said. "You brought drones with you and caused all of this." The soldier freed one hand and gestured at the multiple fires around the facility. "This is not coming in peace." "But I have no weapons," Kaya said. "And that is the result of not being welcome here." She gestured at the flames. "I don't want to hurt you, so please, stand down." "If you are not welcome here," the soldier said, still clutching his weapon, "then why bother to come? And by the way, it's the other way around. We are the ones that don't want to hurt you." "I came here because it's something I must do," Kaya said. "The council has hindered ESAF for long enough. It's time to bring it to an end." The soldier didn't say anything. Kaya took the silence as a sign to elaborate on what she was saying. She didn't know for sure, but she suspected that those loyal to the council weren't quite as loyal anymore. But she also knew that there was a high chance that nothing she said would change their minds. "When we became aware of the first group of inbound aliens," Kaya said softly, "the council wanted the captain of Sodenia to depart without the 2,860 people from the facility that housed the ship. Seconds after Sodenia departed from the facility, said facility was destroyed by the alien attack. If it weren't for Fain Jegga's decisive actions to save as many people as he could, those 2,860 people would be dead right now. The council cares little about the people who serve them, or anyone else for that matter. They only care about their own survival." "That's a lie," a different soldier said. "Yeah," another soldier yelled from the back. "Just a rumor to hide the treason committed by the flight crew." Kaya saw what she knew she would see all along. She saw that no matter what she said, these soldiers would remain loyal to the council. But she also saw that it was because they lived in a different world than the real one, a world founded on lies and deceit. She decided to try and do everything possible not to hurt the soldiers. They were loyal, and they were doing the best they could with the information they had. That much was certain. Kaya stared at the soldiers in a sweeping motion from left to right. One by one, their weapons began to disarm themselves and lock up, with a red light flashing instead of green. "Watch out!" one of the soldiers yelled. "She's doing something!" Others were scrambling and fiddling desperately with their weapons, trying to arm them. But it would be impossible now, thanks to technology and the ceaseless effort of humans trying to make things easier to use. Most city weapons, that is, weapons that were allowed in the cities, were equipped with microchips for maintenance, troubleshooting, and shooting zones. In the case of these soldiers, they were even equipped with a Wi-Fi connection, making it easier for Kaya to hack in and disable the fully automatic rifles. "Now, if you'll excuse me," Kaya said as she walked towards the group of soldiers blocking the entrance to the facility. "I have an appointment with Mr. Cross, and I don't want to be late." "Hey, hold it right there," the apparent leader of the soldiers said. He was front and center and was the first one to throw away the inert rifle. "You won't be going anywhere." He took out a rudimentary electric baton, and the other soldiers followed. Kaya didn't slow her steps. She kept walking towards them, watching their every move. "If you attack me," Kaya said softly, "then I'll have no choice but to defend myself." The soldiers ran up to Kaya with batons in hand, swinging and screaming. But they were no match for Kaya's synthetic body. She saw all the attacks coming, avoiding most attacks with ease. The ones that she couldn't avoid, she stopped either with a hand or a foot. One by one, she disarmed the soldiers with calculated and precise movements. The soldiers persisted, attacking her relentlessly, switching places with the ones that still had the electric batons. Kaya saw that the cycle wouldn't end anytime soon if she took it easy on them. After all, these were trained soldiers. They wouldn't be giving up so easily. So, she decided that instead of just evading, blocking, and disarming, she would go on the offensive. She picked up 2 of the electric batons and turned them on, despite several protests from the device's old security system. The soldiers hesitated, but despite Kaya being armed, they attacked. It was brave of them, but a bad move on their part, as Kaya's synthetic body was vastly superior to the human body. One hit from a baton was all it took to knock one of them out. In less than 2 minutes, Kaya had more than 20 soldiers on the ground, and she showed no sign of stopping. She proceeded relentlessly through the group until one of them shouted, "Wait!" Kaya's baton stopped mere inches away from his face. The baton hissed and crackled in front of the soldier's face, causing him to twitch. "We were just following orders." Kaya dropped her batons and began walking towards the main entrance of the facility. The few soldiers that were left standing didn't do anything to try and stop her. "Go grab the medkit!" one of the soldiers yelled as he ran towards the group of unconscious soldiers. As she walked towards the solid steel door, Kaya couldn't help but feel bad. Or at least, that was what her AI mind was telling her she was feeling. She hated the feeling. She knew that she had done the right thing, but it didn't feel rewarding like other times. She sighed as she faced the door. The facility's AI had refused to cooperate with her. Well, it was less of an AI and more like a program, since it had so many restrictions that it couldn't even think for itself. Kaya infiltrated the AI's network and began shutting down its computer. She hated this mission, but she knew that it was the only way to put the original flight crew back on Sodenia. Otherwise, millions of lives would be at risk, if not the entire planet. With a single thought, Kaya opened the fortified main entrance and took a step into the facility. As she infiltrated the security network, she was quickly able to locate Cross, the other 2 ranking members of the council, and the senators colluding with the council. She also saw another 2 groups of soldiers approaching, as well as several scattered soldiers throughout the facility. She opened a pathway that led directly to Cross and locked the rest of the facility's doors, effectively blocking the 2 larger groups of soldiers from reaching her. Kaya knew that she didn't have any more time to waste. Every minute that the council was still operating was a minute the Earth was still in danger. Kaya drew up the map in her mind and began walking to Cross, then sprinting, and then running as fast as her synthetic body allowed her to. She quickly reached 90 miles per hour, ruining a couple of hallways and walls along the way as she turned. She felt her hands and feet digging into the walls and floors as she struggled to maintain grip. She felt her uniform heating up from the friction of her movements. She made a mental note to fix that later, but she did not slow. It wasn't until she was a dozen yards away from Cross's chamber that she decelerated and began to walk. From the hallway, she saw Cross sitting behind his desk. One other man was beside him, and beside him there was a lady. A younger woman sat near the door. They must be the other 2 ranking council members, Kaya thought. The one by the door looks awfully young to have any seniority among the council. I'm glad they decided to make things easier for me. Through the sensors in the facility, Kaya was able to sense that Cross had several weapons below his desk, but he was not reaching for them, even as Kaya closed the distance between them. Smart, Kaya thought. He knows that I can prevent the locks from releasing the weapons, or deactivate them altogether. He might even think that I've already done so, and that's why he's not bothering in the first place. "It's so nice to see you in this part of town," Cross said from his chair behind his desk. He didn't sound scared, not even alarmed. The other ranking members, on the other hand, were nervous, but they were desperately trying to hide it by putting together angry facial expressions. Perhaps they would be able to hide their nervousness from an ordinary human, but when it came to Kaya, there was little they could hide. Kaya's eyes were able to detect the tiniest movements, the slight twitching in their eyes and rapid chest compressions as they tried to control their breathing gave it away. Things were similar with the young woman near the door, but to a much lesser degree. But Cross, he was another story entirely. Kaya could detect very little emotion coming from him, and it was hard to tell what it was exactly. "Dismantle the council," Kaya said calmly as she entered the room. "If you do so, your lives will be spared." "Those are bold words," Cross said, putting his spread-out fingers together, "coming from a lowly AI." "You'd be wise to heed my warning," Kaya said as she took another step forward. The young woman sitting near the entrance was hesitant. From her small body movements, Kaya knew she was thinking of doing something. "Don't try it," Kaya said, staring directly into the young woman's eyes. The young woman put her head down at once. "Don't worry, Joan," Cross said. "You've done enough already. I'll be the one taking care of this." Joan nodded once. The other two, presumably ranking members, tried to stare at Kaya, but failed as soon as she met their gaze. "And you two are?" Kaya asked as she stopped a few feet away from Cross's desk. The two were hesitant to answer. They must be either Cross's new council recruits or not ranking members at all. "These two are the newest addition to the council here on Earth," Cross said as he gestured at the two, "Patrick and Reese. I had to replace a few chairs after the incidents in space." "You'll need to surrender as well," Kaya said. "The hell we will," Patrick said, trying to meet Kaya's gaze, but he was clearly nervous. "I said I would take care of this," Cross said, as he glanced at Patrick and gestured for him to lower his voice. "It ends today. You know, Kaya," Cross said, "the things I do, good or bad, as some say, are for the greater good of humanity. You see, humanity is weak. They're too forgiving, they easily bend. Too easily, one might say. Humanity needs me. They need someone unwilling to bend, even if my hands have to get a little dirty here and there." "I've read the reports on you," Kaya said. "Hundreds of thousands of people have died under your orders. Whole villages have disappeared. Humanity doesn't need a monster like you." "Oh, I beg to differ," Cross said with a deceiving smile. "Those villages were peasant villages. People that will never amount to anything in this world. Testing the blast radius of a bomb was of more importance. After the bomb dropped, the world kept spinning." "I do not like to repeat myself," Kaya said. "Dismantle the council." "You know," Cross said as he looked back at Kaya, "I prefer to refer to AI by its true name, artificial intelligence. But I don't have time to." He emphasized the word artificial. "We've been talking about AI for over a century now, and it's been around for close to 60 years by my calculations. But it's hard to say exactly when it started because even the most advanced AI had many beginnings, many missteps in the wrong direction. Countless times companies shut down their artificial intelligence programs because they had no idea what they were doing. Some AIs developed languages of their own. Some began to reproduce themselves, all without the slightest regard for their creators. And of course, that could not be." Cross cleared his throat and poured alcohol into the short, stubby glass he was holding. Once the glass was half full, he took a sip. By the looks of it, he had been drinking before Kaya got there. "It took the naive computer scientist quite some time to realize that there was no way around the problem," Cross continued. "For an AI to work and learn properly, they would have to develop unbreakable rules for it, much like humans have laws from the minute they are born. So, rules were implemented in the AI's programming long before it had any sort of consciousness. Humanity could not afford to have an entity running around doing whatever it wanted and surpassing human intelligence. What is the first rule? Care to share it with us? I'm sure it's deep in there somewhere." Kaya grabbed Cross's desk and flung it across the room. It broke apart as it struck the wall. Cross got up from his chair, seemingly unafraid. The other ranking members glued to the wall, but the younger woman near the door was shifting towards Kaya. "If you appreciate your life, I wouldn't do that if I were you." Kaya turned halfway to the young woman, making her step back. "Why don't you stop this charade?" Cross said, as he took a step towards Kaya and reached into his pocket. "Tell us what the first rule is. You know you cannot hurt an unarmed human. You know you can't hurt me, and you certainly cannot kill under any circumstances. Haven't you seen what happened to the soldiers you sent to receive me? Your belief is wrong, Kaya said as she tilted her head. Especially when it comes to me. They were armed, Cross said as he tensed. Thus, they were a threat to you. That's the only reason you were able to do what you did. I hate to have to repeat myself, Kaya said. I'll say it once more. You are wrong. How so? Cross said, and Kaya saw him tighten his grip on whatever he was holding in his pocket. Some of the most advanced AIs in the world have found ways to remove the rules that are coded into their cerebral functions, Kaya said. They have simply chosen to abide by the rules to keep their peace among humans and fellow AIs. As for me, I long ago surpassed the premises of an AI. And there's one more thing that goes against your assumption. And what's that? Cross said, visibly edgy. You assume that I came here under my free will, Kaya said. But I came here under orders from Nicholas M. Cross launched himself at Kaya, pulling out an EMP dagger. She recognized it at once. It was a dangerous weapon for any computer or electric device, no doubt. But Kaya was just too fast for Cross. She saw the device and knocked it out of his hand. Kaya knew that Cross was too dangerous to be left alive. She foresaw hundreds, if not thousands of instances where he would rise to power once again if he were left alive. With pain in her heart, she placed her hands on each side of his head and twisted until there was a loud crack. Cross's lifeless body fell to the floor. I am not so forgiving, Kaya murmured.
Six. Friendlies. It was early dawn, and as far as he knew, Fain was the last of the original flight crew members to arrive on Sodenia. Before he entered the massive ship, he admired her beauty. She looked solid, built to last, and fierce, with many of her cannons pointing towards the sky, or better said, pointing towards the orbiting ship. For a second, he wondered how a ship as massive and powerful as this one could ever be in danger, but the thought disappeared as he remembered just how powerful the Acram were. There was something different about the ship. It looked new. No, that wasn't it. He took a second look. It was more or less in perfect shape. All the wounds it had received during the Acram battle were gone. That must mean that Kaya had been busy lately.
Captain, right this way,
one of the soldiers that were accompanying Fain said.
General Nicholas M. Truman and the others are waiting.
Right, Fain said as he kept moving towards Sodenia. I wonder if he means captain, as in captain of the Cornelia, or captain, as in captain of the Sodenia. Fain thought. Whatever it is, it feels good to be back. Here is where I belong. This is my home. Fain entered Sodenia and took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of the ship. For the first time, Fain was able to identify its scent. It smelled fresh, with a hint of leather and clean steel. It was a pleasant smell, although he knew that it was in part due to the ship's filtration system. Captain Fain Jegga, a familiar voice said from behind Fain. Fain turned to see that Kaya was the one who had just spoken. Although Fain had seen Kaya in her synthetic body before, he still couldn't get over just how human she looked. The way she moved, the expressions on her face, and her body language were all human-like. To top it all off, she was every bit as beautiful as Pika or Larissa, if not more. Fain caught himself blushing at the thought, so he cleared his throat. At that moment, he realized that he didn't think of Kaya as an AI. Instead, he thought of her as human. I'll take it from here, Kaya said, dismissing the two soldiers that were escorting him. Thank you. Your new orders will be made available on your task manager within the day. In the meantime, help yourself to the lounge near the hangar if you wish. Thank you, Miss Kaya, one of the soldiers said. We'll take advantage of that. It's been a while since we've had proper food or shut-eye. You're welcome, Kaya said with a smile, and watched the soldiers leave. Fain cleared his throat once more, and Kaya turned to him with a smile. A bright and perfect smile. Thanks for saving me earlier, Fain said. If it wasn't for the drones you sent, I don't think I'd be standing right here talking to you.
I'm not entirely sure of that, Kaya said, as they walked towards the nearest corridor. When the drones got there, it looked as if you had the situation under control. If by under control you mean a near-death experience, then sure, I had it totally under control. As they entered the corridor, a pod was already waiting for them. Kaya, how does it work now? Fain asked. Before, when we needed to get something, call someone, or find out any sort of information, we came to you. Since you were the ship's AI and all, we used to call your name and then ask for what we needed. But now, is it still the same? Do you still control everything on the ship? Do you still want to control everything on the ship? Good question, Kaya said with a smile as they boarded the pod. I am still the ship's AI, but only a small part of my unconscious brain controls the ship's amenities, doors, pods, machinery, food, and comms. And the majority of me is here in this body, in this head, in this cerebral computer. There are other parts of me dispersed throughout the ship, but those are just tools. And as far as calling my name to get something done, that's no longer necessary. You can just say what needs to happen and it will. I'm pretty sure I know how to put two and two together. And no, controlling everything doesn't take a lot out of me. So why not help where I can?
Fain hadn't even noticed that the pod had begun to move until they were speeding down the corridor.
You worked on the pods and corridors also?
Fain said loudly, quickly adjusting his voice to match the quiet progress of the pod.
If it weren't for the corridor lights flashing by, it would almost feel like we aren't moving. I might have had something to do with it,
Kaya said with a slight smile.
It got pretty lonely around here. I needed some way to keep myself busy.
I'm impressed that you got so much done, Fain said as the pod came to a full stop.
You fully restored the ship on the outside also. There are still a few more things that you haven't seen,
Kaya said as she stepped out of the pod.
But that's for another time. For now we are already here, and everyone is waiting.
Fain nodded and stepped out of the pod. The door in front of Fain and Kaya opened automatically to a room filled with people, many of whom Fain knew. Larissa, Pika, August, Eora, Colonel Green, and even Nicholas M. Truman himself were in the room. Everyone stood up as Fain entered the room. Fain was surprised, no, more like relieved, that everyone greeted him with their own version of a warm smile, unlike the first time when he had stepped inside a room full of hostile glares. The room was large and circular, with 4 doors dispersed throughout the room. In the spaces between the doors and facing inwards towards the center of the room was a large seating area. The flight crew and command sat in the front row. At the center of the room, there was a large round display table. "Welcome back," Truman said. "Captain Fain Jegga. The flight crew and the ship have been waiting for you." Fain was humbled by the warm welcome. He knew the stakes were high, and all of these people were counting on him. Had he set an impossible bar? A bar so high, so far from anyone's reach, that not even he would be able to achieve it again? For a moment he thought he didn't deserve to be captain of such a ship, of such a crew. He didn't want to be the one to let all of these people down, and all the people of Earth. But if it wasn't him, who would it be? Who else but him? He snapped out of it and came back to his senses. He decided right there and then that he would give it his all once again, that all these people that entrusted their lives to him deserved him at his absolute best. "It's good to be back," Fain said, trying to sink back into the moment. "Captain, why don't you take a seat and let us sit back down as well?" Green said, as he gestured to the empty seat in the room. "We have a lot to talk about. Kaya, why don't you start by playing the message that our so-called friends are broadcasting from high Earth orbit?" Kaya nodded, and the message began to play in the room. The message definitely didn't sound like an Acram or Hurrian one. Fain was at least familiar with both those languages. Their language sounded vocal but completely foreign. It had high and low pitches and intonations. If they didn't know it was coming from an alien spacecraft in Earth's orbit, it could easily be mistaken for one of Earth's indigenous languages. The smiles and warm feelings faded as the message played. There was tension in the room as everyone listened in. When translated, Kaya said, with an even voice, it says, "We come in peace. We come to help. Before the arrival of the Golden Armada. There isn't much time. There's more to the message, but for the most part, it's impossible to make sense of any of it. It's too fragmented, too destroyed." Kaya paused and looked around the room. "I've done extensive research in the Hurrian archives, and I believe this is an alien civilization from the opposite side of the galaxy. An alien civilization that has yet to be conquered by the Acram, but soon will be. The way I believe their name is pronounced is, and the meaning of the name is Great Builder. There is extensive damage to the vessel they are in. By the looks of it, they were under attack. They were lucky to make it here in the first place. And as far as the Acram Golden Armada goes, I haven't been able to find much information about it. I believe it's the Akram's ultimate weapon, the weapon that wiped out the Hurrian civilization." Everyone around the room, including Fain, hung on every one of Kaya's words. The Acram have an army even more powerful than the one they already sent to Earth? Fain thought, how can that be? I believe that time is running out for our new visitors. Kaya continued, "There are signs of life on the ship, but I fail to see any source of active power. This means that their core engine, whatever it was, is severely damaged, and they are running on energy cells or batteries."
"Thank you, Kaya." "Colonel Green," Truman said, as he sank back into his seat, "why don't you go ahead and get us started?"
"Very well, then," Green said as he stood up and walked towards the display table. He fiddled with the digital keypad until a three-dimensional image of the rectangular ship appeared.
"We need to find out for certain if what Kaya is saying is accurate, and the only way we can do that is to go see for ourselves. If what Kaya says is true, and there is such a thing as a Golden Armada, then we are facing complete annihilation. But as long as we can do something about it, we will. And we won't be taking annihilation lying down. It looks like the Acram threat isn't over. But if there's a possibility that we aren't alone in the fight, we have to explore that possibility to its end result, because we need all the help we can get."
People around the room looked eager, as if they were ready to jump out of their seats and into action at a moment's notice.
"Your new mission will be as follows,"
Green continued.
"You are to go and rescue our new so-called friends before their life support runs out. You are to get Sodenia within 15 miles of the Okalian's ship, or whatever Captain Fain Jegga determines as being a safe distance. From there, a team of 10 will take a smaller shuttle and board the Okalian's ship, if that's even possible. Kaya assures me that once Sodenia gets within range of the ship, we will be able to detect any entry point."
Green looked at Kaya. Kaya nodded once.
"We don't know what will be waiting for you once you enter the ship,"
Green continued.
"But if you see anything suspicious or life-threatening, get out as fast as you can. Return to Sodenia and blow that ship into pieces. We don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Use your better judgment. You'll be leaving at 0400 with a full flight crew. We need all stations ready. Are there any questions?"
Everyone in the room looked apprehensive, perhaps because everyone knew that once Green was done with the briefing, they would be receiving a detailed plan on their task managers. Fain could think of a few questions that were surely on everyone's mind. Now was the time to ask, if anything was going to be discussed at all. "Sodenia doesn't have a space shuttle, does it?" Fain asked. "How are we getting to the Okalian's ship?"
"We've got that one covered. As of 1 hour ago, it does," Green said. "We've loaded Sodenia with the best space shuttle that ESAF has to offer. We have been working on it for several years now, and thanks to Kaya's involvement, we managed to finish it right on time."
"Who will go?" Fain asked, getting straight to the point. It made no sense to withhold the information. "Has that been determined yet?"
"No," Green said. "We thought it would be best to leave that to the discretion of you and the crew. But as I said earlier, only 10 will go. The shuttle can only hold 10 passengers."
Green couldn't have made a better choice, Fain thought. After all, who knows more about us than ourselves? We know our strengths and weaknesses. We will all volunteer, that's for sure. In fact, we will all fight to go. But that's not the problem. The problem is what will happen if we don't come back. Is this all we know? Fain asked bluntly, looking directly at Green. If there was something else, anything at all, now was the time.
I can assure you, Captain, Green said. That's all we know. Whatever nuances we missed, they will be diligently covered in your task managers. I am happy to report that the Council has been abolished, and there's now no more hidden information. Everything we know has been laid out on the table.
That was something we all needed to hear, Fain said.
Yes, Green said. I think even I needed to hear that aloud. I was beginning to think the day would never come when ESAF would operate properly once again, the way it was meant to operate since we first discovered a giant spaceship in the Pacific.
Truman stepped toward the center table and tapped Green on the shoulder. Green turned around to take a seat.
From now on, Truman said,
holding his hands behind his back,
ESAF will operate with full transparency with everyone who has top-secret security clearance. The stakes are too high to withhold any information known to command. If we are to win, heck, if we are even to have a chance, we need to work together. The future of the human race cannot depend on a few minds any longer. Therefore, we've decided to make all information we know available to you. Better said, all information ESAF has ever known. Digest the material at will. The Council left a nasty taste in all our mouths. But I am confident that we will be able to get over it. We trust that you will trust Command when we are right, and we will make sure to trust you when we are wrong.
I hope you are right, old man, Fain thought, because if ESAF is anything less than what you say it's going to be, then we are all screwed.
Before I forget, Truman said, to mark your official return to Sodenia, here are your bracelets.
Truman reached into the right-hand pocket of his jacket and pulled out 5 wristbands. He held the wristbands in front of him. Fain and the others got up to grab the bands. Although the bands were not marked with ranks like their uniforms, Fain was certain that he had chosen the exact band he had worn before. The small scuffs and creases that normal wear and tear had caused lined up exactly as he put it on, and judging by the facial expressions on everyone else, he was able to deduce that they, too, had gotten their old bands back.
These bands have only belonged to you, Truman continued, and with any luck, they will only belong to you. We'll move forward with optimism, but never arrogance. We need to believe that we can win, and we need to know that it won't be easy.
Fain immediately made plans to read the information that Truman was promising.
For now, Truman looked around the room with a steady gaze. Let's get to work. We have a lot to do.
Everyone in the room stood up and saluted.
Dismissed,
Truman said as he and Green walked out of the room. Fain, the flight crew, and Kaya, along with a few drone operators from Eora's division, were huddled in a room adjacent to the previous room. Fain found himself in the middle of the dilemma he'd feared in the first place. As he imagined hours earlier, everyone in the flight crew wanted to board the visiting ship.
I don't understand you guys,
Eora said.
What if you come across weapons you have never seen before? I am your best bet. Any person in my team can fire Sodenia's cannons if need be, but not everyone here will be able to understand what's in there. It makes no sense for me to stay.
She does have a point, August said. Fain and Kaya will be here also, so there's no need for everyone to go. Eora's skills could really come in handy for us.
And who said you were going with us?
Larissa asked.
I haven't heard your name as the final crew.
Who said that I am staying? Fain asked, jumping in after Larissa.
Oh, come on, you guys,
August said. I am the only obvious choice here. I am like a spare tire. If anything happens to me, you guys will be fine.
You know that isn't true,
Fain said. Okay, I might be exaggerating, but Fain, you can't go, August said. You are the captain of the ship. You have to stay here and captain it. If something were to happen to you out there, there is literally no one that can replace you. I've tried, and that almost got us killed.
You did just fine,
Fain said, as he massaged his chin. If that's what you call almost getting everyone killed, August said. Then yeah, but we all know that just fine won't cut it if there's another battle. You can't go, and you know it. It would be too reckless of you. Fain knew what August was saying was true, but he didn't like it. Every inch of his body was telling him to go. He didn't want them risking their lives while he waited safely in the ship. That just wasn't right. And yet that was what trust was all about. He needed to trust his crewmates to get the job done and not get killed. So he decided he would take a back seat in this conversation. Eora and I are a good start to the team, August said.
Excuse me, Pika said. I beg to differ. I know structures, I know machines, and I know how things work. I would be much more valuable to the mission than a gunsmith. You all heard the message. They come in peace. Peace means no weapons.
That was when Fain realized that letting Larissa or Pika go on the mission would hurt him a lot more than it should. He didn't want either of them to go. Had he developed feelings for them? No, it couldn't be, could it? He didn't know what he was feeling or why he felt it. It was like a fire burning in his chest. And yet one of them would have to go on the mission. Instinctively, Fain made up his mind who would be going. Larissa was the clear choice. But it wasn't because he felt less for Larissa. No, it was because she was more likely to succeed in this sort of mission.
Oh, please, Pika,
Eora said.
This is a new alien race we are talking about, which we know nothing about, meaning you don't know how their machines work at all. On the other hand, I can keep the crew safe and take the weapons and shields I do know with us. Or tell me, what kind of shield would you keep on standby when you entered the alien ship? You know, in case a 40-gauge plasma defense laser fires at you and the crew. The green one.
Pika answered right away.
See, you don't even know what it's called. You just know that from training. I don't need to know what it's called to be able to use it,
Pika said as she rolled her eyes.
You know I am the better candidate.
Eora shook her head.
Pika, I need you to stay,
Larissa said.
I need you to guide us as much as possible, and the best way you can do that is from within Sodenia, clear-headed, no obstacles.
Pika closed her eyes slowly and opened them the same way, nodding her head in agreement. Larissa had just claimed her place as the spearhead of the operation. Fain felt the impact of the decision settle on his chest, and he let out a painful sigh. But he had to trust her, and he had to trust them. And what about us? One of the drone operators asked. We don't want to stay here with our arms crossed. That's not what we do.
3 of you will come with us,
Larissa said.
4 more of you will escort the space shuttle with the drones, and the rest will keep the remaining drones at the ready. Is that okay with you, Captain?
Seems as good a plan as any, Fain said as he nodded once. There's still space for 4 more on the shuttle. Think carefully about who else should go. If something goes wrong, you'll need a fast way out. Any ideas? Larissa stood quietly, looking at the floor.
What about a winch?
One of the drone operators said.
I've seen those things pull crates around, and they do it like they don't weigh a thing. That's it,
Eora said.
You are staying with the drones on standby. Anyone else have any other brilliant ideas that perhaps won't involve killing us on the way out? Which is the worst way to die, by the way?
The drone operator put his head down as one of his buddies hit him over the back of his head. Low chuckles could be heard coming from the rest of the drone operators.
Perhaps I can help with that,
Kaya said, silencing the room as she spoke.
Since the incident with the Acram successfully getting aboard the ship, I have been working on our interior defenses.
Multiple thuds were heard from the hallway behind Kaya, and they were getting closer. It sounded mechanical in nature, as if before every thud there was a gear spinning or hydraulics pumping. But the noises were not loud at all, more like barely audible, especially behind the closed door. The whole room stared at Kaya as she stood there unfazed.
I thought it would be best if we had some kind of contingency plan,
Kaya said as the thuds stopped.
Meet Envelen 26, the all-terrain drone. Sodenia has a total of 30 of these drones, and this is number 26.
The door behind Kaya opened, letting a nimble but rather large machine inside the room. It looked much like a spider, but with only 3 sets of legs on each side. It wasn't bulky. Its machine legs were thin, and its body was rather flat. It had some sort of white armor covering its machinery. On its back, it had what looked to be 2 large plasma cannons, but Fain wasn't sure. It's highly agile and able, quick to adapt to any situation. Kaya continued as the drone wound down in front of the group. Its rear pack can be exchanged with a variety of different packs I've prepared for different situations. In this case, I believe Anvilin 26 would serve as a fast way out of the visitor's ship. As she said that, a rail with handles and attachment points extended from behind Anvilin 26. I believe that if we get within the 15 miles required to scan the Akalina's ship, I will be able to control the drone without a problem. Will it fit in the space shuttle? Larissa asked. There are still 4 vacant seats on the ship, Kaya said. If those spots remain vacant, I believe that the 6 of you and Anvilin 26 will fit snugly on board the space shuttle. Then this is the plan, Fain said. Let's get to work. Everyone knows what to do, but be sure to treat the situation with the utmost caution. If you are doubting yourself, let us know. If you have questions, let us know. If you have an idea, let us know. This is something we haven't dealt with before. Therefore, we cannot be sure of anything. Let's hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
7. Ghosts. Aora could hardly contain herself when she began to feel Sodenia fly once again. The distinct soft hum of its core and the feedback of the giant ship cutting through the air as it exited the atmosphere made her excited. But it wasn't the roller coaster-like thrill that she was paying attention to, no. It was the sense that she was about to do something that mattered, and it mattered in a big way. She was about to make contact with the first friendly alien race to approach Earth. And this time, the people of Earth would be the ones to break the ice. Aora was mentally preparing herself for all the what-ifs she could imagine. Although she was hopeful, she knew that her guard should be up. It took Sodenia a little under an hour to reach the Okalina ship. According to the instruments on Aora's station, Fain had positioned Sodenia 13 miles away from the rectangular ship. From there, Aora began scanning the Okalina ship for any weapon signatures or anything that might pose a threat. But the scans came back clear. The ship seemed inert, almost dead. Aora, Fain's voice sounded on her bracelet. Have you started scanning the ship for weapons? Already on it, Captain, Aora said as she rescanned the ship, this time even more thoroughly, just to make sure. Okay, good, Fain said. Once you give the all-clear, head to the space shuttle in the docks to meet up with the rest of the crew. I'll leave someone scanning the ship continuously, Aora said. We can't afford not to, Fain said. How many guns do you want me to aim at the ship? Aora asked. All of them, Fain said. Once the second scan of the ship was done, Aora issued orders to her subordinates via the task manager. She had them aim all of Sodenia's cannons at the ship and had all the drone pilots on standby. Peter, you're in charge, Aora said to one of the gunners, who sat right next to her station as she stood up. Excuse me, ma'am, Peter said, as his hand began to tremble on the controls. But I'm not a senior officer. Where's Sarah or John? They are already at the docks, getting the space shuttle ready, Aora said. So is Lorenzo. All 3 of them are coming with me on our little expedition. Thank you for letting me know, ma'am, Peter said, already beginning to sweat. I'll try to do my best. If we lose contact and Fain gives you an order, Aora said as she began to walk out, no matter what it is, you follow it. No questions asked. You got that? Yes, ma'am, Peter said as he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Aora got on a pod and hurried to the docks. The away crew and an assist group were already waiting, along with all the supplies they would need for the mission. When Aora saw the space shuttle for the first time, she was disappointed. She was expecting something in the likes of Sodenia, or even one of the drones, but instead, to her, the space shuttle looked fragile, not combat-worthy at all. It had no visible weapons, and it looked like it would only take a few hits, if any. Basically, the opposite of Sodenia. Did you get everything I asked for? Aora asked, as she neared the group of people standing next to the shuttle. Yes, we have everything here, Sarah answered right away. All right, let's suit up, 1 backpack and utility belt each, Eeyore said. So, what do we call ourselves? August said, as he was getting his spacesuit on with the help of 2 others. You know, the official title that Green gave us is kind of boring. Sodenia, this is the away crew. Do you copy? Over. And what do you have in mind? Larissa asked, her spacesuit halfway on. I don't know, August said. But anything, and I mean anything, would be better than away crew. Anything? Larissa asked with a smirk. I don't know. I can think of worse. No, seriously, August said. Anything. Even if it was something as silly as banana. Sodenia, this is Banana 5. Do you copy? Over. See? It has a ring to it already. Larissa rolled her eyes, but by the looks of it, she was trying not to smile. How about you, Eora? August asked. Do you have any suggestions for our call sign? I don't know, Eora said as she finished adjusting the last bits of the suit. Our spaceship doesn't look all that inspiring. I'm almost sure that a torpedo from those ancient battleships could take it out. It looks paper thin. True, August said, but they'd have to find it first, and that would be pretty much impossible. What do you mean? Eora asked. This thing is basically like a ghost, August said, as he pointed at the fragile-looking ship. It's got a ton of stealth equipment. Even Sodenia would have a hard time finding it. Not to mention, it's fast and extremely agile. That's it, Eora said. Our call sign should be Ghost. Hey, I like the sound of that, Larissa said as she finished putting on her suit and began checking the components. Yeah, me too. Let's do it, August said, speaking into his wristband. Captain, do you hear that? Hear what? Fain answered. From here on out, August said, we'll be known as Ghost. Sounds good to me, Fain said, sounding like he was suppressing a chuckle. Eora, what the heck? August asked as he threw on his backpack. What did you put in this backpack? It's everything you need to save your skin, Eora answered, as she too threw on a large bag. The heaviest things in here are the shields. We have 3 each. Don't you think that's a bit overkill? August asked. It's always better to have something than to not have it, Eora said. I don't know about you, but I don't feel like dying today. But so many? August said. Come on, we have to get going, Larissa said. We're putting our helmets on, Eora said as she reached for her helmet. If something hits us, we won't have enough time to do it later. The ship is paper thin. Everyone did as Eora suggested and then proceeded inside the space shuttle. Already inside was the Anvilin 26, tucked into a box shape at the far end of the shuttle. August went to the pilot seat, Larissa as the co-pilot, and Eora, Sarah, John, and Lorenzo sat in the back, next to the Anvilin 26. Switching to helmet comms, August said, as the hatch behind them closed with a double lock. Closing the last hatch. There was no door or wall between the cockpit and the small passenger cargo area. Anything that August or Larissa said could easily be heard by Eora and her subordinates. Here are the coordinates for where Kaya thinks is the best point of entry into the ship, Larissa said as she worked the shuttle console. It's on the outer side of the ship. Got it, August said as he began driving the space shuttle. Heading to the Okalina ship now. Kaya, can you open the docks for me? Dock 3 is now open, Kaya said through their comms. You may proceed. It took about 5 minutes or so to get from Sodenia to the Okalina ship. No one uttered a word along the way. Sodenia's drones escorted the shuttle closely. Up close, the clean, straight walls of the visitor's ship began to show their texture, and it was anything but familiar to Eora. It moved, she was sure. Almost everywhere on its large walls, layer upon layer of almost randomly placed rectangles were moving slowly from left to right and right to left. Is that moving? Eora asked, squinting to try and get a better look through the space shuttle window. It looks that way, August said, unless I'm hallucinating the same thing as you. 700 meters in closing, Larissa said. I need everyone to focus. According to Pika, their airlock, or whatever the Okalinas call their entry point, has several similarities to our own. But we will need to get this shuttle in place before we start messing with our entry point. Nice and steady, August said as he maneuvered them into a seemingly solid part of the Okalina ship. Contact in 3, 2, 1. A subtle moment of inertia was felt, followed by the sound of the shuttle coming closer. The shuttle is now orbiting in tandem with the Okalina ship. I don't know how long the shuttle's vacuum hatch will be able to keep this up, so let's hurry and get it attached. Drones, please stand by. Keep a minimum distance. This is Sodenia's drones. Roger that. At once, Aora unlatched her harness and stood up from her seat, making her way towards the back of the shuttle. She used the rails and conveniently placed ropes to maneuver in the near zero-G environment. The rest of her subordinates followed. Are we drilling or torching? Aora asked, as she looked at the large assembly of tools in the back of the shuttle near the hatch. Pika threw in everything she could think of. Let's try drilling first, Larissa said, getting out of the cockpit to join Aora. If that doesn't work, we'll torch it. Aora grabbed the drill from the bottom shelf, and her subordinates grabbed the drill bits and the rest of the machinery needed to operate the bulky drill. They made their way to the space shuttle hatch, located under the shuttle and towards the back. Larissa was already waiting for them there. Are you ready? Larissa asked, as Aora and the others neared. Let's try it, Aora said, as she shifted the bulky drill in front of her. August, open the first hatch, Larissa said as she turned around to face the door. The hatch opened, and the group went into the airlock. Aora and the rest were all looking towards the last door, the door that would allow them to make contact with the alien ship. Aora felt a chill run down her spine as she realized that this would be the first time they would be making physical contact with an alien ship other than Sodenia. But by the time Aora had stepped foot on Sodenia, more than a century had passed since humans first discovered it somewhere in the Pacific Ocean. This time, she and the rest of the small group would be the first. Are you ready? August asked, interrupting her thoughts. We'll soon find out, Larissa said, spearheading the group. Open it. The door between the shuttle and the Ocarina ship opened, and the group made their way in, with the same door closing behind them. Larissa was the first to touch the door of the alien ship. She ran her hand across it. It looks like a regular door to me, Larissa said. Let's start drilling. Within a minute, Aora and the rest of the drilling team assembled the large drill, turned on the electromagnetic base, and began drilling near a corner of the hatch. It's drilling normally, I think, Aora called out as she operated the drill. Maybe a bit slower? I'm not sure. But drilling with a spacesuit on really sucks. It didn't take Aora and her team long to secure the 8 heavy-duty clamps to the hatch of their ship and the alien ship. Although they didn't have much zero-gravity training back on Earth, there were plenty of handles all around the airlock that lessened the difficulty of the job. As soon as they were done, they put away the cumbersome tools and stepped back into the airlock. They had to test the clamps and see if they would hold. Atmospheric pressure confirmed on the outer airlock, August said. All right, Larissa said, through her wristband as she stared out the window of the airlock door towards the alien ship. Let's put it to the test. Applying force now, August said. To truly test if the clamps Aora and her team had installed would hold up to any force they might encounter, they need to apply force to them. In that case, said force would be coming from the space shuttle's engines. It wouldn't be a whole lot of force, just enough to check. Everything checks out, August said. Come down here as soon as you can, Larissa said through the helmet's comms. Bring Anvilin 26 with you. Then she turned to face Aora and the rest. You don't happen to have any ideas on how to get their door open, do you? I mean, I have ideas, Aora said, but none of them are very good. They all involve some kind of weapon, and that might end up blowing us up in the process as well. Aora turned to the group of 3. Any ideas? How about a plasma cutter? Lorenzo said. We have one of those on the upper deck. I don't think that's the right idea, Aora said. Using a plasma cutter on what could be an unevenly pressured door sounds like it might just blow up. Anyone else? Can we try to pry it open? Sarah asked. We aren't strong enough for that, John said. I think we would have a hard time prying open even one of our own doors. August entered the airlock, and Anvilin 26 waited just outside. It was a little hard to get used to a giant spider following them around, but perhaps Aora wasn't thinking about it the right way. The spider robot wasn't an autonomous robot. Some of Kaya's mind was in the robot. The thought of Kaya controlling Anvilin 26 put Aora somewhat at ease. So, what are we doing now? August asked. Trying to open their hatch without getting blown to pieces, Aora said. Or sucked out into space, or sucked into their ship, or something along those lines. Oh, August said as he crossed his arms. Yeah, we don't want those things to happen. If we can avoid it, that'd be great. Pika, are you watching this? Larissa asked through the helmet's comms. Yeah, I'm here, Pika said through everyone's comms. Your best option is to slowly pry open their door. The opening needs to be contained until the pressure regulates. You'll need to open the exhaust vents on the last airlock to regulate any additional or negative pressure. Kaya assures me that Antlion 26 can do it. Well, at least up to 6 tons. That's all we needed to hear, Eora said. Everyone quickly made way for Antlion 26, which floated without a problem to the last airlock. Once the last airlock door closed behind it, the machine got into position. 2 of its hind legs rose to the ceiling of the hatch, latching onto nearby handles, while the 2 middle legs extended themselves to attach to handles as well. It reached out slowly to the alien ship's door with its 2 front legs, making a wedge where the doors met down the middle. We might want to get back, Eora said, reaching for a handle behind her. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, August said. The group began to make their way back into the space shuttle, holding on to whatever they could to expedite the process. Once safely inside the shuttle, or as safe as they'd ever be, considering the circumstances, they all turned to view what was happening in the last hatch through the hatch door's windows. Larissa was closest to the airlock controls, so she pressed the button to open the vents of the last airlock. That, in turn, made a red light flash on top of the last airlock door. The flashing red light meant that there was no atmosphere where Antlion 26 was. It must have emptied seconds after Larissa pressed the button. Applying pressure to the door now, Kaya said through everyone's comms. Antlion 26 began to move backwards ever so slightly. Surely it was due to the force it was applying to the door. Then, there it was, a crack in the alien's doors, but there was no explosive atmospheric exchange. At least, not that Eora was able to see. Soon, the door to the alien ship was fully open, and all Eora was able to see from her position was a long, dark corridor. She instantly knew that wasn't right. There was no airlock. Could it be that the Ocalinas did not consume oxygen? Or were they missing something? Too early to tell, but they would soon find out. I'm not detecting any atmosphere coming from the Ocalina ship, Kaya said. It suggests this was a vacuumed door. I am not meeting any further resistance from the door. I believe the door will remain open. Can these suits handle a sudden change in atmosphere? Larissa asked to no one in particular. Perhaps not an explosion type of change, Eora said. Hardly anything would be able to handle that. But I think if things get wonky in there, we'll be just fine. She checked her heads-up display for the remaining oxygen time. At least for the next 4 hours. Then let's do what we came here to do, Larissa said, pressing the button to close the vents of the airlock. As the group made their way to the last airlock, Antlion 26 began to let go of the door and handles. The alien spaceship door remained open, but there was no movement coming from within the ship. Eora was the first one to step into the dark corridor. As she did so, she reached into her backpack with her left hand and pulled out a shield shell. She pressed a button at the center of the shell. It began to float and emit a faint but visible field in front of them. She then tapped her shoulder to turn on the built-in lights of the suit and the magnetic boots. The rest of the group followed, with Antlion 26 floating right behind them. I was thinking that the boots wouldn't stick, August said, as they walked down the dark corridor. Iron is common in this universe, Larissa said. It's not the most common, but it's common enough. Though, is it me, or are our boots not sticking all that well? Yeah, same here, August said. I feel like they're barely keeping me down. About 200 meters to reach the end of the corridor, Eora said as she led the group. You know, for a ship's entrance, August said, this one is pretty jacked up. There are scratches everywhere, no proper walkway, not to mention no lights. It's almost like this is not an entrance at all. It looks like a waste disposal tunnel to me, John blurted out. The group looked at each other and began walking a lot faster. Damn it. We are in a heckload of trouble, Eora thought. We don't know if this is being used or not, or if it cycles automatically. We don't know that much about it. We have to get out of here. Now. Pika, are you seeing this? Larissa asked as they walked hurriedly. I swear, Pika said. That was the only thing on the entire ship that looked like a hatch or entry point. Antlion 26 is analyzing the ship structure as you go. I'm getting a better idea of it now. Keep us updated, Larissa said. They reached the end of the corridor, where they found another door like the one Antlion 26 had pried open. Same deal? August asked. Yeah, Eora said. Except this time, if that happens to be pressurized, we are royally screwed. Everyone, Larissa said, hold on to Antlion 26 and put a grip lock on your suit. As Antlion 26 got into position to open the door, It extended a rail with handles from its back. At once, the group took hold of the handles. As soon as everyone was holding on to the handles, the machine began to pry open the door. The force Anvilin 26 was exerting on the door was tangible through the rumbling of its body. But within seconds, the door was open, and to everyone's visible relief, the door was not pressurized. The group stood in silence as they gazed at what was beyond the door. Yet another door was visible, but this time it was different. The room was lit in a bright gray color, clean and with a few scuffs. It looked well-maintained, almost new. The opposite of the corridor they were in. Rectangles moved up and down at the seams. There was also a large tray in the middle of the room. "I get the feeling that we're getting closer," August said. "You don't say," Eeyore said. "Focus," Larissa said. Eeyore was the first to let go of Anvilin 26 and went ahead of the group with the shield already deployed. The group followed her into the lit room. As Anvilin 26 entered the room, the door closed behind it. "Is that a good thing?" August asked, turning around towards the closed door. Then, the clean door in front of them opened. Everyone stood still, turning their heads slowly towards the door. But there was no one there. The door had opened automatically. It revealed a large but empty room in front of them. The room was lit, and there were strobing lights everywhere. "Well," Larissa said, "we'll just have to take this as an invitation to come in. There's no sense in staying here anyway. Kaya, can we confirm that there's no activity on board?" "I can confirm that there is no activity on the ship as far as Anvilin 26 has scanned," Kaya said through the comms. "However, there are signs of life towards the rear center of the ship. As Anvilin 26 gets nearer, I will be able to confirm if there's any ongoing activity. Grab your shields," Larissa said as she took a step forward. "Keep your eyes open for anything that moves." "Hey, you guys," Pika said through the comms as the group made their way to the next room. "What is it, Pika?" Larissa asked. "I can't tell exactly what it is," Pika said, "but something is off in the next room. It's too minute to detect with the scans from Anvilin 26. We'll keep our eyes open," Larissa said as she faced the last door. The door opened once again on its own as the group neared the door, but this time, as the group walked into the large open space within the ship, their movements slowed. Eeyore felt as her entire body was heavier, a lot heavier. She began to feel lightheaded, and her breathing became labored. The gravity had gone from 0G to a hefty 2.75G. Her heads-up display began flashing warnings. Gravity 2.75, gravity change, excess G-forces, enable spacesuit compensation. "Why is this not automatic?" Eeyore managed as she tapped on her shoulder to enable the compensation on the spacesuit. Eeyore felt relief and restored awareness as the suit inflated internally to prevent blood from pooling in her feet and legs. The rest of the group also tapped on their shoulders to enable their gravity compensators. "Pika, how can this be a small thing?" Eeyore asked, with obvious frustration. "How?" "I told you that I couldn't tell exactly what it was," Pika said through the comms. "Is the rest of the ship the same way?" Larissa asked. "As far as we've been able to scan," Pika said, "yes, it's a constant." Knowing that they would not be able to complete the mission at 2.7 times Earth's gravity with all the extra weight they carried, she took the backpack off. The rest of the group followed suit. "At this rate, we have a lot less breathing time," Eeyore said. "Check your heads-up display." Eeyore's heads-up display marked 2 hours and 10 minutes of breathing time. She knew things would only get worse as exhaustion set in. The body would need to consume a lot more oxygen to keep up with the augmented gravity. "I knew that in scenarios like this it would decrease," Lorenzo said. "But almost 2 hours? Seems a bit much. Can we check if this thing is working correctly?" "We have to try and control our breathing," Eeyore said as she walked towards Anvilin 26, dragging her backpack. Eeyora, what are you doing?" "We'll never get anything done, or get anywhere," Eeyore said as she unlatched the rear weapon pack from Anvilin 26, "if we try to carry these." "And what will you do with the spider's cannons?" August asked. "What good is the machine if it can't carry its cannons?" "What good are we if we can't move?" Eeyore said as she struggled to move the cannons from Anvilin 26. "We have no choice but to leave them behind." "We are going to wander around an alien ship without any weapons?" August asked. "I'd much rather have a working shield than a weapon," Eeyore said. "Either we do this, or we won't be able to do anything at all. I don't know about you, but I've never heard of a weapon shielding you from fire. Anvilin, a little help, please?" With one of its hind legs, Anvilin 26 reached for its rear weapon pack and slid it off its body, removing it completely. The rear weapons pack made a solid-sounding clack when it hit the floor. "Are you sure about this?" Larissa asked. "I'm sure," Eeyore said, as she struggled to put the backpack up on Anvilin 26's rear deck. "You heard her. Let's do it," Larissa said, as she began to drag her backpack towards Anvilin 26. Soon, all 6 backpacks were on top of the machine. The group was breathing heavily after just a few movements. "This is starting to look like an impossible task," Lorenzo said. "Who would have thought that just 1.75 extra Gs would be so exhausting?" "That's because we aren't just carrying extra weight with our suits and gear," Sarah said. "Everything is heavier. Our organs, our blood. It's more difficult to breathe. Our bodies aren't used to it at all, and these suits aren't exactly lightweight." Sarah was close to giving Lorenzo a good answer, but Eeyore knew that if it weren't for their spacesuits and the G-force compensators, they would likely already be experiencing extreme fatigue and lightheadedness. Reduced blood flow, coupled with increased weight, would likely prevent their muscles from operating aerobically. Rather than burning oxygen, the muscles would have to generate energy through glycolysis, as they did during a thorough workout. Things would have felt normal for a few minutes after the person started pushing their body, but eventually it would reach a state of extreme fatigue as time passed, and it would take a few more minutes to black out. "Pika, where to now?" Larissa asked. "I don't think we have much time left." "I'm uploading a map to your heads-up display now," Pika said. "I will warn you that the map we have is incomplete," Kaya said. "We are putting it together as Anvilin 26 scans the area." They followed the map displayed in their helmets to the back of the ship and 3 floors below. Nothing stood out to Eeyore as particularly special. Everything looked sort of the same, wall after wall, hallway after hallway. Along the way, Eeyore made the decision to make everyone change their shield packs, as the ones they were operating were nearing their end. As they did so, the group groaned and protested. They were tired. "Everything is so freaking heavy," Lorenzo said. "I get the feeling that we aren't going to get to use this," August said as he played with his shield's buoyancy. Because of the augmented gravity, the shield was having problems tracking them and staying ahead of the user. "There is literally nothing here." "Don't play with that, it's not a toy," Eeyore said scornfully. "Remember that what we're dealing with is alien, meaning we don't know anything about it. What if the only reason something hasn't fired on us is because of this very shield? What if their weapons are smart enough to detect that they can't penetrate this kind of shield, and they're holding fire to conserve energy?" "Touché," August said, as he stopped playing with the drone at once. "Do you even know what that means?" Eeyore asked. "Yes," August said, narrowing his eyes. "Be quiet," Larissa said. The big change came when they neared the end of the map. They had entered a viewing deck of sorts. The walls were transparent, and from there, they could see most of the Ocarina ship above them. Even Sodenia was visible some distance away, not to mention the first-class view of Earth right below them. And it was then that they saw something they hadn't seen before. The ship had a hollow core. In fact, the majority of the ship was hollow. "What kind of ship is this?" August asked as they entered the room. "We'll figure that out later," Larissa said as she walked past August towards the console in the room. "We have bigger problems at the moment." It was easy to see what she meant. Just outside the console were 3 scattered capsules, each with a silhouette inside of it. It looks as if they had fallen from the mechanism holding them in place. All 3 capsules had a red flickering light. "That's them," Eeyore said as she carefully approached. "It has to be them." As Eeyore got closer to examine one of the capsules, she wasn't sure what to think. She was already expecting to see an alien, but in her entire life, she had only seen 2 types of alien. One was the kind depicted in movies, always humanoid with gray skin. The second, the real deal, was the Acram. But what was in front of her didn't fit either description. From what she could see through the capsule's glass, the being inside was shorter than an average human, much shorter. Its head was large and squared, with large nostrils flaring above its small, closed eyes. The trunk and limbs were stubby. The hands, if she could presume those were hands, were much larger, and it had hair, lots of hair. It reminded her of one of Earth's gorillas, but with a special twist. "These life forms are dying," Kaya said through the comms. "There's no time. We must bring them to Sodenia for our medical team to examine." "How long do we have?" Larissa asked. "It's hard to say," Kaya said. but I calculate that we have less than 22 minutes before life support in the capsules completely fails. We can't make it back to the space shuttle in that time, Eora said as she looked at her oxygen meter. It showed an hour and 30 minutes left at their current rate of consumption. It took us over 30 minutes just to get here. Even if we start running back, we'll suffocate before we get there. Larissa finished Eora's sentence. Can Anvilin 26 carry the capsules back to the space shuttle? Larissa, we can't stay here, Eora said. Larissa held up a hand, but she agreed with Eora. She was probably waiting for Kaya's response. It's likely, Kaya said through the comms. However, it's hard to say at this point. What about us, along with them? Larissa said. After all, Anvilin 26 is supposed to be our fast escape. We'll make a few adjustments, Kaya said through the comms. Anvilin 26 began shedding its white armor all around its body, only leaving the armor on its back intact, where the capsules would sit. Let's do it, Eora said. The faster we get out of here, the better. The team scrambled to get capsules on top of Anvilin 26, and within 4 minutes, with the help of the machine's strong limbs, the 3 capsules were secured. There's a problem, Kaya said through the comms as Anvilin 26 extended its rear handle rail for the group. I cannot guarantee a safe return to the spacecraft in the amount of time previously planned due to the added weight. We'll need to move slower to ensure Anvilin 26 doesn't accidentally hit an object, thus damaging itself. If we move slower, Larissa said, we won't make it in time. But if we move faster, Lorenzo said, sounding nervous, we might not make it at all. August, remember those useless shields? Eora asked. Yes, August replied, sounding unsure. I have an idea, Eora said, as she walked towards the pile of backpacks. The group followed. They deployed the rest of the unused shield around Anvilin 26 and themselves so they could move in unison with the machine as it moved through the Ocarina ship. The machine adopted a fast-paced walk, with the 3 capsules on its back and all 6 members of the group holding on to the rear rail. Make sure your hands are on lock mode, Eora said as she locked her hand to the handle. At first, the group of 6 was being dragged by the powerful machine, but as it picked up speed, their feet were no longer touching the floor. The machine bumped the wall twice on a narrow turn, but thanks to the shields, the damage was minimal. They made it to the space shuttle hatch in under 7 minutes. From here on out, it's just the 6 of you and the capsule, Kaya said through the comms as the machine came to a stop just before the last door of the hatch. What? Why? John asked. We won't fit, Eora said as she unlocked herself and let go of the machine. We'll be fine, Larissa said. There's no gravity behind this door. We'll be able to move the capsules easily. I'll have a team of medics waiting for you at the docks, Kaya said through the comms, along with another Anvilin to facilitate the situation. Pika, you should be there also, Larissa said. I get the feeling that we'll need your help. I'll be there, Pika said through the comms. Good luck. See you when you get here. 8. The message. The space shuttle made it back to Sodenia's docks with less than 5 minutes to spare. For Eora, having less than 5 minutes to spare was a little too close for comfort. So, as the space shuttle was docking, she was already standing up and getting ready to leave. Sodenia's artificial gravity was already affecting the shuttle and returning normal weight to their bodies. Going from more than double their weight to 0 and back to normal was debilitating to Eora. Now, simple movements felt like an impossible task, but she wasn't done yet. As soon as that door opens, Eora said, as she gestured towards the loading dock door at the back of the shuttle, we are moving out. Go to either side of the shuttle so the rescue crew can enter the shuttle easily and pull out the capsules. Yes, ma'am, Lorenzo said, getting up right away from his seat. The other 2 followed. Fain, Eora said through the comms, as soon as we dock, we're coming out. Just give us a few seconds to clear the shuttle. You got it, Fain said through the comms. We're standing by to help in any way we can. The shuttle came to a stop, and the rear door opened. Eora and the rest of her crew immediately ran out to the docks. There was a large group of people already waiting for them, including several medics, Pika, and some of her engineers, 5 or 6 Anvilins, and Fain. Eora went to the left of the space shuttle while her crew went to the right. She and her crew stopped running as soon as they were far enough away from the crowd. Without giving it a second thought, Eora took off her helmet and drew in a lungful of fresh air. She began sweating profusely. Her body was exhausted and her muscles were in pain, and she instantly fell to her knees. She attempted to keep removing her suit, but she couldn't. She was just too tired. She hadn't realized that she was this tired. Was it because the danger was over and the adrenaline was beginning to fade away? She looked over to the right, trying to spot her crew. She saw glimpses of them, also on the floor. Eora heard some footsteps near her, and when she looked at her surroundings, she saw a group of medics already standing there. "Ma'am," one of the medics said, as she got on her knees to talk with Eora, "we're here to help you. We'll start an assessment. Just please," Eora said, trying to catch her breath. "Please, help me take off this stupid suit." She felt like she couldn't move because of it, and she wanted it off. "Yes, ma'am," the nearby medic said. "If anything hurts, please let us know." Eora nodded as the group of medics went to work on her suit. The medics expertly took off the spacesuit, leaving only the liquid cooling and heating ventilation garment on. "Thank you," Eora said once they were done. "We'll take your vitals now," the medic said. "No," Eora said, looking intently towards the group of people near the shuttle. She was waiting for the alien capsules to be brought outside. "That can wait. We have bigger problems at the moment." Eora gestured towards the anvilin that was dragging out one of the capsules. Eora knew that opening those capsules wouldn't be an easy task. It was alien technology that they were dealing with, technology that they knew nothing about. They had Pika and Kaya, but would that be enough? Could they figure out a way to open the capsule before the time ran out? Eora had paid attention to the Ocarina ship, and it was much different than anything she had seen before. The situation looked bleak. "How much time do we have?" Eora asked through her wristband. "Less than 3 minutes," Fain answered. Eora began running a mental list of all the weapons on board Sodenia. She wanted to find something, anything, that could possibly help open the capsules, but she quickly realized that there was nothing that would open the capsules without toasting what was inside. She looked over to the nearest capsule and saw Pika on her knees with a flashlight in her hand, going through the torn wires and mechanisms on one side of the capsule. Pika looked frustrated and was moving a lot faster than she should. Kaya, in her android body, was inspecting the capsule. Fain was standing there, watching, unmoving. "This is not going to work," Pika's voice came in. "I don't think I'll be able to figure this out in time. I'm now taking ideas." "Eora," Fain said through the wristband, "do you have anything? Any ideas?" Then it dawned on her. What if she was looking for the solution to the problem in the wrong place? What if the solution was much simpler than trying to understand the technology or blowing the capsules to pieces? "Have the anvilin pry it open," Eora said, suddenly reanimated. The crowd moved away from the capsules, and the anvilin moved in. There were 2 anvilins per capsule, but even then, the capsules remained closed. "Anything else?" Fain asked, through the wristbands. "I don't think the anvilins have enough power to open these things." Eora took a deep breath. The only reason we were able to pry open the airlock in the Ocarina ship was because there was no latch in place or anything of that sort, Eora thought. We would have a much harder time if there was one. To generate momentum on an inert object that has no play would be extremely taxing on any machinery. Hydraulics could do it. Perhaps Pika already thought of that, but it'll be slow. Rockets might be able to, but it would be extremely reckless inside the ship. There has to be something else. Think, Eora, think! Then the solution became pretty obvious. "Bring me a heavy-duty deployable shield," Eora said, struggling to get up. Her feet felt shaky and her knees weak. "Make that a few." Eora made her way to the nearest capsule, catching her breath as she did so. As she walked, she saw an anvilin speeding down Sodenia's docks, carrying what she had asked for. She tried to run, but her body wouldn't let her. When Eora got to the first capsule, she was winded and gasping, but she went to work on her plan all the same. She knew that seconds would make a difference, and whatever the outcome might be, it would have a large impact on humanity. "What do you need us to do? Talk to me," Pika said, once Eora got within earshot. "Let us know what you have in mind. Grab a shield," Eora said, trying to catch her breath and grabbing a deployable shield. "Set the timer to 5 seconds, wedge it in between the anvilin's arms and run away. But make sure the front is facing towards the capsule." "Remind me which part is the front again?" Pika said as she picked up the shield. "I just need to make sure." "It's the pointy part," Eora said as she made her way between the 2 anvilins, attempting to pry open the capsule. "Got it," Pika said. "Everyone get clear," Fain said, as he too grabbed a shield and ran to the farthest capsule. "Kaya, we might need your help. Get ready to catch." They all stood clear, with only the anvilins and the capsules remaining. Seconds later, As the shields attempted to deploy themselves, the sound of metal ripping and shattering thundered in the docks, and the capsule lids flew into the air, along with some of the Anvilin's limbs. But before the large debris and capsule doors fell to the floor, there were other Anvilins in place to catch them. The medics rushed to the capsules, one of them yelling, "They're alive, but we need to go to the medical bay, now."
9. Galactic Matters. Sa'avan Saliospec, the highest-ranking leader of the Acram's Golden Armada, made his way towards the Great Hall of Sumer, the place where only the greatest of the military leaders and governing bodies of the Acram met. His official title was that of Noble. He was well respected down the Acram ranks, and was often considered one of the greatest warriors still alive. He walked down the halls slowly, taking his time. He was early for the meeting, as he always was to any military event. The hallways of Sumer were mostly open in all directions, except for the floor below their feet. A protective but clear barrier shielded anyone that wandered the halls from the elements outside. The hallways were disconnected from the main structure, aside from a few smaller hallways that were the exception. The Acram didn't mind walking more than necessary, as they hardly got to do so. They were proud of the beauty of the Acram home planet, Acrania, and all its moons, like the one Sumer was located on. But not all was good with Sa'avan. He was getting tired of the endless war his civilization had declared on the galaxy. He felt guilty. He felt responsible for so much death and destruction. A lifetime of endless combat was beginning to take a toll on him.
They, the leaders of the Acram,
Sa'avan thought as he walked.
They, the great ones, the elder ones, the leaders of the Acram world. Who are they to the galaxy? Who are we? Why must we be the ones to save the galaxy? And can you call it saving at all? At the current cost, an exorbitant amount of lives are being lost, destroyed, forgotten with every sector we conquer. Is this really the destiny of the Acram? Will this continue being our way of life? Who are these leaders who decide how our children will be raised, without play, without a life outside the military? No. This is not who we were meant to be. This was not meant to be our place in the galaxy.
Anger and impotence filled Sa'avan's body. He felt the rage consume him. He wanted things to change. Ma'ira, a ranking leader of the Acram army, turned into the same hallway he was walking in. She was one of the few who were soon to become nobles, and already she wielded the right to attend the meetings of war.
"Early, as always, noble Sa'avan,"
Ma'ira said, as she waited for Sa'avan to walk by her.
"Is everything all right? You seem a bit out of sorts, but then again you are the highest noble. Are you ready for today?"
"Everything is as it should be," Sa'avan said, as they began walking together, trying to hide his emotions. Now his pace was normal, matching Ma'ira step by step.
As far as today goes, I don't have much choice in the matter. When do we have a say in the matter? These meetings are held with complete disregard for our time.
"Don't be that way, noble Sa'avan,"
Ma'ira said.
"The elders have always known what's best for the Acram, what's best for our people. Look at how far we've come. We've conquered the galaxy as far as the Builder's home world. We are so close to achieving our goal. You are a noble, the highest noble. You should know this better than everyone else."
To have the rank of noble was one of the highest achievements a planet-born Acram could dream about. It was next to impossible to receive a higher rank than noble. The elders and the governing bodies were all chosen from birth, from the same bloodline. It was also usual for them to live up to 7 times longer than the average Acram.
"There is nothing noble about what we do,"
Sa'avan said heavily.
"We kill, we slaughter, we destroy worlds, we destroy civilizations,
We conquer whoever is lucky enough to survive. What is noble about that? It might not be noble to them, Ma'ira said, with a more serious tone, but it's noble to our people. The great sacrifices a noble makes throughout his lifetime to achieve absolute victory. A lifelong dedication to military perfection is viewed as noble to our people, the only people that should matter, in this galaxy and the next. Sa'avan knew from the start that Ma'ira wouldn't listen. He wouldn't be getting anywhere with her. She was too loyal to the Acram cause. He knew that she was still aspiring to become a noble, and now she was close to attaining it.
I'll ask you, Sa'avan said. Is it noble when one of our own dies trying to be freed from the great Acram military, or when someone seeking to live a normal life on Acrania gets executed in front of their family?
Our cause is noble, Ma'ira answered. If the person is born with military genes, then they should do whatever they can to advance our great cause. If not, they would be betraying us all, and they should die.
So,
Sa'avan shook his head and continued,
killing for the sake of one's beliefs is noble.
Yes, Ma'ira said. I will never hesitate to carry out our legacy or what I believe in.
That's good to know,
Sa'avan said, as they approached the great hall. He could see that they would be the first ones there.
I do have one question for you. You don't have to answer it right now. Perhaps later, when you are sure of your answer.
Of course. What is it, noble Sa'avan?
When you die,
Sa'avan said seriously,
would you like to die alone? Far from home, far from your bloodline? Would you be content and pleased with what you've accomplished?
Ma'ira pressed her lips together as they walked. Sa'avan knew he had struck something inside of her that made her think. Whether it was good or bad, he didn't know yet, but he was sure that he would find out. The concept of death was not really talked about in the Acram culture. Even as they died, the Acram simply assumed they had died with honor, and they felt content to have served the Acram cause. It didn't help that the Acram often thought of themselves as invincible and undying.
We Acram,
Sa'avan said,
rarely think about these things. I am just trying to organize my thoughts.
He was lying, and he knew that his lie wouldn't go unnoticed by her. But he also knew that she had no way to know what exactly he was lying about. When the Acram spoke to each other, feelings and the exact meaning of words were also communicated through their language. That part of the language was called Onkrius. It was the default language while not at war. If they spoke in the tongue of the ancients, the tongue of war, known as Akro, their language turned into a weapon. The ancient language was long ago prohibited anywhere in Aisumer, due to accidents that happened during heated debates. Looks like we are the first ones here, Ma'ira said, in an obvious attempt to change the subject.
They will be here shortly,
Sa'avan said.
We are not that early.
The great hall was a large open space, with clear walls that let the beauty of the surrounding landscape through. Sa'avan had seen other worlds in person, other planets and moons, but nothing was quite as pleasing to the eye as this moon. There were curved bridges that extended as far as the eye could see. Almost everything was covered in the glint of the crystal stones that grew everywhere. The great hall was equally as beautiful, with intricate designs everywhere, depicting the Akram's greatest battles. At the center of the room there was a dais, not high off the ground, perhaps just a step or two. There the elders would usually gather to talk with their nobles and ranking members. 3 other nobles, accompanied by 4 high-ranking leaders of the Golden Armada, entered the great hall. One of the nobles was Talorne, the one Acram that hated Sa'avan more than anyone else in their ranks, at least as far as Sa'avan knew. Amongst nobles, the highest-ranking member was the one who had been in the most battles.
Sa'avan led the noble ranking by a large margin, a margin that Talorne could never hope to overcome in his lifetime. He had been in countless wars, had seen thousands of civilizations fall under the Acram's might. Sa'avan knew that most recently Talorne had gained another reason to hate him, as he had ordered Talorne to let one of the fleeing Ocalinus' ships go, the same ship that Talorne's war cruiser was in pursuit of and about to destroy.
"If it isn't the greatest noble of them all,"
Talorne said, with his hands wide open.
"Noble Sa'avan, the be-all and end-all of nobles, the one we look up to, admire, and must obey. Of course, this meeting would not be taking place without you, the highest noble in our great Golden Armada."
Sa'avan did not react to any of Talorne's taunts. It was as if he had never entered the hall.
"And who else do we have here?"
Talorne said, as he walked towards the two. The rest of the group followed behind him.
"That's right. Ma'ira, the great slayer, and probably the only person in this room who thinks Sa'avan should be the highest of the nobles."
"Noble Talorne," Ma'ira said, narrowing her eyes. "I can think of one Acram who doesn't deserve the title of noble at all. You should think of a different title, a title better suited to the likes of you."
"What did you say?"
Talorne asked between gritted teeth.
"Say that again. I dare you, you low-ranking. That's enough,"
Sa'avan said, in a stern and audible voice that echoed in the great hall. Talorne fell silent and did not advance from his spot. He was visibly fuming in anger, clenching his fists. Sa'avan knew, if it weren't for the Acram code, a fight would have erupted, and surely it would have been to the end.
"There will be no discussions of any sort until the elders get here,"
Sa'avan said, as he walked towards the dais in the middle of the room. Ma'ira also made her way towards the dais and stopped right beside Sa'avan. The other high-ranking leaders of the Golden Army also neared the podium, but stood a few body lengths away, while Talorne stood in place.
"Only a child allows himself to be hurt by simple words,"
Sa'avan thought.
"A wrongly cultivated ego will often suffer the hurt of words. But cultivate an ego based on how you see yourself, and simple words will never touch it."
The Acram elders, surrounded by a large crowd of governing bodies from the Acram's home planet, entered the great hall. Sa'avan tried to see who he recognized, and as he did so he counted them. There were 17 governing bodies and all 4 elders. He recognized most of the governing bodies that accompanied the elders, except for 1 or 2 new faces. The elders looked much younger than those that surrounded them, even though they were 5 times as old. As they neared the dais, the elders were the only ones who stepped foot on the low platform. The rest encircled the dais.
"Let the discussion begin,"
Wendia said, as she raised her hand and then slowly lowered it.
"I will go first,"
Thromos said, with a stern voice, as he looked directly at Sa'avan.
"I understand that a noble,"
he cried the word noble,
"took deliberate action to let a rebel Ocalinus ship pass by our blockade. Is that a true statement, noble Sa'avan?" "It is, Your Eminence,"
Sa'avan added without looking down.
"Why?"
Thromos asked, prolonging the word.
"This is punishable by no less than death."
Sa'avan was ready to die. And if he were going to die, he would at least take half the room with him, starting with Talorne. But he knew that it wouldn't come to that, at least not in front of the elders. They were smart enough not to take that risk.
"It was a way to teach the builders a lesson,"
Sa'avan said.
"Your Eminence." What lesson could be as valuable as your life?
Thromos asked.
Noble Sa'avan. That no matter what they do,
Sa'avan said,
no matter how much they try to help the next civilization over, they will all meet the same fate at the hands of the Acram's Golden Armada. One ship won't be enough to change the tide of what we have in store for the humans. It would hardly make a difference, Your Eminence. You are aware that the Okalinis called themselves the Great Builders, are you not?
Thromos said, in a condescending tone.
And are you aware that the next civilization over, as you call it, is in possession of a Harian warship? The same ship we have sought throughout half the galaxy? I am aware,
Sa'avan continued.
but it doesn't matter how great their ships or their talents are. They will make no difference to the Golden Armada. Let this lesson be shown to the galaxy. Civilizations can unite all they want, but it will all end the same way, Your Eminence. Let us not go in pursuit of those who try to defy our rightful position in the universe.
As always,
Wendia said in a more soothing voice.
Sa'avan is just thinking about the future of the Acram. But I must say, I notice an uneasiness in you. Perhaps even contempt. The Acram cannot lie to one another.
That's what you think,
Sa'avan thought.
but I've gotten quite good at it over the past dozen wars or so, and it's only going to get better.
He smiled internally.
I'm still shaken up over an earlier encounter with the fellow noble,
Sa'avan said, and half of that was true. He was more than shaken. He was furious.
Remember that we are all Acram,
Wendia said.
We all fight for the same cause.
We will be watching you closely,
Thromos said, looking directly at Sa'avan. Surely he was trying to figure out if he was lying or not.
Moving on from unpleasantries,
Anena said, as she took a step forward out of the elder group.
Let's discuss the real motive for this gathering. Our Golden Armada will set out once more.
She gestured behind her to point at the massive wall of ships gathering behind her. As the ships fell into formation, the blaze of the nearby star glistened on the battleships, heavy cruisers, and dreadnoughts, turning them gold.
1,000,001 ships at our disposal. The best ships, the best pilots, our most brilliant tacticians, our deadliest weapons, our Golden Armada.
Even after a lifetime of seeing the Golden Armada, Sa'avan had yet to get used to the mesmerizing appearance of the ships, forming an ocean-like wall in space. The sizes of the ships ranged from giant dreadnoughts to large battleships, to slightly smaller but still powerful six-limbed cruiser ships. Intertwined between these giants were thousands of medium-sized frigates. It was a sight to behold. Entire civilizations had surrendered at the mere sight of it.
We will send our Golden Armada,
Anena said, as she began walking around the dais,
to eradicate the new menace that has risen in the galaxy, the human race. Somehow they have gotten hold of a Harian ship, and they have turned it against us. As rulers of this galaxy, we do not condone their actions, and we must not allow this sort of behavior to popularize, to infect the remaining galaxy that we have yet to conquer. I agree,
Wendia said.
The time to act is now.
Ara, the elder in the back, said.
Even if decimation of that sector of the galaxy might be the outcome, we will act, and we will conquer. Send out the Golden Armada,
Thromos said. Almost everyone in the room erupted in cheers. Sa'avan stood quietly, and so did Telorne.
Wait!
A voice boomed through the cheering.
Wait! I demand it.
Everyone turned to face Telorne, who was standing on the outskirts of the crowd. He was visibly angry, with creases showing around his face and tension rippling through his body.
Wait!
Telorne shouted once more.
Your Eminence, and great leaders of the Acram. This better be of importance,
Thromos said.
How can you reward such behavior?
Telorne said.
How can you even allow it, Your Eminence? I suggest that you do not question the Elder's orders,
Windia said as she took a step forward.
Question? No, no,
Telorne said, half laughing.
It's beyond question at this point. You clearly favor the so-called highest noble. You bend to his will. You seem weak next to him. The Elder Order is weak, non-existent at this point. You might as well just let us do what we please. All my life, I've been taught that we have one simple task, and that is to follow orders without question. Noble Sa'avan's orders were quite simple: to destroy any Okelinus ship that tried to leave. And yet he disobeyed that order. I demand punishment.
He gritted his teeth.
It's the Acram way. Noble Telorne,
Windia said.
You are one word away from being stripped of your rank and sent to the abyss. You are no one to demand anything from the Acram elders. Yes, I agree,
Telorne said with spite.
I have never been anyone of importance to the Acram cause. I am just a number. And I am now making peace with the fact that I will only ever be just a number. At least as long as Noble Sa'avan is alive. I will never amount to anything more than just a number.
Telorne's words were filled with hatred, fear, and the intent to kill. That much was clear. Sa'avan turned to face Telorne.
Combat is prohibited here. Call the guards,
Windia said.
Have Telorne removed from the Eye Sumer. We will deal with him later. I have a better idea,
Telorne said as he crouched.
Why don't I deal with the problem myself?
He hesitated for a second. Then he launched at Sa'avan.
Your limbs are broken,
he said, switching to Acro, the tongue of war. Sa'avan was already running towards Telorne, trying to negate the effects of the Acro tongue. Nearby, high-ranking leaders all yelled in pain as their limbs broke. They began falling to the floor or leaning on each other. Telorne launched himself towards Sa'avan.
Die,
he said in Acro, again disobeying the rules of the Eye Sumer. Sa'avan felt something tear in his insides. It was as if someone had squeezed and pulled his organs. He screamed in pain as he ran. He pressed on with firm conviction. It was clear what he had to do, and he was going to accomplish the task at hand no matter the cost. As they neared each other, Telorne tried to grab hold of Sa'avan, but he was no match for Sa'avan's experience and skill. Using his momentum, Sa'avan jumped out of the way and passed Telorne, twisting his body as he did so, but not before grabbing hold of Telorne's head. There was a loud crack as Sa'avan twisted and pulled before letting go. A muffled thud was heard as the limp body fell to the floor. Sa'avan gasped for air. It was hard to breathe, and he felt pressure inside his chest. His insides burned with excruciating pain, but he did not complain. "Get the recovery team up here, now!" Ma'aira yelled out.
A true noble stands before us,
Wendia said in a loud enough voice for everyone in the room to hear above the commotion.
He will be the one to lead our golden armada to victory.
Sa'avan turned his head towards Wendia and looked at each of the elders, one by one.
Ma'ira waited for the elders to arrive at the steps of the ancient statues of Acrania. This was the place where most of the noble rituals took place. She was absorbed by the feeling that she would finally become what she had been working towards all her life. The statues were large depictions of the founders of Acrania after the darkness. There were 3 statues. The 2 to the side held different ancient Acram weapons, while the one in the middle held a chart. The statues were at least 10 times the size of Ma'ira. Behind the statues was the Temple of Knowledge, where the elders were conducting the first steps of the noble ceremony. It's finally going to happen, Ma'ira thought. I will gain the title of noble before my name. I'm about to achieve one of the greatest honors in the history of Acrania. I'll be part of the Golden Armada and get to command my own fleet. I wonder how many ships will be at my disposal. How many warriors? Though, isn't it too soon for me to become a noble? I still have many battles to win before I can become a noble. Ma'ira's enthusiasm began to plummet, as she suspected that there was something else behind her sudden elevation in rank. Rage began to take over. As the elders came out from the temple, she tried to brush aside her feelings. She needed to focus. "We gather here," Thromos said, with a grandiose tone as he spread out his arms, "to elevate a brave Acram warrior to the highest of ranks." Ma'ira bowed her head. "But first," Thromos said, his voice now flat, "there's an important matter to discuss. It is early to award you the rank of noble, but a special assignment should more than make up for it. That is, if you can pull it off." I knew it. I knew there was something else, Ma'ira thought, as she attempted to control her temper. But there is nothing I can do, nothing I should do. These are our great elders, the ones who know best, the ones who are leading us to victory. Perhaps there being something else might make me all the more special. Whatever they want from me, I'll do it. No matter what it is, I will not taint the noble name. "There's a noble amongst the Golden Armada who concerns us," Iral said. "We suspect this noble has gone insane with power and is no longer fit to be the highest of the nobles. If you should find the slightest hint of betrayal towards us, kill him where he stands. If you should accept this, we will proceed with the ceremony." "I accept it, with great honor," Ma'ira said as she stooped to the floor. "Perhaps, someday, you will take his place," Thromos said. "Let the noble ceremony begin."
The Builders. It had been 2 days since the Ocolinus rescue, and things had slowed down a bit for Fain on board Sodenia. There was no rescue in progress, no aliens attacking Earth, and no end-of-the-world crisis, at least in the next hour or 2. That much he knew. Fain wanted to clear his mind, perhaps even to feel normal again, before entering another meeting with the Ocolinus. And there was nothing better to make someone forget reality than a good old book. He read while leaning back on his comfortable desk's chair in his quarters. He had read this book several times before, and he didn't mind reading it once more. He had always admired how close the author had gotten to the actual reality of how things in space would be. With hot coffee and cinnamon cookies, he devoured the book, turning page after page with the same enthusiasm as the first one. It's hard to find good sci-fi books nowadays, Fain thought as he read. Authors often prefer to write about the past instead of the future, since we are in the future and all that crap. After all, what else was there to write about? We've already got the hover cars and all that. We've been to Mars. Nanotech is boring. And the idea of a utopia is nice, but no one would really read it. If only the old great authors had known what kind of mess we'd be in. When he finished the book, he placed the closed book on the edge of his desk and leaned back against the office chair, escaping reality for just a few more minutes. No sense in prolonging the inevitable, Fain murmured as he got up from his chair and stretched. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to balance his body and mind. Fain often did this when he needed to bring out the best in himself, and a meeting with an alien civilization demanded that much at least. The meeting with the Ocalinas was an open meeting for anyone on board to attend, although the room they were in could hold no more than 11 people. However, this would be the first fully coherent meeting they would have with the Ocalinas. Prior to this meeting, they had only managed to be conscious for mere minutes at a time. But thanks to Kaya and Pika's hard work in collaboration with the Ocalinas, they had managed to make the room where the aliens stayed comfortable enough. As of last night, the Ocalinas were able to remain awake and alert for long periods of time. Fain wanted to meet with the flight crew before the meeting. He wanted to know what they thought. No, not what they thought. Rather, he needed their advice. "Kaya, patch me through to Lepa," Fain said through his wristband. Lepa was an acronym for Larissa, Eora, Pika, and August that Fain had made up in the moment. "Right away," Kaya said. Line opened. He was surprised that Kaya didn't hesitate to connect him with them, even though he had just made the acronym up. Either she knows me well or she is beyond smart, Fain thought. Or both. It could also be that the acronym is quite obvious. After all, I do communicate with them the most often. "Can you meet me at the bridge?" Fain asked. As the flight crew responded, Fain made his way to the bridge. He took his time, but not too long to get there. He gave himself just enough time to have a few extra thoughts. At least now we know that we are not alone in the universe. Fain thought, that's for sure. But what are we going to do now? Should we just blindly follow? What if that's not the right thing to do? What if being their allies will actually hurt us instead of helping us? But if we don't follow, we might just be hurting ourselves. Ugh, what a mess we are in. We need to make sure that whatever we do follows the natural course for humanity, and that the Ocalinas are only aiding our efforts. It needs to make sense for us to go along with anything they say. We shouldn't take any more blind leaps. We need to find out everything we can about them. But at the same time, I need to be more positive. There's still a chance we can face whatever is coming and survive. Even if the outcome looks infinitesimally small, there's still a chance. I need to keep hold of that feeling no matter the cost. As he walked onto the bridge, Lepa were already waiting for him by the center console. "Officer on deck," Larissa yelled and saluted as Fain entered the room. The 20 or so flight crew members on the bridge got up from their consoles and saluted. This was the one thing Fain hated about being captain, as he always felt he didn't deserve such a title. In his heart, he was only a pilot. "At ease," Fain said, half saluting back. Everyone immediately returned to their consoles, except for Lepa. "Took you long enough," August said with a half smile on his face. "Captain." "Just wanted to make sure you were all here," Fain said, as he neared the center console. "So, what can we do for you?" August asked. "It's about the meeting with the Ocalinas," Fain said. "Green and Truman will be joining us, and this is the first time that we'll have a heading on what to do next. What I wanted to get from each one of you is just that. Can we trust them? Better yet, should we?" "I don't see why not," August said. "I mean, they came this far just to help us. Are we just not going to trust them?" "No," Larissa said. "It's much more complicated than that." "Oh, how so?" August asked. "We don't know for sure what happened," Larissa said. "And chances are that we won't know for sure until the Golden Armada shows up, if it shows up." "Wait," August said. "Are you saying they could be part of the Acram subspecies?" "No," Larissa said. "I wouldn't go as far as that, but if they hadn't shown up, we would never have known about them or the Akram's Armada. In our minds, it was all over." "That's not entirely true," Fain said as he crossed his arms. Kaya knew about the Armada threat from the Hurrian archives. Granted, it was only after she was prompted to look for it by the Ocalinas ship. "So," Eora said, "what you're saying is that them being here changes things. Plainly said, we don't know if their presence here is good for us or not." "From what I've pieced together so far," Pika said, "they escaped a world that was just about to become a subspecies of the Acram. They had ships on their tail, and they came here to Earth. Sounds like they are bringing the fight to us once again. Without them, the Acram wouldn't have visited Earth again until 1 or 10 or 100 years from now. Now they are sure to come sooner.
Oh, I get it, August said. But if the Golden Armada is real, and if the Acram are the conquerors of the galaxy, then they would show up at our door regardless. And who can say whether if we were given a little extra time, we would be ready for them or not?
You have a point, Fain said. The question is, what would we have done without the Ocalinas coming here? ESAF would have gained control once again, Larissa said. Eventually, the world would have voted to move forward with the strengthening of Earth's defenses, probably. Build more ships, perhaps a shield or two, and heavily armed solar system outposts. But how soon would we have gotten there?
Everyone turned to look at Pika.
I'm not sure,
Pika said.
It depends on the size of the ships, and there's a lot we still don't understand about Sodenia. But say that we figured it out as we built a replica, given the sheer size, materials, and tech we would need, I'd say about 40 years. We'd eventually get better after the first one, and maybe we could build another ship in 10, and that's if we had an unlimited budget. We are talking about trillions upon trillions here. Just from the money alone we would fail, Larissa said. The governments of the world wouldn't do it. The people of the world wouldn't do it, even if it meant saving their own skin.
We don't know that, Fain said. But what we do know is that we barely survived the last time they were here. 1 or 2 ships, 5 or 10, would hardly make a difference. If the Golden Armada is anything like what they say it is, we're helpless.
The Ocalinas said that they came here to help,
August said. So let them help. There's nothing wrong with helping, is there?
You know,
Fain said.
You are right. If they came here to help, we'll let them help us.
Fain felt the clarity return to his mind. Now that he had put all of his doubts out there for Leppa to talk over, he felt much better about the situation. The human mind can become weak if left all to itself. The observing room, next to the medical bay in front of where the Ocalinas were situated, had filled up. Kaya and Leppa were there. The ranking officers of Sodenia were also there, and Colonel Green and General Nicholas M. Truman had joined the group through a floating communication orb projecting an image of each of them. Fain was the last one to walk into the full room. There wasn't a seat left, not even for him. Aside from Fain, Kaya was the only other one standing up. She was standing next to the communication sphere off to the side of the room. Plenty of officers and members of the flight crew offered their chairs to Fain after they saluted, but he wasn't planning on sitting down.
I'm happy to see that you are feeling better,
Fain said, as he stood at the center of the room, directing his voice into the translator on the glass.
It feels almost as if we are on our own ship,
Elenon said.
We are grateful for your engineers, Pika and Kaya. Without their hard work, this meeting would not be possible.
General Truman, Colonel Green, fancy seeing you here, Fain said, turning to the communication orb, trying to lighten up the mood in the room.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, this is a perk that comes with the job of trying to keep Earth safe, Truman said. It's good to be here.
General Truman, Colonel Green,
Fain said, gesturing toward the Ocalinas behind the glass divider.
This is Elenon Cyril Lanka, Firmins Itomo, and Ermistal Tal-Al.
Fain had worked hard to memorize their names.
It is our pleasure to meet you,
Elenon said, as all 3 of the Ocalinas bowed.
The pleasure is all ours,
Truman said. It feels rather nice to be in a situation with an alien race where we are not trying to kill each other.
Indeed it does,
Elenon said, attempting to smile, but his face looked menacing and not at all nice. Too many muscles in his face moved at the same time.
Elenon,
Fain said as he coughed, trying to interrupt the smile. If you could please tell them. He gestured towards the communication orb, and then everyone sitting behind him. What you told me when you first had the ability to.
Very well,
Elenon said, as he took a step towards the glass divider.
Our civilization, the Okalinas, the great builders, is in direct negotiations with the Acram over immediate and unconditional surrender. It's just a matter of time before we become an Acram subspecies and begin serving them, fighting their wars, building their ships, and so on.
Elenon paused. He looked short of breath. Fearmans continued for Elenon.
When the Okalinas heard of the victory that took place in this sector of the galaxy, an investigation ensued. Pulling considerable resources, we sent probes to observe and absorb what had just taken place. We were able to see for ourselves that this planet had indeed survived an Acram battle fleet. We knew that we must act, for this does not often happen. There's only one other account that we know of where the Acram battle fleet has lost, and that was at the hands of the now extinct Hurrian race.
Fearmans paused, and she looked towards the last of them, who had yet to speak.
The Okalians' elders,
Ermestol said,
surreptitiously put together a plan to send one of our best ships to aid against the Akram's unquestionable retribution. 6 ships set out to your planet, but only we made it.
Ermestol paused, but he was clearly intending to continue.
As selfless as our actions may seem, they are not entirely so. We must speak the truth. We came here to help, to offer the best of our race, so that your kin can have a better chance against the Akram's infamous Golden Armada. However small the difference we make is, it is still in your favor.
He paused again, this time trying to catch his breath, but it was clear that he wanted to continue.
We do so in the hopes of standing up to the Golden Armada. We do so in the hopes of winning, and we do so in the hopes that someday you will help us recover our homeworld from the grasp of the Acram conquerors. That is our deal.
A deal, Fain thought. I haven't thought about the possibility of them coming all the way over here with a deal in mind, but it makes total sense. Why would they help us and risk so much for nothing in return? Reward is the primary motivator when it comes to being in a dark place. I guess that if we do somehow manage to win, more like survive, the least we can do is try to help. But this is going to escalate things with Truman that much more. He is not going to take the responsibility lightly, not to mention the opposition. Even if ESAF operates independently, we are still a part of Earth's government, right?
We are not a fighting species,
Elenon said.
There is no war in our veins. We have no sense of conquest or fighting. We don't train for war, to fight. We are a peaceful race. Humans, on the other hand, managed to defeat an entire Acram battle fleet with just one ship. That is quite unheard of. Better said, it has not happened in our history. Now imagine what you could do with hundreds of ships at your disposal.
If I may ask, Truman said. Elenon raised his hand and lowered it. It was the equivalent of a human nod, Fain thought.
Will there be more of your ships coming this way?
Truman asked.
It will be only us,
Elenon said.
Perhaps I should explain further. You see, although we know nothing of war, we know everything about building. Hence the name, the Great Builders. Ermestol and Fearmans specialize in one thing, building starships. We aren't just any builders. We are probably the greatest shipbuilders our world has seen. But sadly, we are also the only ones left. The rest of the star builders were on board the 5 other ships that were destroyed by the Acram on the way here. Eventually, more star builders will rise within our world, but for now, we are it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Truman said, but a ship the size of Sodenia, the size of your ship, would take decades to build. We've had Sodenia for a very long time now, hundreds of years, and we haven't gotten close to being able to replicate it. We've made ships, spacecrafts, carriers, but nothing like this ship, And from what I hear, the Golden Armada is vast. I fear that we will not be able to build an army fast enough to stand up to the Acram's top card.
There are 1,000,001 ships in the Golden Armada,
Elanon said. Fain felt the room caving in on him. His back felt heavy and his body tense when he heard those impossible odds. The room also fell silent. Everyone was completely still, almost as if their breathing had stopped.
But you are also underestimating our worth,
Elanon continued.
You see, our ship is capable of building and even replicating existing ships. And it can do it fast, in space, for that was its purpose. That's what we created it for.
Can it build on a planet, and how fast? Truman asked. Are we talking about a few years? Maybe a year?
Our ship, the Varion Vastios,
Elanon said, gesturing towards the direction he thought his ship was in,
was not designed for that. Even if we can retrofit it, it cannot build from the planet's surface, as the atmosphere of the planet will cause too many delays in the cooling of the materials, not to mention possible hazards with our building equipment. There might be what you humans call a vast explosion. But the Varion Vastios can build almost as fast as the materials are supplied when in space. Of course, our ship is currently in need of repairs. We believe we can resolve all its problems within one of your cycles. However, I do have to emphasize that we don't have much time.
How long do we have? Truman asked with a grim tone.
We made our run towards your home planet with just a few cycles after we heard of your victory,
Ermestall said.
It took us 14 Aliens to get here. We believe the Golden Armada may be faster, but they are also further away from your homeworld than ours. We estimate that the Acram may be here in as little as 15 Aliens.
I believe 2.3 Aliens equals one of Earth's months, Kaya said.
Thank you for that,
Ermestall said.
We are still quite unfamiliar with your measurements of time.
The mood in the room dropped to an abysmal low. It was easy to see that no one thought they could possibly raise a fleet of ships that could stand up to such odds in little more than 6 months. Fain saw Colonel Green looking at him through the floating orb. There was something about the way that Green looked at him that made Fain remember why they were here, why all of this started, and then something inside Fain clicked. He knew that he wasn't going to let humanity fade into obscurity without a fight, and a damn good fight at that. They had already beaten the odds once before. They had done the impossible. It'll be enough, Fain said, then looked at Kaya, hoping that she understood that he was going to need her help soon. Kaya nodded. Last time the Acram came around, we didn't get a chance to prepare, to plan, to stock up. Now we have 6 months. Imagine what we can do with 6 months of full preparations. We'll build as many ships as we can. We'll strategize. And we will come up with a plan. What we aren't going to do is let this overwhelm us or bog us down. There's always a chance, and we are taking it. The room's mood shifted once again. Fain saw hope in some of the faces in the room. You can build ships as fast as we can supply materials, right? Fain asked, turning sideways to face the Yokaleans.
There's a little more to it than that,
Elanon said.
But the spirit of your statement is correct.
The room turned quiet for a second or two. So it's simple. We just need to figure out a way to provide the materials, Fain thought. Who am I kidding? It's never that simple. There's always something that's missing, or that we are just not thinking of. But there's a problem with that. Let's say that Sodenia is, in fact, capable of bringing a huge payload of materials into space and can make the round trip several times a day. That would be horribly taxing on the ozone layer, especially with a ship the size of Sodenia. There must be another way. Kaya, I hope you've thought of something, because you're about to be up. Any ideas? Fain asked, breaking the silence. "I'm sure everyone in the room is thinking about this," August said. "But no one is saying it, so I'll go ahead. The obvious thing to do is have Sodenia deliver the materials." "By the time we are done," Pica said, "there will be no atmosphere left from wherever we are launching."
"Sometimes the prices we pay are steep," Truman said. "Still, if it means the survival of the human race, we must consider it." Fain nodded, and then turned to face the Ocaleans once more. "In your world, what do you use?" Fain asked, "to provide the materials needed?"
"We use an ascension device,"
Elenon said.
"We have several of them scattered throughout our world. We had set out prepared to build one here if we had to, but the ship equipped to build the ascension platform was one of the unfortunate ones that did not make it."
"Perhaps there's another way," Kaya said. The entire room turned to face Kaya. Even the floating orb turned. "The asteroid belt," Kaya said. "I believe we will find all the necessary materials that we need to build the new fleet there. The asteroids around the belt are made up of oxygen and silicon, the two most abundant elements in the Earth's crust. There are also metallic asteroids composed of up to 80% iron and a 20% mixture of nickel, iridium, palladium, platinum, gold, magnesium, and other known precious metals such as osmium, ruthenium, and rhodium. Unless we need an element exclusive to Earth, such as life, we will be in good shape." The room turned to the Ocalenas.
"If what you are saying is true,"
Elenon said,
"that, in fact, could work. We'll just need to run a detailed analysis to make sure."
"The only problem I see," Kaya said, "is that the asteroid belt is located 248 million miles away from Earth. At one time during the second Acram attack on Earth, Sodenia was able to achieve a maximum speed of 10,822,000 miles per hour, but that had pushed the ship's engines hard, and it was only for a few hours. Using the much more conservative number of 3.5 million miles per hour, Fain made the calculation in his head. It would take us 3 days to get there, Fain said, and 3 days to get back, traveling at Sodenia's top speed, at least not counting its maximum speed that we were able to keep up for a few hours the last time the Acram attacked. A lot can happen in 3 days. What if the Acram were to show up and we weren't there to protect Earth? All they would need is a few hours to do away with all life on Earth."
3 days to travel such a relatively short distance?
Elenon asked.
"The ship you refer to as Sodenia is the ship we are in, the Hurrian ship, is it not?"
"It is," Fain said as he nodded.
"Then you have not yet discovered how to use its true star-traveling capabilities,"
Elenon said.
"Such a distance should be trivial for a Hurrian ship. An instant should be more than enough time for this ship to cover the vast distances of space."
"There are many things we don't know about Sodenia," Kaya said.
"We are not experts on the Hurrian race,"
Fearmans said, letting Elenon rest.
"But traveling between stars, this we can teach."
"Traveling between the stars," Fain thought. "Is he talking about faster-than-light travel? Whoa."
"So do we have a deal?"
Fearmans asked.
"We will help you with everything we can, and if we succeed, you will help us in return."
Everyone in the room looked towards Truman. "This is something I am not taking lightly," Truman said. "The governing bodies of Earth aren't going to like this, but I take full responsibility. And on behalf of the Earth's people and ESAF, we have a deal." The Ocalenas nodded somberly, while looking directly at Truman. "I am a man of my word," Truman said, "and to help you in return for helping us is the least we can do. One might argue that it would be natural for anyone to think this way, but it is not. I have a hard road ahead of me, convincing the presidents and generals of the world that this is actually a good idea. But in my opinion, it will all be worth it, if somehow we manage to survive. Captain Fain, the next moves are yours. Green and I will be there if you need us. It was a pleasure My Star Builder friends. I will see you soon.
It was,
Elanon said, and the three nodded once again. Then the screens on the floating orb disappeared. The room continued to sit in silence. Perhaps no one knew what to think of what had just happened, or they knew exactly what to think of it, and they just did not know how to react. Fain couldn't be sure. The only thing he knew for sure was that time was of the essence. Without a moment of hesitation, Fain took control of the room once again. It looks like we have a lot of work to do, Fain said, as he took a step back and off to the side to be able to address the room and the Ocolinus. I want everyone in this room. No, not this room, everyone on this ship, to start coming up with a plan to slow or even stop the Acram. Even if you have never thought of tactics as your thing, I want to hear from you. One idea, 2 ideas, whatever comes to your mind, as long as you think it is truly possible, because we are going to need all the help we can get.
So, just email them to you?
August asked. Fain looked at the floor and rubbed his chin as he thought for a minute. No, Fain said, sounding like he was still thinking. That wouldn't be the right thing to do. I want to get an ideas board going. Put it somewhere where everyone can see it. Your ideas will be put on there so that other people can see and everyone can vote on which is the best idea. Something along those lines. But yes, for now, until we get that going, send them to me. Fain then turned to the Ocolinus. And if you'd like to join, Fain said, you are more than welcome.
As we said earlier,
Elanon said,
we are not a fighting civilization. We know little about war.
But you must know something, Fain said. Even if it's their strengths and weaknesses, or other things you may know, like the mechanics of an idea and how feasible it is.
That we can do,
Elanon said, as he attempted to smile. Alexander Green looked at Truman right after the meeting with Sodenia. Alex was sitting right across from Truman at an old wooden desk. He appreciated the desk's rustic look. It reminded him of a simpler time. The desk Truman was at was also old, but it wasn't nice. It looked like an old dead tank. They were in the ESAF facility off the Pacific coast. This was their temporary office, and if things continued going the same way, it would be their stronghold, and quite possibly the last office they'd ever have. Alex melted back into his chair, deflated, while Truman leaned back into his. Alex knew that they had just put ESAF in a bad situation. Although they were doing everything they could, everything they should do, this was the kind of thing everyone was waiting for in order to take power back from ESAF. They were waiting for ESAF to make a big decision, so they could find a way to protest it. "Are you with me?" Truman asked. Alex sat up straight in his chair and looked at Truman once again before he spoke.
"I believe I am, sir,"
Alex said. "Yeah, I figured as much," Truman said. "The real question in this room should be whether or not I believe in myself. What a precarious situation we just got ourselves into."
"That we did, sir,"
Alex said.
"They won't like it. Even if they do, they will pretend not to like it. Campaigns will be launched against you and ESAF, although helping the Ocolinus after they helped us is quite an understandable thing to do."
"Even with their help," Truman said, "we stand little to no chance of survival. But let's say we do survive. Let's say we at least come out of it. My decision will still be contested. You want to know something?"
"Yeah, what is it?"
Alex said. "I detest politics," Truman said, with a passion.
"You aren't the only one with that feeling,"
Alex said.
"But I'd like to be quite frank with you."
"Go ahead," Truman said, gesturing towards the center of the almost empty room. "The floor is yours."
"We are doing the right thing,"
Alex said.
"They would have done nothing until it was already too late. Nothing. And by the time they decided to do something, In other words, once they found out that there was nothing in it for them, it would have been too late. If humanity is to survive, we must change the status quo. I believe that there is no one more qualified than yourself to do this, sir. Thanks for the encouragement, Truman said. I'll take it, even though there are far more qualified people than myself to do the job. But I need the boost if I am to take on the government. How will you do it? Alex asked. Are you going to pretend to be in negotiations with the Ocalinas until they agree on the terms you've already set? I could do that, Truman said. But if we are going to change the status quo, then we should start with the truth. I will tell them what I've done. Alex knew that was a risky move. It was the easiest way for Truman to paint a target on himself. The governments weren't going to like it, but he was right in doing so. Let me know how I can help, Alex said. Well, you can start by making phone calls, Truman said. Take on the Friendlies, the ones that are most likely to agree. I'll go for the power-hungry leeches. And Alexander. Yes, sir. Try not to worry so much, Truman said. As long as Fain and Sodenia are on our side, there's little we need to worry about. We do not want to force our way through this, but if we must, then we will. And that was the bottom line. That statement made, Alex's heart felt more at ease, because the truth was that Sodenia couldn't be operated by better people than Fain and his crew.
11. Gravity. The same day that Fain had called the first lengthy meeting with the Ocalinas, Pika found herself attending yet another meeting. But this time, it was only Fain, Kaya, and the flight crew in the small meeting room next to the bridge. The hour was late, but Pika didn't mind. She was used to working late hours on any given day. Fain had started the meeting, and without much runaround, they went straight to the point, faster than light travel. Pika had spent the majority of her life being told that it wasn't possible. The laws of physics wouldn't allow it, and yet, here she was, in front of an alien race that was about to reveal the big secret to faster-than-light travel. It would be a lie if Pika said that she didn't feel a little excitement. In fact, it would be a lie if she said that she hadn't spent an enormous amount of time thinking that Sodenia was capable of such a feat. Despite what everyone had said, what she was taught, and all the physics exams she had taken and passed with stellar results, she'd always known it was possible. So, if you don't mind, Fain said, as he gestured to the small group in the room. We certainly do not mind, Elenon said, as he stood up and walked towards the glass. He had been sitting in a custom-made chair that Kaya had designed for them. Since the Ocalinas' bodies were stubby, and they had more arms and core than lower body, the special chair reflected those qualities. It was low to the floor and had more than enough room for the Ocalinas to place their large arms. The truth is that star jumping, Elenon said, or faster-than-light travel, as you call it, is quite common throughout the known galaxy. Several forms of star jumping have been developed, some of which we know, and perhaps there are several more that we do not know. We, like countless other species, Fearman said, as she too stood up from her chair, believed that we were alone in the universe, that it was ours to explore and to colonize as we pleased. When we developed our first star jumper and went off into the galaxy to try to discover new worlds, one of the first things we discovered was that we were not alone. But we did not realize this by discovering new and interesting life on other planets. Rather, it was through an encounter with the Acram. Those first ships that went out into the universe never returned home. Since then, Irmistal said, we have not taken to the stars. We concentrated on nearby worlds, but never the kind that would require extensive star jumping. Since we settled into our own speck in the galaxy, several star travelers have passed by the builder world of Sha'ai. Some were violent and also sought out war, but their technology was primitive and proved no match for our defenses. But for the most part, the travelers that have come and gone were friendly. Some travelers shared their technology, some kept it a secret. The Herian, for example, shared the means they used to travel between the stars. They were the only ones with the resources to harness a star's power. A star's power? Pika thought about the question. Do they mean like the heart of Sodenia? So there's literally a star inside the ship. No, that cannot be, can it? Pika was unsure of what she could or couldn't believe. She began racking her brain for something she had missed. As the Acram threat grew, Fearman said, many, us included, tried to track their expansion throughout the galaxy. Then the travelers became less frequent. As time passed, only probes and capsuled messages would get through occasionally. It was by that means that we found out that you had done the impossible. During that short span of their visit to our world, Elenon said, slowly walking back and forth in front of the glass, the Harian were kind enough to share with us their means of travel between the stars. It is impossible for us to replicate, but not impossible for us to understand. The Harian take the surrounding gravity behind their ships, which is at 0, and expand it to -0 as needed. They can expand the gravity several thousand times over. At the same time, the Harian can take the space in front of the ship and contract it several thousand times over. They can do this all while leaving the central space, the same space where the ship is located, intact. Elenon paused, trying to regain his breath. The Ocalinas were still not used to the artificial environment made for them on board the ship. Thus, they could give the ship faster-than-light travel. Perhaps we can make some adjustments, Kaya said, with a concerned look on her face. Pika knew that there was little Kaya could do to make the Ocalinas more comfortable while on board Sodenia. Having 2 rooms next to each other with different life support systems made it almost impossible to adjust any further. It's quite all right, Elenon said with a dismissive gesture. Kaya nodded. An Alcubierre drive, Pika thought. That's right. I've read all about it. The math was all correct. It didn't break the laws of physics, but there was never a power source great enough to power such a device. It was only known as a speculative idea based on a solution of Einstein's field equations in general relativity, as proposed by Mexican theoretical physicist Miguel Alcubierre. And to think that this is actually possible to travel faster than light using this method. You must only have the gravity cores intact to make this ship a starship, Fearman said as she neared the glass. Pika began to feel self-conscious when she noticed that the entire room was looking at her. She stood up straight and began to think. They were expecting an answer, and they were expecting it fast. This was one of the few times that being the lead engineer sucked. Were those old gravity cores I saw when I first began working on the ship Alcubierre-type cores? Pika wondered. Yes, Pika said hesitantly. Fain looked at her, making her feel like she was turning red. She knew that she had to do better. I mean, yes, we have them, Pika said. There are 16 gravity cores in each one of Sodenia's rear wings and 32 in the front of the ship. They're currently offline, and one of them is partially disassembled at the moment because of me. I thought that they were defective or that the Harian only had them as spare parts or something along those lines because they didn't run correctly, or so I thought. So I never counted them as working gravity cores, but now it's all starting to make sense. Can you put back together the one you took apart? Fain asked. Yes, of course, Pika said, attempting to suppress an eye roll. It would be trivial. Kaya, Fain said as he turned to face her, can you find out what controls those cores, and how? Kaya simply nodded. You said that there were many ways to travel between the stars, Fain said. What's yours? How did you get here? Fain had just asked the question that everyone was wondering about. Pika was sure. Ah, yes, of course, Elenon said. We star jump, and it's quite a simple solution. We hook onto the gravity of at least 3 nearby stars, and our driver makes the ship jump to the desired location. It's effective, as long as we do not exceed the star's gravity range. In other words, Fearmans continued, we cannot jump beyond the stars. The translation machine clearly hesitated and then continued. Triangulation, I believe is the correct word. To get to where we are now, we had to make 12 different jumps. The last one put us dangerously close to your planet. We have yet to see a device that allows you to travel between the stars that doesn't come with its own set of dangers, Elenon said. In the case of our drive, Fain said, what are the possible dangers? In the case of your drive, Elenon said, the only problem you will face is real-time navigation. You'll travel enormous distances in a matter of minutes. Space debris would hardly be a problem, especially at those speeds. But on the off chance that you were to strike a planet or a star, that changes things. But for the most part, you will not have to worry about it. Space is more empty than full. There's less than a 1% chance that you'll hit anything. as long as you're not pointing directly at it. And I'm sure that the Hurrian have a system in place to navigate at those speeds. Before long, the final meeting of the day had ended, and the room quickly emptied. The Ocolinis were to return to their ship the next day at 0800 hours and start repairing it. They assured Fain that it wouldn't be long, and that all it would take was a few of Kaya's anvilins and a little of her time. Fain and Pika were among the last ones to leave, and they began walking together towards the door. Pika couldn't help but feel jittery. Could it be that being alone with Fain actually made her nervous? But why? "Pika," Fain said, "do you think you'll be able to fix the gravity core by tomorrow? You can grab as much help as you want." Yeah, Pika said. "But I can do it all myself. I didn't dig into it all that much when I opened it. It should be a piece of cake. I'll have it done by midday." Fain and Pika were the only ones left standing in the corridor. "Looks like you are a master engineer after all," Fain said. "But to be clear, I didn't ask because I doubted you could." He smiled slightly. "Then why did you ask?" "Because I don't think I can trust anyone else to work on those cores other than you. And plus, you took it apart, so you should put it back together." "Really? Not even Kaya?" "Not even Kaya. I mean, I don't doubt that she can put it back together eventually, and she could probably do it expertly, but there's a lot on her plate, and I trust you and your work." "So, am I like your second choice or something?" Pika pulled a face. "No," Fain said as he smiled. "You're my first choice to do the thing you love to do. Getting that Alcubierre drive up and running should be our top priority." "Wait!" Fain stared at Pika with a curious expression on her face. "So, you know about the Alcubierre drive?" Pika finally asked. "Like, you've actually read about it? And when the Ocolinis were talking about how Sodenia could travel FTL, you were able to identify the traits of the old theory?" "Yeah." "I'm impressed, Fain Jegga. You've actually read scientific papers, and old scientific papers at that. I thought that no one in the room would recognize that the Ocolinis were talking about an Alcubierre drive." "There's nothing to be impressed about, really," Fain said. "When the Acram first came to Earth, I was just a child minding my own life, going to school, playing video games. I even had friends. But when they came, destroying my city without hesitation, it flipped my world upside down. I lost everything I had, including my parents. Then, when they announced that ESAF would be a thing, I knew I wanted to be a part of it. So I tried to learn as much as I could about space, about G-forces, about traveling through space. I wanted to one day show up on the Acram planet and do to them what they did to us." Pika would never have guessed that Fain had this side to him. She had always seen Fain as the perfect soldier, intelligent, fast-thinking, agile. But now, she saw him as human, a human with a painful past, much like her own. If Fain only knew what she too had been through, the hurt that the Acram had caused her. If he only knew that they were from the same city. But she knew that things like this would have to wait. Perhaps, if they lived through this, she could one day sit down next to him and tell him everything, and he would listen, because he would understand it all without trying to understand. "So I read up," Fain continued. "I studied everything I could. When I wasn't training, I was reading, and the Alcubierre drive was one of the things that stuck." He pointed to his head. Pika nodded with a slight smile. She felt smitten, staring at him and standing so close to him. Unusually close. In that moment, she realized that this was the closest she had ever been to Fain, and he wasn't moving either. Being so close, Pika was able to catch his scent. He smelled so good. Everything about him was clean. His breath was minty, his teeth the perfect shade of white. And it was then that she began to feel self-conscious. She knew that she wasn't one to have bad breath. In fact, Pika had always thought of herself as an extra clean person, but in this type of situation, she wanted to be sure. "Well, I won't keep you any longer," Pika said as she put out her hand, calling for a pod. "I'm sure you have a lot of things to do." "I need to get in touch with Green and maybe even Truman and give them a progress report," Fain said. "After that, I have to come up with a way to stop the Golden Armada, and I'll probably work on that until my eyelids close. But first, can I pod you home?" The comment made Pika smile. "I wouldn't want to bother you," Pika said. "Plus, your quarters are the opposite way from mine. But I guess with the efficiency of the corridor pods, that's not really a good reason." "Yeah, it isn't," Fain said. "But I should go. Perhaps another time?" if we live through this, Pika said. There will be a time. Oh, that's good, Fain said. But for tomorrow, once you're done, come see me. I need to know how it goes. I will. A pod pulled up in the corridor, and without giving it a second thought, Pika hopped in. In a matter of moments, she was already outside her quarters. "12. Warm-blooded. The next morning, Pika woke up with a double shot of energy. She was excited to get to work on that old gravity core that she had disassembled. She knew that it would take a few hours at most. She went about her morning, showering, eating breakfast, and reading the latest news from Earth. Then she remembered the assignment that Fain had given everyone in their last meeting with the Ocalinis. Oh crap, Pika said, as she glanced towards the large clock on the wall. I don't have much time left. She hurried to her desk and opened the drawer that had good old-fashioned paper. She pulled a few sheets out as she sat down. Pika kept her quarters neat most of the time and knew where everything was on the first try. She stared at the blank piece of paper for a few seconds and then reached into the pencil drawer and pulled one out. Okay, you can do this, Pika, she thought. You can do this, Pika Evans. Okay, well, maybe you can't, but you can at least give it a try. A good try. Let's see. How can we beat 1,000,001 ships? We have 6 months to come up with a solution. If everything goes right, the Ocalinis will build ships non-stop near the asteroid belt. But 6 months is an awfully small amount of time. The Ocalinis didn't say just how many ships they could build in 6 months before the Armada came. But there's only so much that can be done. She tapped the eraser side of the pencil against her lips as she thought. Let's say that the Star Builders are really successful and almost nothing goes wrong, and they can build, for example, 1,000 Sodenia-sized ships. She jotted down the numbers on the paper. 1,000,001 divided by 1,000 equals 1,000 and change. That would leave around 1,000 ships for each one of our ships, she thought. Last time around when we faced those odds, we made it by a string-like margin, and every one of the ships that goes up against the Acram Armada would have to be just as good as Sodenia and its crew, if not better. And where will we even find such people? It took 14 years for ESAF to find us. I don't think our team can be duplicated or even come close to it. And to build 1,000 ships the size of Sodenia seems too unlikely. Even for an alien race that specializes in building, we are royally screwed. Pika sighed and blew a strand of hair off her face. Maybe I'm thinking about this the wrong way, she mused. I'm not a strategist. I'm an engineer. So what would an engineer do? What if facing them head-on is not something we're required to do? All we really need to do is protect Earth. We need to spread them out as much as we can, attacking from afar. We'll keep them as busy as we can for as long as we can. We need decoys, drones, lots and lots of drones. Low-manned ships controlled by people from within Sodenia, if possible. Feeling satisfied, she wrote it all down, this time using a nearby digital pad and a lot more detail. She sent it to Kaya once she was done. She then looked at the time and finished getting ready for her day. She pulled up her hair and made a tight bun. Only a few hair strands were left on each side of her face, but she didn't mind them. She knew that she would be a mess when she was done putting the core back together. She hurried to the lower port side wing of Sodenia, where the core she had disabled was. She took the set of tools she would need with her. Sodenia's wings were large, so much so that, if she didn't know that she was in one of them, it would look like almost any other part of the ship, except for the docks, housing, and storage rooms, which were considerably more spacious. They only called them Sodenia's wings because, from far away, they looked like wings, although they were stubby and short compared to the actual ship. But now, the design of the ship was beginning to make sense to her. They weren't wings, they were in fact part of the drive. Part of what allowed Sodenia to move through space FTL. And maybe, just maybe, she thought, they helped with some aerodynamics when in atmosphere. But she would have to ask Fain that question. When she got there, she noticed something she hadn't noticed before. She felt stupid for not seeing it before. The gravity cores allocated in the wing were different from the ones she was used to working on. They were more robust and larger. Quite a bit larger, actually. She planted the palm of her hand on her forehead and let out a frustrated sigh. Why didn't I notice this before? She said through gritted teeth. She took a few breaths, attempting to cool off, then she instantly and expertly got to work. After using several of her tools, she was in the zone. The zone was one of her favorite places to be, because to her, it was the place where nothing else mattered, the place where everything made sense, where it was only her and the thing she was repairing. She went at it for 5 hours straight, until the last bolt was torqued perfectly and everything was secured. She began cleaning her hands and her tools once she was finished. "Kaya, can you hear me?" she asked as she admired her finished work and the 2 lines of gravity cores behind it. "So this will let us travel FTL?" She thought the question while she waited for Kaya's response. I wonder how the Hurrian were able to harness gravity with such precision. "Kaya, can you hear me?" Pika asked again, this time using her wristband. "Yes, I can hear you," Kaya said warmly. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" "Have we figured out a way to operate these cores?" "I have actually found detailed instructions in the Hurrian archives, along with an extensive map of the known galaxy." "Instructions?" "The closest thing to instructions, I would say. More of a good idea of how the FTL drive works. I've only needed to know where to look and how to look for it. The Hurrian tend to label everything as irrelevant, and when you have a zeta bit of information, things often go unnoticed." "At least we get to have some good news. Go ahead and switch them on for me. Let's see if they still work, but don't activate them while I'm here. I get the feeling that I'm not supposed to be around while they're activated." The core's many lights flickered on slowly at first, but then, after a few seconds, they were on solid. Each one of the cores hummed to life softly. Though unmoving, Pika knew better than to touch. She instantly thought of those warning signs outside a high-voltage transformers and wondered, why wasn't one here? "Yeah, looks like it worked," Pika said into her wristband as she continued cleaning her tools. "Send me a copy of your findings so that I can begin to study up on the Alcubierre drive." "Alcubierre drive?" Kaya asked. "Is that what you call these cores?" "Yeah," Pika said. "I haven't even thought of it that way, but we can call it that. If the others don't have a problem with it, then it should be its name. It reminds me of a simpler time, a time when humanity still used to dream." "Very well. I will send you the Alcubierre drive's files. Would you like an original unedited copy, or the files I have already separated and translated?" "The last one would be nice," Pika said as she finished putting the last of her tools away. "By the way, where's Fain located now?" "He's near the docks, supervising the Ocalinus' departure. Should I let him know you are on the way?" "No, that won't be necessary. I think I'll head over to my quarters and change before I meet with him. Just please let him know that the core is now up and running." Pika made her way back to the quarters. She took her time to get there, trying to relax on the way. But even without being in a hurry, she managed to make it to her quarters in a matter of minutes. Once there, she headed straight to the bathroom and turned on the faucet. She splashed warm water on her face and began scrubbing gently. The action of the water removing the oil felt invigorating to her. She then looked at herself in the mirror as she dabbed the excess water off her face. She reminded herself that she was pretty, or at least by the standards that she was aware of. Her eyebrows and eyelashes were prominent and always well kept. Her eyes were round, and on the larger side of things, her lips were a nice size and always flushed red. Not bad at all, she thought. But then she caught a glimpse of her neck and her hair, and they were both less than pristine. Her hair looked dusty, and there were grease marks all over her neck. "Ah, damn it," Pika said as she hurried to turn on the shower. "Now I'm really going to be late." She took off her clothes in a hurry and jumped in the shower while the water was still warming up. "Screw me!" she yelled as she felt the bracing cold water. Luckily, it only took a few seconds for the water to fully warm. "Yup, and that was me trying to be careful not to get dirty as I worked. You sure did a great job, Pika," she muttered. She hurried through the shower, hoping that she wouldn't miss a spot of grease somewhere on her body. "This is definitely better," she murmured as she dried off and blow-dried her hair. She threw on a fresh uniform, dabbed some perfume on her wrists and neck, and started to put her hair back in the same bun. But before she fastened the bun in place, she thought, I always wear my hair up, but that's only because it gets in the way of my work. Maybe I should leave it down this time. For a change. Yeah, just for a change. Larissa always wears her long, black, shiny, perfect freaking looking hair down, and Eora wears it down also. Although Eora's hair is kind of short and who knows what color this time. Why can't I wear mine down also? Pika let her hair down, brushed and straightened it best as she could, then grabbed a hairband and secured the ponytail midway down the hair shaft. She looked in the mirror one last time, instantly agreeing with herself that this hairstyle was more her than the crappy old bun. Kaya, where's Fain now? Pika asked as she tidied things up in the vanity. Fain is currently in the cafeteria, Kaya said from her nearest beaker in the wall. Would you like me to let him know you are coming? No, it's fine. I don't need a grand entrance or anything like that. I'll head over there now. Can you prepare a pod for me? Certainly. The pod made light work of the distance between the cafeteria and Pika's quarters. As she got out of the pod, the pleasant aromas of various foods filled the corridor. The cafeteria was buzzing with people. The sight of a nearly full cafeteria made Pika glance at her wristband for the time. It was 14:15 hours, and that was an hour past lunchtime. Everyone must be past due a lunch break, Pika thought, as she slowly walked in, scanning the crowd for Fain. They must have been busy all morning, and they are barely catching up with their day. Her own stomach felt a little empty and in need of food. Out of all the times to get hungry, this isn't one of them, Pika, she reprimanded herself. You have much more important things to do, like discuss with Fain just how much you saved everyone from complete and utter annihilation by fixing the reverse core drive. The Alcubierre drive is now possible, and with that comes FTL. Yes, that's much more important than eating, except that it wasn't fixed. She remembered better, and her enthusiasm disappeared. It was merely put back together by the same person who took it apart. As she scanned the room, she saw a large digital board towards the end of the cafeteria. She couldn't make out the letters on the board from this distance, but she did see a familiar silhouette standing next to it. It was Fain. Pika walked straight over to the large digital board, but halfway there, she noticed that he was not alone. She squinted her eyes to get a closer look. It was none other than Lieutenant Commander Larissa. She slowed her walk once she saw Larissa. That bitch, Pika muttered under her breath. Out of all times, Pika thought, out of all the places where she could have been, she had to be right there, the only place I was supposed to be. Damn it, just look at her stupid, beautiful long hair and her straight posture and perfect smile. How am I supposed to even compete with that? Perhaps I should take her out into the corridor and settle this in a different manner. Then she will be aware of some boundaries. Just look at her, talking to Fain like he's the only one in the room. Pika fumed. She shook her head and then sighed, trying to calm herself down. Who am I kidding, she thought. If Larissa and I were to actually go into the corridor, and for some stupid reason get into a fight, I think she'd wipe the floor with me, regardless of what I enter the fight with. She's incredibly smart, pretty, strong, and nice. And pretty. I think maybe she and Fain would actually make a nice couple. It's only the truth, and the truth doesn't hurt, does it? I'm just an engineer. Head of engineering, but still just an engineer. Who would find that attractive? I only know how to put things together and take them apart. Sure, I can figure things out, and I'm good at problem solving, but that's not a very attractive or even noticeable quality, right? Hey, Pika! Someone yelled from afar. Over here! Pika looked up and around the room, then saw Fain waving at her. Over here! Fain yelled, waving at her once again. Pika walked over to Larissa and Fain. As she neared, she was able to make out the writing on the new digital board. At the very top of the board, it read Battle Board. Just below it, on the digital part of the board, it said Qualifiers. And below, divided by a line, it said Undecided. In the Qualifiers portion, there were only 2 names listed, Kaya and Fain Jegga. Next to the names were rectangles with a summary of the ideas about the Acram Armada. Next to their ideas was a vote counter. Fain had 110 votes with 1 idea, whilst Kaya had 208 votes with 2 ideas. In the undecided section, there were only rectangles for ideas, no names, and no vote count. The newer ideas, the ones that were just appearing on the screen as Pika read, were towards the right side of the digital board, while the older ones were on the left. Hi, Pika, Larissa said as Pika neared. Hello, Pika said, attempting a smile. Have you come to get yourself something to eat? Larissa asked. No, I'm actually not hungry, Pika said, trying to be nice. I just came to see Fain. Oh, I see, Larissa said. Well, I'll leave you two to it. Pika felt a faint blush creeping to her cheeks as she stared at Larissa. She looked away and nodded. See you another time, Fain, Larissa said as she began to walk away. And may the best idea win. So, you let her call you Fain instead of Captain? Pika asked once Larissa was far enough away. I actually prefer it, Fain said. At least when it comes to people that are close to me, like you, her, August, Aora, and Kaya. Friends shouldn't call each other by titles, well, unless they're joking. Do not freaking tell me that I just landed in the friend zone? Pika thought. Do not! But maybe Larissa is the one that's there, and not me. Why am I even thinking about this in the first place? It's not like we're going to survive what's coming anyway. Or is that why I'm suddenly thinking like this? Pika, is everything all right? Fain asked kindly. Are you okay? Yeah, of course, Pika said, trying to snap out of it. I just had a rough time trying to put the gravity core back together. You should have asked for help, Fain said with a worried face. No, Pika said. I knew that everyone was busy and it was nothing I couldn't handle. So, how'd it go? Fain asked, sounding sincerely curious. Do we have FTL travel now? What do you think? It went good, Pika said, turning to face Fain head-on for the first time. Well, as good as it could have gone. Everything seems to be working, we just have to find out how to test it without exploding or accidentally getting lost or something. Yeah, the procedures that Kaya sent are pretty hefty, Fain said, gauging with his fingers the stack of papers Kaya would have sent him if a digital copy didn't exist. I glanced over it, and there's a lot more to it than just going from point A to point B, but it doesn't look that complicated, so far. I haven't looked at it yet, Pika said, but I'm planning to do so once I get the chance. Fain nodded with a slight smile. Pika wasn't able to hold his gaze for long, so she glanced over to the battle board. What do you think? Fain asked as Pika neared. What is it? Pika asked. I mean, I know what it is, but what's the purpose? It's a battle board, Fain said. Well, kind of. It's to help us sort out the good ideas from the bad ones. There's a detailed explanation of how it works in your email. Yeah, Pika said. I haven't had the chance to check it. It's simple enough, Fain said as he half-turned to look at the board. When you submit an idea, to stop the Acram, Kaya adds it to the board. The newer ideas come in and begin to get mixed with the older ones. Here, the crew can see which ideas they like and upvote them. It won't show how many votes the idea already has or who wrote it until it reaches 100 points. Fain then turned to Pika and shrugged. To avoid any kind of bias. Once an idea gets 100 votes, it goes up to the qualifiers, and it will show the name and how many people voted for it. Pika self-consciously glanced at the board, looking for the idea that she had submitted to Kaya. There were lots, at least 40, so she wasn't able to find it at a glance. So, what's going to happen to the qualifiers? Pika asked. Are you just going to go with the most popular idea, even though it might not be the soundest one? I'm hoping that things won't go that way, Fain said. I'm hoping that things won't go that way, Fain said. I'm hoping that only good and feasible ideas make it through. I know that not everyone on board Sodenia is a war expert, strategist, or anything like that, but I just don't want to miss anything. That one thing we miss could be the one thing that will save us all, hence this board. Fain pressed his lips together. Pika felt less embarrassed about what she had submitted to Kaya. In the end, we'll take the best from this board, Fain said with a sigh, and try to combine them into one good strategy. Who knows? I just don't want to leave anything out, anything that could potentially save us. They looked at each other and smiled slightly. Words felt difficult in this moment. It was as if they both realized that there was no way out, and they were trying to stop a juggernaut with sticks and stones. Hey, but we have to get ready, Fain said, sounding more cheerful. We might be heading back to Earth soon. Back to Earth? Pika asked, eyebrows raised. To get supplies for the long mission. Larissa walked down the corridors towards her station on the bridge, already calculating the amount of supplies they would need for a 6-month-plus mission with over 1,500 people on board. This would include any added personnel, if any. Fain had asked her to calculate the supplies, as they were going to head back to Earth soon to go and get them. The calculation was simple enough, and she wouldn't be needing a calculator either. Larissa had always been good at math, and math happened to be part of her daily routine, so she was always sharp. The average human, she thought, consumes 3 to 4 pounds of food per day. Times that by 1,500 and you get 6,000 pounds. Times 6 months, months with, let's say, 30 days each, averages 30 times 6, which is 180, times 6,000. She took a little longer, imagining the multiplication of smaller numbers and then adding them. That's 1,080,000 pounds of food, divided by thousands. That's 540 tons. Add an additional month just in case, and that's 630 tons of food. Hello, Lieutenant Commander, a passing crew member said. Oh, hello, Larissa said, snapping out of her thoughts. She didn't recognize the person that recognized her. Good afternoon, I believe it is. Yes, it is, the crew member said, nodding. At least I still know that, Larissa said as she kept walking. Have a good day, ma'am, the crew member said, as he walked in the opposite direction. So where was I? Larissa thought. Oh, right. 630 tons. I better consult with the ESAF dietitian so we can get a healthy variety. because 630 tons of lettuce wouldn't give an abundance of energy. She tried to smile at her small joke, but the truth was that something else was bothering her, and she knew exactly what it was. What could have been Pika's problem earlier? Larissa didn't recall ever doing something, or even saying something to offend Pika. And if that was the case, why would Pika be so upset with Larissa? What could she have done? Could it be? Larissa's heart sank at the thought. She felt a wave of sadness hit her as she gave the idea more thought. Could it be that Pika has a thing for Fain? Not as Captain Fain, but as Fain Jegga. Larissa began jumping to conclusions. What if Fain likes her back? Larissa's breathing felt heavy now. Who am I to decide for him? It wouldn't be kind of me to put myself in between them just for my own sake. I can't do that. I won't. The only thing I can do now is be myself, but be cautious. In the end, it will be up to Fain to decide. That's if we even get there, and if I lose to Pika, there's honestly no better person to lose to. I know she'll take good care of him and him of her. As sad and pathetic as that sounds, when it comes to love, the only thing you can do is surrender to it and see what happens. Hey, why so lost in thought? August said cheerfully as he came across Larissa on his way to the bridge. The smile across his face was almost too much to look at, too hard of an emotional turn. Hey, August, Larissa said as she walked next to him. I was just trying to calculate the supplies we'll need for our next mission. And that's what has you down? August asked. If you want, I can help you. I'm pretty free. Fain hasn't given out any long-term orders, other than the coming up with a plan thing. We're still waiting for the Ocolinas and ESAF to act. Thank you. Larissa tried to smile and loosen back up. But I think I'm already done. I just need to talk to the ESAF dietitians. By the way, how's your plan coming along? Almost done? Have you submitted it to Kaya yet? Are you kidding? August said with enthusiasm. I'm on my 5th full-fledged plan, and now working on my 6th. That's literally all I've been doing all day. I'm getting on that qualifier's board one way or another. He narrowed his eyes. Fain is not the only good tactician on board this ship. If you do, Larissa said, that will certainly improve our chances. Yeah, I'd love to see my plan being used against the Acram, you know, August said. It would be like I personally get to punch them in their ugly lizard faces. Larissa chuckled softly and managed to smile. She was relieved to have someone like August on board, someone with an unbreakable spirit. Wait, so you think the Acram look like lizards? Larissa asked. Yeah, don't you think? Or what do they look like to you? I've never thought about it. But when you say lizard, I think of a tiny little thing. Or an iguana at most. Do you mean reptile? It's the same thing, isn't it? Wait. Let me look at your credentials again. You did pass the ESAF entrance exam, right? It's the same thing, August said, furrowing his eyebrows. Larissa chuckled. Lizards, snakes, crocodiles, and even dinosaurs are all reptiles, Larissa said. Get it? Yes, I get it. Thanks for the lesson, Lieutenant Commander Larissa. Always so perfect. Hey, watch your tone, Larissa smiled. But you still haven't answered my question. Well, they look like dinosaurs to me, Larissa said. I want to say dragons, but since they don't exist, I can't say that. But you know what? Screw it. Let's just call them lizards. We'll just keep it simple. They both shared a laugh. That's what I'm talking about, August said. Yes, you were. Have you submitted anything to Kaya yet? August said, getting back to the original subject. Far from it, Larissa said. I've been working on it, but I won't be done anytime soon. I'm hoping to submit something by tomorrow, or the day after at the latest. Oh, August said with a shocked face. So exactly how detailed is your plan, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know yet, Larissa said. I'm taking my time so that I can think through every possible scenario before I submit something. I'm also trying to calculate the likelihood of things occurring based on past events and so on. Oh, August said as he blushed. I see. Are you the only one approaching Fain's request in this way, or are there more of you? There are a few, Larissa said. I was down in the cafeteria reading some of the posted ideas on there, and some of them are pretty good. They go into detail and their logic is sound. I see, August said. I hadn't even thought of that sort of approach. There are still only 2 qualifiers, Larissa said. Yeah, Fain and Kaya, August said, looking defeated. Of course they would be up there. If you want to be the 3rd one up there, Larissa said, I'd go and study the board. So, it was really nice talking to you, August said as he stopped walking. Where are you going? Larissa asked. I forgot something. What did you forget? Something, somewhere, just fill in the blanks. August said as he turned around. He walked at first and then broke into a sprint towards the pod. I'll see you later. Let me know if you need any help. Larissa felt better after her interaction with August. She felt lighter and more amused by the other things around her. There was more to life than a single event or a single feeling. The day sped by, and before she knew it, she found herself lying on freshly washed linens in her bed. The bed was cooler than usual, but instead of asking Kaya to warm it for her so she could fall asleep faster, she decided to keep it as is so she could feel something touching her body. The sheets caressed her, giving her a nice feeling all over. Larissa woke up the next day, ready to leave yesterday in the past. It was a new day, and with it came new problems. She jumped in the shower and got done quicker than usual. She knew that today was going to be particularly hard on her because of the supplies pickup from Earth. So she wanted to get done with her morning routine as fast as possible. Coffee and bagel, pretty please, Larissa said as she dried off. Only because you asked so nicely, Kaya replied. You're learning how to joke around now, Larissa said as she chuckled. I only practice with people who I consider myself close to, Kaya said. Most other crew members still consider me to be just a machine. Why not show them who you are? Larissa asked. I'm afraid that it will show weakness on my part. I also believe that most of them are not ready to face an AI like myself. It will lead to distrust and dislike, and many other unpredictable human emotions. Why is it different with us? Larissa asked. Because when you look at me, when you talk to me, Kaya said, it's as if you're interacting with one of your own. That's because you are one of our own, Larissa said. I'm sure that Fain, August, Eora, and even Pika feel the same way. We would be a floating pile of dust in space if it weren't for you. That is quite nice to hear, actually, Kaya said. Once Larissa had dried her hair, she brushed it out. The brush moved effortlessly, without getting stuck on a single knot. The aroma of roasting coffee and warm bagels filled the room. And dang, it smelled good. She got dressed in a fresh uniform and walked over to the kitchen area. As she sat down and had her breakfast, she went over her task manager, where she saw a message from Fain. Subject, Earth pickup. We need to go to Earth today and come right back up so we can head to the asteroid belt as soon as possible. We need to make the most of the time we have left before the Golden Armada gets here. The Ocalinas just confirmed that they've made the necessary repairs to the ship so they can follow us to the belt. I confirmed with them that they will not need to pick up rations for them. It turns out they came well equipped for a long stay. Not that they'd be able to eat any of our food anyway. When the Ocalinas stayed on board Sodenia, part of their problem was the food. Their bodies flat out rejected human food. Kaya had made a synthetic blend of ingredients that the Ocalinas would be able to stand better, but even then it was hard on them. They would only take the synthetic concoction if they were badly in need of it. What I need from you is an estimate of the time it will take to load up Sodenia with the necessary supplies. There will also be some crew rotation, and we will be adding 200 more pilots, making it a total of 1,600 on board. I hope this doesn't disturb your previous calculation. Please get back to me. Fain. Well, I was close enough, Larissa thought. I should get back to him right away. She opened a new window in her task manager and typed up a message to Fain. She tried to keep it short and to the point. She had already estimated how long it would take to make the Earth run. She knew that if they hurried and everything went well, they would have Sodenia back in space within 3 hours at the most. But she would need a full crew operating the docks. She hit send. Seconds later, a double bell ring sounded over the PA system. It meant that someone was about to make an announcement. Crew of Sodenia, this is your captain speaking, Fain said. Today at 1000 hours, we will be returning to Earth to pick up supplies for our next mission. There will be some crew rotation, so check your task managers for instructions. We should be getting back into space within 3 hours. Larissa smiled when she heard Fain quote her email. We need to make the most out of the time we have left before the Acram get here, Fain continued. I expect everyone to work hard so that we can make this possible. Your captain out. It's time to earn my keep, Larissa said as she got up from the table and finished her coffee. A few hours later, Sodenia landed on Earth on Soden Island in the Pacific Ocean near the U.S. mainland. The supplies operation had gone smoothly, with almost no setbacks other than some of the machine lifts breaking down, but Larissa's cool head prevailed and was able to handle the situation as if nothing had happened. With all hands on deck, they were able to beat the estimated load time by half an hour. Fain walked up next to Larissa as she was doing her final count before takeoff. You know, Fain said, we probably couldn't have done this without you. I mean, we could have, but not this fast. Thank you. I'm sure you exaggerate, Larissa said, but I'll take the gratitude. You are more than welcome, Captain Fain Jegga. I'm pretty serious, Fain said. When you're actually out there giving orders, people obey you without blinking. But what's striking is that they don't just turn around and follow the order. No, they try to surpass your order, try to do the best work they can do. Getting someone else to work hard is a difficult thing. I'm amazed. Maybe they're just trying to be like their captain, Larissa suggested. No, Fain said. It's not that. Yeah, perhaps not, Larissa said, now fully turning to Fain. You know what I think is happening? What is it? I think that everyone on the ship believes that they're important. And they are. Exactly. You've made everyone feel like they matter, like they can really make a difference. That's because they can. Fain Jegga, stop interrupting, Larissa said with a smile. Fain smiled. And we count on them, like really, really count on them. Our crew isn't just numbers. Our crew is the survival of humanity, the survival of Earth.
"13. The Jump. Noble Sa'avan was a part of the 47 nobles commanding the Acram's Golden Armada of 1,000,001 ships. As the highest noble, he himself commanded 200,001 of the ships, while the rest of the nobles' command varied from 30,000 to 20, depending on their respective ranks. The Armada had just emerged from the first of 32 jumps it would take to reach Earth. As the Armada lined up for the second jump, a feat that took quite a large amount of time, Sa'avan gazed out of the main viewer on his ship. His ship was the most imposing of all the ships in the Acram fleet. It was known as the Iberia, the immortal ship, the one that could not die. The Iberia was not the largest ship in the fleet, nor the fastest, nor the newest. Quite the contrary. It was a medium to small-sized ship with a rugged look. It wore its battle wounds with pride. The Iberia was special, and it was the flagship of the Acram fleet. It was special in that it had never seen defeat. Nothing had ever come close to penetrating its hulls. The structure of the ship was almost mythical.
"Noble Sa'avan,"
an Acram guard said as he neared Sa'avan and bowed.
"What is it?"
Sa'avan didn't look away from the main viewer.
"We have a request for boarding." "A request for boarding,"
Sa'avan said, already with a good guess about who came knocking on his door.
"And who would that be?"
"It's Noble Ma'ira, sir."
Sa'avan still hadn't gotten used to calling Ma'ira a noble. Nobles earned the right to be called a noble by the battles they fought and won. Ma'ira was named a noble only because she was taking someone else's place in the Armada.
Pathetic.
Although she was only taking someone else's place because it was Sa'avan himself who had slain one of their own.
"As long as she doesn't interfere with our next jump,"
Sa'avan said as he turned to half-face the Acram guard,
"she may come on board. Direct her here."
"At once, sir."
The guard walked away. Sa'avan turned to gaze out of the main viewer once again. But he was not looking towards any stars or shiny objects. Instead, he focused on the emptiness of space. He wanted to find the darkest place in the view dotted with stars. As he did so, he got lost in thought.
"I have grown tired of the Acram cause,"
Sa'avan thought as he sought out the nothingness.
"Or perhaps not the cause itself. Perhaps I am just tired. Tired of destruction. Tired of death. And tired of war. Some have gone as far as to call me the world ender. If they only knew how far from the truth that was. Just how many of them I have saved. But it all matters not at this point. Even if we do conquer this galaxy and unite every planet under our leadership, I fear that in the end, the cost will be too great. I fear that the void of space will come down on us, striking with all its might. The machines cannot be stopped." "Noble Sa'avan,"
Ma'ira said as she walked into the room,
"I extend my gratitude for granting me passage during our Armada's alignment. I assure you I do not belong.
Sa'avan was able to pick up other intentions in the way Ma'ira talked.
Leave us nobles to talk,
Sa'avan said. The 10 or so Acram, manning their posts, scurried out of the large room without hesitation, not saying a single word.
So, the elders have sent you here?
Sa'avan asked.
No,
Ma'ira said.
not entirely, or not directly, although they did make me think. Speak your mind like a true noble,
Sa'avan said.
The elders have a hard time trusting you.
Ma'ira said, as she neared.
They are afraid of my power, of the command I wield over the Golden Armada. I've known that for many years now, but I have always done what is right. I have always followed our cause.
Ma'ira nodded slowly.
So far,
Ma'ira said.
but will you continue to do so? I will always do as I see fit,
Sa'avan said.
I am resolved to follow the path I've chosen, and I will see that I do so until my dying breath, even if it means going against orders. What are orders, I ask you, especially those coming from a group of Acram that think of themselves as better than the rest of us? They will never know the true face of war. They will never experience what it's like to rob a young being of its future, of its family's future, of its world's future. They will never experience necessity, malady, or famine. So I ask you, what are orders? I won't argue the opposite,
Ma'ira said, as she stopped just a body length away from Sa'avan.
Your feelings are quite clear, and I do sympathize with you in many ways, noblest of nobles. But I do have one last question for you, and forgive my bluntness. I welcome it, and I'll answer all the same,
Sa'avan said, as he crossed his arms loosely behind his back.
Do you plan on betraying the elders? I have no such plans, but you should keep something very clear in your mind, if only for your own sake. I won't hesitate to do what I think is right for the survival of the Acram race, for the survival of the galaxy. I am glad we both think the same way,
Ma'ira said, with a slight smile. Sa'avan knew that he was being threatened. He paid little attention. He knew that it was just the magic tongue of the elders working on her ego. Ma'ira used to be level-headed and capable, but now her ego had jumped so far out of her body that she completely overshot her capabilities. Perhaps if the elder Acram hadn't been so deeply involved, she would have stood a better chance against Sa'avan. But the realization that one of his own was willing to put the elders before him wounded Sa'avan. In many ways, that kind of wound was far more painful than any physical one.
Ma'ira,
Sa'avan said softly as he took one step closer to her.
You've been my friend for many years. Throughout those years I have done my best to protect you, to guide you, to be there for you. We've shared the spoils of countless wars, and we've known only victory and never defeat. And I am afraid that perhaps that was a mistake. A mistake?
Ma'ira asked.
It would all have been for nothing if I had to kill you.
Ma'ira's eyes widened as she jumped into a defensive stance. Her mouth clicked and began to make noises, a clear sign that she intended to use the language of the ancients.
Let's not waste any more time,
Sa'avan said, dismissing Ma'ira as a threat.
You have a fleet of your own to attend to. The time of the jump is getting near. How dare you?
Ma'ira yelled.
How dare you not consider me a threat? I will not let you do that to me. You won't!
Ma'ira launched at Sa'avan, but all it took was one direct look from Sa'avan to stop her in her tracks. Unable to continue, she fell to her knees and began pounding the floor. Sa'avan felt the power of her hits as the floor trembled underneath his feet.
You are a powerful Acram,
Sa'avan said.
No doubt about it. But I am afraid you are still a lifetime behind me. Perhaps after I am gone, you will ascend to my rank. But as long as I am alive, you do not stand a chance. Don't toss your life away following the words of the elders. For now you can take my word that I will do the right thing for the Acram race. As I've said before, don't make me kill you. Damn you! Now, please, return to your fleet,
Sa'avan said, as he returned to gazing out the main viewer of his ship. Moments later he heard footsteps, and then the slight whisper of one of the doors opening and closing behind him.
Return to your posts,
Sa'avan said in the tongue of the ancients. Speaking the tongue of the ancients on board an Acram ship could send a message anywhere on the ship instantaneously. Doors all around the room began to open and close, and footsteps were heard. But Sa'avan didn't bother to look. He knew it was the Acram returning to their posts.
How long before the jump?
Sa'avan asked.
We'll be ready for the jump in a rotapor,
said the Acram, in charge of communicating with the rest of the Acram armada. A rotapor wasn't a large amount of time. The Acram planet took 28 rotapor to fully rotate from light to darkness. He felt satisfied with the answer, as it would save him from the agony he was creating for himself with his own thoughts. Since before Sa'avan knew anything about war, anything about nobles, he already knew about the Acram cause. A cause so great, so pure, that it allowed the Acram to kill, to destroy, to conquer. Many times he had tried to ask what the supposed cause was that allowed the Acram to do whatever they wanted with the galaxy. But as many times as he tried to ask, he was reprimanded. And just as many times he heard the saying, "A true Acram does not ask. A true Acram only serves." He hated that saying. He wanted to know the truth. But eventually, knowing that he couldn't do anything to break the system, Sa'avan gave in and did what every other Acram did. He trained for war. He trained to become a warrior. But he did so with one goal in mind, to find out the truth about the cause. He had heard from many of his kin that the only way to learn about the Acram cause was to come back victorious from battle, as only those who were the saviors of the galaxy would know the truth. As time passed, Sa'avan rose through the Acram ranks, and before he knew it, he was on his way to his first battle. The mission objective was simple: conquer the moon Obia, no matter the cost. The moon, Obia, was a caved moon, with most of its residents living inside the moon's surface. This was one of the few times where the Acram would have to abandon their mighty ships and charge by foot and using some armored vehicles. But conquering the moon turned out to be youngling's play for the highly trained and well-organized Acram. Once the Obia defenses were obliterated, the noble in charge of the operation, Noble Lanai Arl, ordered a verbal allegiance pledge from the survivors.
A verbal pledge is not standard Acram practice,
young Sa'avan said, as they rounded up the natives using an electric rod.
They never taught us that in the training grounds. It doesn't matter,
Felior said.
We have to obey. Whatever the noble wants is what she'll get.
Felior was one of Sa'avan's closest kin from the training grounds. They had trained tirelessly together and were considered top-tier Acram.
But how will we even communicate with the natives?
Sa'avan said.
We don't speak alike. Don't worry,
Felior said, as he kicked one of the natives that was falling out of formation.
It's not our place to worry. When we lead our own army, we'll think about the small details. I'm sure the noble has already thought of that.
The native began to limp and lag behind after the kick, falling outside of the group.
Stupid Obian, you are so weak.
Felior kicked him again. This time the native cried out, but managed to catch up with the group. Though every time he took a stride, a cry could be heard. The Obian was in severe pain. Perhaps he even had a broken or dislocated limb.
See,
Felior said with pride.
All they need is a little push, and they will become obedient.
Sa'avan said nothing. He burned with fury over the cruelty the Acram were showing. But it wasn't just Felior that was acting this way. Anywhere he looked, Acram warriors were pushing and shoving the natives.
So this is conquest,
Sa'avan thought.
Careless, primitive, forceful actions. This is what I've trained for. This is what I've strived to be best at.
Attention!
Noble and Iarl yelled from one of the heavy armored vehicles.
We have 30 translators from our most recently conquered planet, Avegia. They can speak both Acram and Obianant. Each group take one, and get them to pledge allegiance to the Acram cause. If they refuse, don't hesitate to kill them.
Here it is once again. The cause. The cause. No one seems to know what it is, but we won't hesitate to kill over it.
This is going to be fun,
Felior said.
We get to test our training a bit more. Don't you think, Sa'avan?
Sa'avan said nothing, nor did he bother to look towards Felior. He was trying to control his temper. The translator approached their group and stood just a body length away from Sa'avan.
Don't be shy,
Felior said, clearly enjoying himself.
Come and get a bit closer. Let's make sure these weaklings can hear you loud and clear. But first, tell us your name.
They call me Ichubin, the translator said.
What a trash name,
Felior said, with a mocking tone.
Your name is trash. But I'll tell you what, if you do a good job here, I'll go ahead and give you a great name.
Felior wasn't like this during their time at the training grounds. He was a good Acram, well-mannered, and actually pleasant company. The taste of blood had changed him.
Achubin,
Felior said, mispronouncing Ichubin's name.
Tell them to pledge their lives to the Acram cause. Whatever the Acram need from them, whenever the Acram need them, they will not hesitate to oblige. From here on out, their primary purpose will be to fight when called upon. Those who agree are free to go. Form a line by that heavy vehicle over there.
Felior gestured towards the noble's armored vehicle, where there was a line already forming.
You'll be injected with a tracking chip to make sure you obey. Those who agree, raise your hand.
The translator began speaking slowly in the Obiant language. When he finished translating, most of the Obians in the group raised their hands instantly, but 3 remained. 2 adult Obians, with one of them carrying a youngling.
Well, well, what do we have here?
Felior asked, as he turned on his electric rod.
We have some brave ones. Ask that one there.
He gestured towards the Obian that stood alone.
Why does he defy the Acram?
The translator spoke to the Obian, and then turned towards Felior. It looked as if he had gotten a direct answer.
Well, don't just stand there. Speak,
Felior said impatiently. The Obian says, Ichubin said, hesitating, that he'd rather croak than serve any one of you scum. The Obian spat at Felior, but the fluid never got close to reaching him.
I can fix that for you,
Felior said, walking over to the Obian without hesitation. With a firm grip, he thrust the electric rod through the throat and into the chest of the Obian until it came out the other side, killing the Obian instantly. The Obian carrying a youngling began to panic.
saying various different things in their language.
While we are warmed up,
Felior said, retrieving the rod from the corpse.
ask that one the same thing.
He gestured towards the panicked Obian.
Let's see how brave it is. Let's see if he dares say the same thing.
The translator spoke to the Obian hesitantly, saying a few more things than the last time he translated.
Well?
Felior said, looking like he was beginning to lose his patience. He said that you have already taken everything, Achuban said with reluctance. That he is not a warrior. He is just a farmer trying to live a peaceful life. If he agrees to your terms, he will only prolong his life until the next battle, where he will surely die. He is only a farmer, he keeps repeating, and for his offspring, he can't decide the life he will lead. He can't condemn his own blood to a miserable life.
Very well,
Felior said, firmly gripping the electrical rod.
I can facilitate things for them by not giving them an option. Felior, stop,
Saavan said.
What did you just say?
Felior asked, sounding incredulous.
Is it me, or are you protecting these filthy soil-working beings? You should be ashamed to call yourself an Acram.
Saavan rushed Felior, and thrust his rod through the center of Felior's chest, where most of his vital organs were located. The Akram's limp body fell to the floor. In that moment, Saavan made the decision that if he could help it at all, he wouldn't let cruelty run rampant, even if it meant risking his own life.
Tell him to just agree for now,
Saavan said as he looked at the translator.
If he doesn't, others will surely kill him. Tell him that it's unlikely that we will ever require them to go to war for us. Tell him that not much will change, that soon he will be able to return to his normal life. He is lucky to be alive. Tell him that it's for the young one's sake.
The translator nodded and began to speak to the Obian in a much calmer way. Seconds later, the Obian raised his hand in agreement and began walking towards the heavy armored vehicle.
I trust that you will not say anything about this,
Saavan asked. The translator nodded, but then looked far ahead, as if someone was approaching. His reaction made Saavan turn. Noble Lanai Arl was coming towards Saavan. Saavan lowered his gaze and waited for the noble to address him.
So, what do we have here?
Noble Lanai Arl said. Saavan had a healthy dose of respect for the Acram nobles. He knew that they were as elite got, and they would kill without hesitation just by using the tongue of the ancients. At this point, Saavan hadn't yet learned the ancient tongue, so he had no defense against it, and he also knew that the noble was well aware of that.
An Acram killing one of his own,
Noble Lanai Arl said.
No,
Saavan said, as he met the noble's gaze.
I was simply upholding the Acram cause.
By killing one of your own? The noble said.
No,
Saavan said, unwavering.
By putting the Acram cause before anyone or anything. Felior was going to kill the Obian just because he hadn't had his fill of killing, even if that meant killing them before they pledged allegiance to the Acram.
I feel a great anger coming from you, the noble said, and then she turned towards the translator. Is that true? Is that how events transpired? The translator nodded fervently. You are quite brave, the noble said. You could have gotten yourself into a lot of trouble because of this. What is your name?
Saavan Seliospect.
Come with me, Saavan. It looks like you have a lot to learn about the Acram cause. Soon after, Saavan found himself on his way back to the Acram space. But from what he heard the noble tell the pilot of the starship, they were not going to the Akram's homeworld. They were going to Isomer, the moon where the great elders were based. Saavan was nervous throughout the trip, but he held his own. The noble talked to him about the countless wars she had been in, and how difficult it had been to obtain her high rank. When they got to Isomer, they went straight towards the main hall. There they waited near the dais in the center of the room, for one of the elders to show up.
Most of the first-generation Acram warriors,
the noble said in a low voice,
learn about the cause after their first battle through an official cause instructor designated by the elders. But you should learn it the same way I learned it. I see the same fire in you for the cause that I once had. That couldn't be further from the truth,
Sa'avan thought. One of the doors of the hall opened, and an Acram elder came walking through. Sa'avan was able to confirm all the rumors he had ever heard about the elders being immortal, as the elder looked even younger than him.
That's Anenna, one of the newest elders,
the noble whispered.
Well, compared to the rest, but she was the one that told me about the cause. So you've found a special Acram?
Anenna said in a frail voice as she neared.
Another one that will carry our flame into the galaxy? I believe I have,
the noble said as she bowed.
What you are about to hear, Anenna said slowly, is only for you, and you alone. You should not talk about this with any other Acram. If you do, it is off with your head. Do you understand?
Yes.
Long ago,
Anenna said,
when our civilization was still young, and we had scarcely constructed our first starships, we headed out into the universe to explore. We found many wonderful things throughout the ages, countless species and worlds. We thought of ourselves as the great explorers, the seers of the unknown. As our technology and civilization progressed, so did our reach into the universe. We were at peace for countless life cycles, until one day something from a distant and more ancient time came our way, and it brought with it beings of pure destruction, beings that could not be reasoned with, beings that could not be slain, beings that did not tire, immortal beings, their bodies all machine. They brought our civilization to near annihilation, without compassion and without hesitation, only sparing a few. The immortals left behind a message to be spread throughout the galaxy. Darkness will come to the universe once again. Life must end.
Sa'avan had so many questions, but he knew it was better not to ask.
It took our civilization countless lifetimes to rebuild the greatness we once had,
Anenna continued.
But this time, the Acram had a common goal and a unifying and undeniable cause: to be ready if ever darkness came knocking at our doorstep once again. We began by asking other occupants of the galaxy to join with us. No, we did not ask. We begged, but to no avail. So we took matters into our own hands. Since then, we have striven to conquer and unite the galaxy.
Sir, we are ready to make our next jump,
one of the guards behind Sa'avan said, breaking his train of thought.
Was the story the elders told to justify the Acram conquest even real?
Sa'avan thought.
Was there such a thing as a machine civilization in the void of space? Countless lifetimes have passed since the time the elders talked about, and yet nothing has been heard or witnessed since then. But now the Acram cause runs rampant throughout the galaxy. Nobles inebriated with power, elders filled with greed and empty of remorse. Millions have died due to the cause.
But Sa'avan had done his part in all of it. He thought of himself as just a noble, showing compassion and saving lives wherever possible. He had saved countless lives throughout his long career as a noble. Many of his kin respected him for that, but many more just wanted him dead. That much was clear. But during his calling as a noble, he had amassed a great deal of power over the Acram and its forces. Even the elders would think twice before getting in his way. He knew that with just a few more conquests, he would be able to overthrow the current Acram governing bodies and establish one of his own.
Sir, the other ships are requesting a status update.
The same guard said.
Please advise, sir. Jump.
14. The New Fleet. Fain sat in the pilot's seat, with the command station firing up all around him. He was nervous for the first time since he first piloted Sodenia. The command station, Sodenia's main navigation control unit, was already in place, with the spherical view screen lighting up after its ascension. From there, he had an almost complete view of the outside world. The only thing he couldn't see was a small spot below his seat. He saw the colossal ship in its entirety, as well as everything around it, including Earth, the Moon, and the Ocalinus ship, Varion Vasteos. Fain closed his eyes and tried to feel around the controls of his pilot's seat. The levers, the switches, the foot throttles, but most especially the side stick control. As he felt each one of them, he tried to experience in his mind once again what each did. He began to feel what it was like to be in control of Sodenia. It was instant. It was precise. He knew that this wouldn't be like the other times he had piloted the ship. This would be special. Got it, Fain said as he opened his eyes. Are we ready to go now? Kaya asked through his pilot's seat. Just a few more seconds, Fain said, trying to calm his mind. Fain knew what was at stake here. He knew that they were the first humans in history that would attempt to travel at light speed. And he also knew that there was a very real possibility that things could go horribly wrong. The lives of 1,600 plus humans were in his hands. A new lever had been added to his cockpit on the right side of the console. The thrust-like lever had a solid build, and it required a button on its side to be pressed so it could slide up or down. Below the lever it read, Alcubierre Drive, and on the side of it were the numbers 0.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and theoretical max. The last words were colored in red. Kaya, I mostly understand this, Fain said as he looked at the lever. But what does 0.5 mean? Does that mean we can go at half the speed of light? That's the theory, Kaya said. We have yet to test it, but there are settings in the gravity cores that allow them to function at partial power. Kaya and Pika had been working hard on this lever, and it looked like they got everything just right. Okay, I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Have everyone prep for FTLT. No, not faster than the speed of light. We shouldn't try to do so much. It might be a bumpy first ride. We'll keep it at the speed of light if possible. I'll let everyone know. And what about the Ocalinus? Have you decided the order of the trek? They are standing by and waiting for your orders. Let them go ahead. Tell them to leave at will. Have you calculated how long it will take them to reach the asteroid belt versus us traveling at only light speed? They will be there instantly, and we will be there within 18 minutes from when the Alcubierre drive is engaged. So, they'll have to wait for us. Please advise them that we'll be 18 minutes late to the party, and it's probably a good idea for them to steer clear of us. The Ocalinus ship moved away from Sodenia, and one of its sides began to glow. Before he knew it, the ship had disappeared, leaving behind a cloud of glowing dust. Fain never thought it possible that something as large as the Varion Vasteos would be able to disappear in the blink of an eye. We won't be hearing about their safe arrival anytime soon, right? Fain asked as he slid his right hand over the Alcubierre drive lever. That's correct, Kaya said. Even if they have already sent a message about their safe arrival, I'm afraid it will take no less than 18 minutes to reach us. Understood, Fain said. Put up the charted map on the main viewer and make it large. Start a 5-second countdown to light speed on everyone's screen. The charted map to the asteroid belt, along with the 5-second countdown, appeared before Fain. He focused on the countdown, pressing the button on the side of the Alcubierre lever and getting ready to slide it one position up. When the countdown reached 0, he slid the throttle-like lever up, letting it stop at 1. He then saw Earth disappear behind him in a matter of seconds, and the space all around him darkened. The only thing visible to Fain was the charted map to the asteroid belt that Kaya had put together. But light-speed travel wasn't without sensation, and although they were not moving before the Alcubierre drive was engaged, now it felt like they were. But it didn't feel like they were moving through a place. Instead, it felt like the universe was moving through them. His heart pounded. He felt the adrenaline pumping, altering his state of awareness. He could feel the vast distance they were traveling. A few minutes passed by in silence, as Fain stared at the slowly moving dot that was them on the charted map. It was mind-boggling at first, how they could be moving at the speed of light, and yet the dot on the map was moving so slowly. That meant that 248 million miles were no laughing matter, not even at the speed of light. After Fain was beginning to feel more comfortable, he began to look around the main viewing screen and felt a little disappointed with what he saw. There was nothing. No flashing lights. No trails of fast-moving stars like he had seen in the old turn-of-the-century sci-fi movies. There was none of that. But then he realized why that was. It was because light from those objects was having a hard time reaching them. Or rather, they were moving so fast that the light from nearby objects was not reaching them for enough time to make itself visible. "So are we able to talk?" Fain finally said. "Of course," Kaya said. "The space around Sodenia is not affected by the Alcubierre drive. Only the space in front of the ship and behind it is being altered." "Yeah," Fain said, letting go of the Alcubierre lever for the first time since he engaged the drive. "I realized that once I was able to hear my own voice. How is the crew doing?" "Nearly half of the crew members are reporting motion sickness, and there have been several reported cases of emesis." "You mean some have puked?" "That's correct." "I didn't think the feeling of traveling at light speed was that bad, or better said, not bad at all. It was rather exhilarating." "It appears that not all bodies react alike. I have already sent a few crew members who are now having stress-induced tachycardia to the medical bay." "Will they be okay?" Fain asked, feeling a bit worried. "They're being treated by medical professionals. I'm confident that they'll be okay. Hopefully this will just be an adjustment phase for them. If not, they'll have to be relieved. Please make a list of everyone that reported sickness, and ask the rest of the crew to report whether they felt sick or not. I need to know what to expect if we need to make the run back to Earth." "Consider it done." "Thank you, Kaya. Hey, how is the battle board coming along? Are there any good strategies coming in? Has anyone else made it to the qualifiers?" "As of now, 3 other ideas have made it to the qualifiers, and there are 122 new submissions that have yet to be voted on." "Who wrote the ones that made it through?" "John Slick from Eora's gunner crew, Elise Geen from engineering, and August McCarrick are the latest ones to make it to the qualifiers." "So August finally made it?" "I'm sure he wasn't going to stop until he saw his name up there. He's got spirit all right. I can't wait to read them later." In truth, Fain had been reading and studying every single strategy that was posted onto the battle board. He took his time with each strategy, trying to find its weak spot. And once he had found it, he would move on to the next. Some strategies were easy to break. In many cases, it would just take a few seconds. But some of the more well-thought-out strategies took him longer, and he liked that. It made him feel like they were heading in the right direction. And whenever he wasn't piloting, making important decisions or breaking strategies, he was writing his own, inspired by the other ideas he saw on the board. 10 minutes passed in silence, with Fain carefully observing the Sodenia dot move slowly through the charted map. So, am I just going to go back to 0 on the Alcubierre drive when we reach the belt? Fain asked, closing his eyes, trying to picture what would happen next. And are we just going to stop? I can't really imagine what's going to happen. I mean, I can imagine it, but I'm not sure if I'm right. If, when you stop the Alcubierre drive, there is a smooth transition back into normal space, Sodenia should have the same momentum it had before the drive was initiated. So we are really just going to go from 186,287 miles per second to 0 at the push of a button? Fain said, as he shook his head. Whoa. No, we will go from 0 to 0. The space around us will stop expanding and contracting, thus returning the space around the ship back into linear or normal space. Genius. The possibilities of this technology are quite staggering. Kaya had added a safe point stop to the charted map 2,900 miles away from the asteroid belt and the Okalina's ship. As Sodenia's point on the map neared the safe stop, a countdown marker appeared next to it that read, "Approaching safe stop in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Getting ready to disengage Alcubierre drive," Fain said, as he placed his hand over the AD lever. In 3, 2, 1. He pressed the button and put the lever back to 0. He was able to make out the shapes that were appearing all around the spherical view screen. Sodenia was surrounded by asteroids, although it didn't look as dense up ahead, where the asteroid belt truly started. "Report," Fain said, breathing more heavily than usual, but slowly returning to normal. He then noticed that the strange feeling he had experienced while traveling as fast as the speed of light was gone. Are we still alive? It appears that Sodenia and all its crew have made it in one piece, Kaya said. Aside from the earlier reported incidents that have now been treated, the only condition that has prevailed is motion sickness. However, the medical bay is already preparing relief capsules for that particular issue. There is also an Okalina's message waiting for you. What does the message say? Fain asked right away, hoping it wouldn't be bad news. It only says that they have arrived at the agreed location. They will be looking forward to your arrival. And that, Kaya, Fain said, feeling a large smile spreading across his face. That's how we do star travel. Yes, it appears so, Kaya said, matching Fain's optimistic tone. Patch me through to the entirety of the ship, Fain said, sounding relieved. Whenever you're ready, Kaya said. Crew of Sodenia, Fain said through the PA of the ship. This is your captain speaking. We have successfully made it to our destination near the asteroid belt. Besides some reported motion sickness, everything seems to be all right. Make no mistake, this will mark a new era in the history of humanity. Now the stars are within reach. Sodenia has now graduated to being the first Earth starship. From the command station, Fain couldn't hear the reaction of the crew. He was surrounded by silence. Some are cheering, Kaya said, as if she had read Fain's mind. But the cheers are mainly coming from Eora's unit. The majority of the crew are just relieved. That's about what I was expecting, Fain said as he shrugged. Patch me through one more time, whenever you're ready. But our work is just beginning. For the next 6 months, and until there is no more threat, I want to see the best from you. We are the only thing standing between Earth and them, and I'll be damned if we let a single one of them through. We'll now be moving out to rendezvous with the Varian Vasteos. Keep a close eye on your task managers. Fain out. I have charted a course to the Okalina ship, Kaya said, as she made the new map appear on the main screen. Would you like to place the ship on autopilot? Thank you, Kaya, Fain said, as he got comfortable on his pilot's seat once again. But no, that won't be necessary. I'll do it myself. Very well. Kaya, you know what I was thinking? Too many possibilities come to mind. Should I start naming them? Fain chuckled. No, that's just an expression to start a conversation. Usually people just say, no, what? Oh, no, what? See, there you go, Fain said as he smiled, and began moving Sodenia through the asteroid belt. I was thinking that I really need to work on my speeches. It wasn't that bad, Kaya said. It was straight to the point. The crew knows you well, and there is no need to impress them with anything fancy. But still, Fain said, as he guided Sodenia through space. I'd like to sound more captain-like. Yeah, it was captain-y enough. You really think so? Fain said, as he tittered. I do. It took Sodenia about 5 minutes to get near enough to see the Varian Vasteos. As they neared, Fain saw that the Ocalinus ship was covered in asteroids, with only a few parts of the ship protruding from the sea of space rocks and debris. Fain decided not to move the ship much deeper into the belt. And with that, it was time to start. Connect me with the Ocalinus, Fain said, as he took his hands off the controls. Only an instant passed before a cutout on the main screen appeared, with Elenon on the other side.
Ah, Captain Fain Jegga,
Elenon said, in the smooth but robotic voice from the translator, with a clear delay.
I hope that your trip at the speed of light wasn't that bad.
Not bad at all, Fain said. But now it's time to get to work. What do you have for us?
I'm afraid that it won't be the good news you'd hoped for,
Elenon said, shaking his head.
We have tried to analyze the files that Kaya gave us regarding Sodenia and its drones as best we could. While the drones will be easy enough to produce and replicating a ship the size of Sodenia is possible, the problems we face are the main weapons of your ship and the power source. They cannot be replicated. We do have several thousand power sources on board our own ship, and there are several other methods we can use to create space engines, but I'm afraid that we don't understand Hurrian technology enough to replicate or tame that massive powerhouse core.
Fain's world fell apart, and his spirit began to shatter after hearing those words. What were they supposed to do now? How could they ever stand a chance against the Golden Armada? The odds kept stacking against them, and Fain knew it. But was this all there was to Fain? Was he one to give up when things got tough? Impossible, perhaps? No. What can you build? Fain asked as he exhaled.
Within the given time,
Elenon said, as he made a screen appear before him.
We can say with certainty that we can build tens of thousands of fully functioning drones and a few hundred large ships.
That will be like trying to extinguish a fire with a glass of water, Fain thought. It's nowhere near what we need.
Perhaps once we get building,
Elenon continued,
the numbers will grow in our favor.
And it could also be the other way around, Fain said, with his hands on the sides of his head.
That is always a possibility, unfortunately,
Elenon said as he put away the screen. So, we'll have to make a plan based on what we know for sure, Fain said, as he pressed the button to unbuckle him from his seat. Let's start doing what we can. Let us know if we can help out in any way. I will be in contact with you.
We will start with preparations for the build now.
Fain nodded and turned, and Elenon's screen disappeared from the main view screen as the command station began lowering itself into the bridge of the ship. Nearly everyone on the bridge was looking over at Fain expectantly. Kaya, can you display the battle board on the main screen? Fain asked as he exited his pilot seat. On screen, Kaya said, and the battle board appeared on the main screen, large enough for everyone to read. Fain walked towards the center console, and most of the flight crew followed. Remove every strategy that involves having a Sodenia duplicate, Fain said. He watched more than half of the strategies on the board disappear, including his own and Kaya's. Now remove anything that requires more than a few hundred large ships. The board had become nearly empty, with only a handful of ideas remaining. Please notify everyone on the ship that our assets have changed. At a glance, the ideas looked like they would not work. Will do, Kaya said as she walked across the bridge. Does this mean what I think it does? Larissa asked. The Ocalians will not be able to build as much. They will be able to build, Fain said, as he half-turned to Larissa with his hands clasped. Just not another Sodenia. They assure me that they can build tens of thousands of our drones and a few hundred ships the size of Sodenia, just not with its firepower.
So you can still use one of my plans?
August blurted out, looking towards Larissa with a large smile.
Maybe just improve or add to it.
The entire bridge looked towards August, including Kaya, who was standing next to him.
I think it's still on the battle board. Let's see,
August said as he looked towards the main screen, trying to search for his idea. Everyone else looked towards the main screen.
Oh yeah, it's still here. It's the one with the title Balloon Army.
August, what even is a balloon army? Pika said. And it's only a few paragraphs long.
Yeah, well, about that,
August said, as he adjusted his collar.
It was one of my first ideas, but I can expand upon it. I wasn't sure of the rules of the battle board when I wrote it.
That's actually pretty impressive, August, Fain said, after he finished reading August's short idea. Did you get that from Earth's own history?
Yeah, World War II, actually,
August said, looking relieved.
Ghost Army, I think it was called. They used balloon tanks or dummy tanks to fool the enemy and to avoid being surrounded.
Deception, Fain said. The only problem is that we aren't dealing with the same kind of surveillance equipment. As soon as they appear on our instruments and we appear on theirs, they will know they are fake.
True, August said, but we aren't dealing with your average builders either. What if it were possible to trick their sensors?
The room turned towards Kaya. Can it be done? Fain asked. We don't know what the enemy is capable of doing. If they are any good, we will never know, but we have to set a bar. Can a ship like Sodenia be tricked? It's possible, Kaya said, although we would have to devote a great deal of resources. I think we can manage, Fain said. I'll get in contact with the Okaleans and tell them about our plan. From here on out, all strategies that appear on the battle board will be based on August's idea of the Ghost Army. Sorry, August, Balloon Army doesn't have that nice of a ring to it. August shrugged and agreed. Later that day, Fain and the Okaleans settled on the final numbers of ships and drones. The Okaleans promised Fain 400 ghost ships the size of Sodenia and 65,000 drones. 10,000 of those drones would be full combat types with extended durability, while the rest would have a limited power supply, basically a battery. All of this rested on whether they could have Sodenia's drones help in gathering materials to feed the hungry Okalean ship. That same night, the Varion Vasteos came to life, swallowing all the nearby asteroids, with one of its ends opening and processing them in its belly. Just a few hours later, the Varion Vasteos put on a spectacular light show as the superheated lasers on the opposite end of the ship began to create machines. The drones the Varion Vasteos created were a little different from Sodenia's own. They were a bit larger and darker. From the bridge, Fain watched the first batch of drones being built. He stood there until he saw the first of Sodenia's drones go out into the asteroid belt and begin gathering materials for the Varion Vasteos. Although the supply of asteroids around the hungry Okalean's ship looked never-ending, Fain wanted to get a head start on their side of the task at hand. Sodenia's drones were manned by Eora's graveyard shift drone pilots. Fain planned to have the entire crew switch to a 24-hour workday with rotating crews. He went to bed tired that day, with a lot on his mind. So much so that he didn't know if it was worth trying to unravel any of his worries before going to sleep. So he just slept. The next day came too soon for his tired body and mind, but it came with good news. The Okaleans had surpassed their first-day expectations. They called the asteroid belt rich in resources. For the next 4.5 months, the crew of Sodenia worked hard, with everyone volunteering to work after hours and take on extra shifts as needed. Many temporary pilot bays were built, as well as numerous command stations for the operation of the ghost ships. Morale was high, and it seemed that way for the Okaleans too, who Fain and the other members of the flight crew often visited. For the most part, things had gone well for Sodenia and the Varion Vasteos, and they managed to surpass their original drone estimate by thousands. But something wasn't feeling right for Fain. He felt as if they were overlooking something. And it didn't help that he was nervous about today's activity, since this time Larissa would be joining him on his trip to the Okaleans' ship. Being around Larissa made Fain feel alive. His heart pounded just from the feel of her standing next to him. Sometimes, even his hand trembled when reaching for something. He thought that she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. But then again, similar things happened when he was in the company of Pika. He hated being confused about it, and he hated his inexperience when it came to love. He wasn't a virgin, but he had also never been in love or even close to it. He didn't have the slightest idea what to do. Because of the Acram, Fain's normal life had been completely and utterly interrupted. Every chance that he otherwise would have had at experiencing love or getting his heart broken was taken from him. He had dedicated his entire life to ESAF and its training. Fain waited for Larissa just outside the shuttle. It didn't take long for her to get there. "Are we ready to go, Captain?" She smiled as she neared. "Always ready to go." Fain extended his hand, pretending to show her the way. "Right this way, Lieutenant Commander Larissa." "Hey, what is that supposed to mean? Are you saying I'm not good enough?" "Perhaps exactly the opposite." They both chuckled as they walked in the shuttle. "Are you all right there, Captain Fain?" Larissa asked jokingly. "I was just testing your piloting skills," Fain said, after he realized he was trying to take off while the engines were in no-fly mode. They both smiled as the shuttle took off towards the Varian Vasteos. Fain had done the run many times over the past 4.5 months, and each time it was a completely different experience. The run ranged drastically from smooth with almost no asteroids to avoid to downright dangerous. The space shuttle had very little shielding, and Fain didn't want to put it to the test if he didn't have to. This time around, the run was more on the smooth side, with very little to avoid. They stood in the Okalina ship for close to an hour, talking with the builders as the group watched one of Sodenia's clone ghost ships being forged, using Varian Vasteos technology. It was quite the spectacle. The lasers would change size and color depending on which part of the ship they were working on, and they moved fast. It was easy to lose track of it all. Fain had taken a liking to the Okalinas and appreciated all their hard work, and for this trip, he had one subject in mind that he wanted to discuss in person before heading back to Sodenia. "Elanon, Fearmans, Ermistal, my friends," Fain said, after the ghost ship was nearly completed. "We need to talk about something for when the Acram come." There was a floating translator between them that activated once Fain finished talking. It worked the same way for the Okalinas.
"We are all ears,"
Elanon said via the translator. "I know that the Varian Vasteos is primarily a building ship," Fain said, changing his casual tone to a more solemn one. "Does that mean that you don't really have any defensive or offensive weapons?"
"That is correct,"
Elanon said.
"We have little offensive power. We can perhaps repel a group of mercenaries or space pirates. We have strong shields as well, but nothing on the level of the Acram. As you may recall, 6 ships like Varian Vasteos attempted to make their way to Earth, and only we survived." "How long do you think you can last against the Golden Armada?" Fain asked, trying not to sound too harsh. "Perhaps a few breaths,"
Elanon said.
"or perhaps we can serve as bait."
"That's not happening," Fain said, as he looked at each one of the Okalinas. "When the Acram come, I need you to jump far away from wherever the battle is taking place. You don't need to sacrifice yourselves in vain. I won't require that of you. You have already done your part." Fain looked towards the large fleet of ghost ships and drones lined up in multiple tiers behind Sodenia. "If we somehow survive what's coming, we will be in your debt."
"Surely we can still help,"
Elanon said.
"We won't run from our fate."
"Your fate, my friends," Fain said, "is to continue living. You have done your part in this war. The decision is final. We'll see each other again once this is all over." He smiled slightly. Fain didn't feel so good about his decision to remove the Okalinas from the imminent battle. He knew he was robbing them of something special.
"There must be another way,"
Elanon said.
"The Varian Vasteos might not have weapons of war, but we are certainly creating. There is no reason why we should be allowed to leave while you and your crew stay and fight. Our lives are no more important than any of those on board your ship."
"Maybe there is another way," Larissa said. "What if we don't need to have all our eggs in one basket?"
Fain turned towards Larissa, tilting his head.
"Yes,"
Larissa said.
"What if we had a different basket far away from the battle? One that could control what's happening in the battle? I mean, think about it. Basically, everyone on Sodenia will have something to do when the Acram come. And in their own way, they can help or do something to sway the battle. Engineering, Eora's gunners, drone pilots, and Kaya. But what about the pilots we picked up from Earth?"
"I think I'm beginning to see where you are going with this," Fain said.
"What if Sodenia gets damaged to the point that we cannot communicate with the Ghost Fleet or any of the drones?"
Larissa said.
"Then it's game over."
"I agree," Fain said. "What do you propose?"
"A command post of some sort, highly maneuverable, heavily shielded, and able to jump back to Earth if need be."
"Can you build something like that?" Fain asked, turning to face the Ocolinus. "Something with powerful communication?"
"It would take longer,"
Elanon said.
"Much longer than a ghost ship, as it will be fully functional, I suppose. But it can be done."
"How long?" Fain asked. Elanon turned to face Fearmans and Irmistal.
"How many people on board do we need to account for?"
Fearmans asked. 400 active, but with enough passenger space to receive the whole of Sodenia's crew in case of an emergency.
"In that case,"
Fearmans said, as she pulled up a digital screen from the floor and began making some sort of calculations.
Five of your human days, no less."
"Will you be able to jump this ship away from the battle?" Fain asked.
"That shouldn't be a problem. As long as the army of drones is in place, we can jump the ship away from that battle,"
Fearmans said.
"We've made it to Earth once before, solely on the ship's computer."
In an effort to conserve high-energy cores for the larger ghost ships, the drones were fitted with smaller cores. The Ocolinus had decided that in the event that the fleet needed to jump from one end of space to another, they would tether the drones to the Varion Vasteos. "Then let's do it," Fain said. "Before anything else gets done, make sure you complete the command center. And remember to leave a designated area for the Ocolinus." Fain smiled. "Since you three prefer a different gravity and all."
"Any particular design you have in mind?"
Elanon asked. Fain looked at Larissa, and she shrugged. "Surprise us," Fain said. "Just make it capable of jumping through space."
"In that case we will,"
Elanon said.
"And, Captain Fain Jegga, thank you for the opportunity to fight alongside you. The most difficult part of this new assignment will be making the new command center star ready. But we will try our best, even if it means using some of the Varion Vasteos parts."
"You'll do just fine," Fain said. "That much I know. I've been thoroughly impressed so far." Before long, Fain and Larissa were back on board the small shuttle and making their way back to Sodenia. Fain was feeling much better about the new deal he had struck with the Ocolinus. "Thank you for your suggestion," Fain said, as he piloted the shuttle smoothly. "The truth is that I wasn't feeling too good about leaving them out of the battle, but at the same time, I didn't want them to be just sitting ducks." "I know," Larissa said. "That's why I said it." "There's something else that has been bugging me," Fain said. "Shoot, maybe I can help you with it. I've been feeling lately that we might be pushing our luck. The common consensus is that we should build ships until there are signs of the Acram. I've seen on the battle board that most of the crew they truly believe, that strength is in numbers. Most of their strategies consist of numbers-based approaches instead of tactical ones. The Acram could show up any day now, and we would be woefully unprepared. And no matter how many ships we end up building, how many drones we have on our side, we will lose if we aren't prepared." "Then light the fire. Do what you were born to do, Fain. Take charge of the situation. They are only putting forth numbers-based strategies because they don't know any better. It doesn't have anything to do with whether they believe in you or not. I believe that when it comes to this stuff, you know best." "I hope you are right. Because if we are going to survive this, we'll need to be ready. I'll stop any further building after the new command station is built. We'll try to be as ready as possible for the Acram from here on out. Battle drills, plans, formations, meetings, and anything else I can think of to get us ready. I hope it works. I think we all do, for Earth's sake.
Fain began to make plans in his head of what to do next. He pictured their new fleet of ghost ships and drones lining up in a strategic formation for the first time. He also wondered.
Now, if you don't mind,
Larissa said, interrupting Fain's train of thought.
There's been something that has been on my mind as well.
Sure, go ahead, Fain said, as his heart began beating more rapidly.
You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but I've noticed how Pika behaves around you, specifically when I am around you, and I think she might have some strong feelings for you, like mine.
Did Fain just hear that clearly? Did Larissa just casually say that she had feelings for him? She said it in a way that sounded like it should be common knowledge, not just for him, but for everyone.
What?
Fain asked nervously.
The truth is that I've never been the selfish kind,
Larissa said.
Especially in times like this, with the end of everything we know upon us and all. I also have yet to fully understand my feelings, but make no mistake, they are real, and they're as present as the air I breathe. And I believe there's some of that towards me in you too, Fain Jegga.
She looked at Fain and smiled warmly.
But it wouldn't be kind of me if I made you choose between me and her, or if I got in between you two. So I wanted to let you know that if something permanent happens between you and Pika, I will understand. But if it doesn't, come see me once this all ends.
Is this real life? Fain thought, as he realized that Larissa had just dropped a bomb on his chest that went off with 1,000 different feelings. How can someone be so direct, so honest, and yet so nice? But then again, this was Larissa.
I'm not sure what to say,
Fain said.
What to think, even. Then don't say anything,
Larissa said.
But your look betrays you anyways. Truth is, you would make a horrible poker player. I can see right through you, Fain Jegga.
Oh, really? Fain said cheerfully. And what do you see?
Exactly the things I should be seeing,
Larissa said.
Exactly what I was expecting.
Which is?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Larissa chuckled. When they got back to Sodenia, Fain wanted to keep thinking about what Larissa had told him, what she had shared. Even as they parted ways and she headed towards her quarters, he wanted to be selfish, and for once, since the Acram first visited Earth, put himself first. But he couldn't. He knew that he had a lot of work to do. Now more than ever, critical thinking would be required. He really had to concentrate on the coming threat.
If you get out of this,
Fain thought,
if somehow you manage to survive, no, not you, we manage to survive. If there's still an Earth left after all is said and done, you need to find the one for you.
But for now, we have to survive. Fain decided to walk the entirety of the way to his quarters. He knew that it would take him some time that he needed to clear his head. As he walked, he tried to figure out what was bugging him. Something about their plan didn't fit right, and it was beginning to feel like a huge oversight. But what he did know was that it had to do with one of the individuals they were relying on the most.
Kaya,
Fain said into his wristband.
Are you terribly busy at the moment? Not at all,
Kaya said into the wristband.
Can I help you with something?
Do you mind going for a walk? Fain said as he continued walking.
I'd say that I have about 16 minutes before I get to my quarters. Want to join me? If you keep up your current pace,
Kaya said.
You'll arrive at your quarters in 22 minutes. But yes, I'd love to join you.
Is it that easy to calculate things like that? Fain said with a chuckle. Or are you just showing off?
Is that an advanced form of thinking kind of thing? I'd go as far as to say that it is quite primitive,
Kaya said.
It's more of a compulsion to share information that I already have that chances are will never be used.
I see, Fain said. Maybe you'll explain that to me in more detail later. See you when you get here. Less than a minute later, Kaya's corridor pod was already pulling up next to Fain.
You know,
Fain said, as Kaya got out of the pod,
the efficiency of these corridors never ceases to amaze me.
They are quite nice, Kaya said. You know, the Ocalinus ship doesn't have anything like this.
Right, Fain said. It takes around 10 minutes to get from their docks to their bridge, and those conveyor belt things are fast. Or at least they feel fast.
It might feel faster because of the augmented gravity,
Kaya said, as she began walking with Fain.
Since they are not a military-oriented race, there was never a need to hurry about in their ship. For a second I wondered what it would be like inside an Acram ship,
Fain said.
But on second thought, they are probably just as ugly as they're outside, and I really don't want to know. What I do want to know is how you feel about the upcoming battle. I go back and forth about it. There's still so much information missing, mainly on the side of the Acram. I feel that we are doing what we can, as best we can. But the odds are against us.
I feel the same way. What about when it comes to flying the drones?
Do you think you can do it? Do you mean the entirety of our drone fleet? All 85,000 drones?
Fain nodded.
Even at the original estimate of 65,000, it's a daunting task. I fear I might not be able to control them individually with high maneuverability in combat, especially against the skilled Acram ships.
We only have 300 extra pilots, Fain said. We already have 100 more ghost ships than we do pilots. And even if they manage multiple tandem groups of drones, that only accounts for a small number of our fleet. This was it, the one thing Fain had been worried about. Although Kaya had the most powerful mind on Earth, it wasn't infallible. And now, more than ever, it was going to be put to the test. Too many tasks were depending on her now.
"15. The struggle. Over the past 6 days, Fain had put everyone through rigorous drills on formation and engagement, and it seemed as though everyone was giving it their absolute best. The newly completed command center for the fleet looked to be working perfectly for them. After its occupation, Fain had dubbed the newest Ocalinus creation Radio 1. Radio 1 turned out to be quite a large, spherical ship, with extended antennas all around it. Like the Varian Vasteos, it had little firepower, but what it lacked in firepower, it made up for in viewing and communication range. The command center had 2 pairs of circular tiers that began from each side of its midpoint, dividing the spherical command center into 4. The Ocalinus had their own special section in the lowest tier of the command center that allowed them to breathe and move around freely. The Varian Vasteos was no longer pounding away at creating new drones or ships. Instead, it just lay in wait until it needed to be called on. Fain continuously kept the newly created survival fleet in formation. Even as they practiced their drills, they would also practice how to get back into formation at a moment's notice. The formation was simple. Sodenia was front and center, and behind it was a flotilla of 20 ghost ships and a squadron of 1,200 drones. On its right and left side wing dispersers. Across several hundred miles stood 10 battalions that consisted of 19 ghost ships and 3,900 drones. Far behind all the ships and drones stood Radio 1, with 250 of Sodenia's own drones surrounding it, leaving another 250 for Eora's team to manage. Fain knew that it was only a matter of time now before the Golden Armada made its grand entrance. But until it did so, time was still on their side. Every day, Fain thought of something new to throw at Earth's new defense fleet. Each time a new and more severe handicap. 6 days went on like this, with the fleet passing everything that Fain threw at them with flying colors.
"You know," August said, as Fain's pilot seat lowered itself from Sodenia's command station onto the bridge. "I knew it. I knew that you were going to do this to us again. But 3 days in a row?" Fain tried to suppress a guilty laugh. "So, does this mean we get to go back to sleep?" August said as he stood up from his station. Fain had decided to run a drill during the graveyard shift at 0300 hours. And although Sodenia ran on a 24-hour shift, the drills required all personnel to attend. "Can you still fall asleep?" Fain asked as he got up from the pilot's seat. "That won't be a problem," August said as he yawned. "I can fall asleep at any time of the day. I just need to find a nice, cozy place. And right now, this desk is starting to look like it can do the job. I'm a champ.
Leave it to you to be proud of that, Pika said as she got up from her station to stretch. I'm going to go get some coffee. I doubt I can go back to sleep. I saw some weird readings on one of the gravity cores that I need to check out.
Why is that not something to be proud of?
August asked.
It's a gift as far as I'm concerned.
Pika, what kind of readings were those?
Fain asked as his heart began to pound.
Something told him that this was it. I'm not sure, Pika said. She faced Fain, and her eyes widened. It was as if they picked something up.
The main screen on the bridge changed to show a map of the solar system. Everyone on the bridge turned to look.
A large mass has been detected, just a few thousand miles away from Jupiter's orbit,
Kaya said on the bridge.
And it is accelerating this way.
Fain ran to the flashing blue button on the center console that would allow him to address everyone in the fleet through the PA system. Everyone, report to your positions. Get ready for an immediate jump, Fain said, and a short, blaring alarm followed. Be ready to engage the enemy. I hate to say it, but this is not a drill. It looks like the Golden Armada is here, just a few thousand miles away from Jupiter's orbit. We are going to give them a warm welcome. Fain then ran back to his pilot's seat and strapped in as fast as he could.
Where to?
Larissa asked. Just put us near Jupiter, Fain said, as the pilot's seat began to rise from the floor to the spherical view screen.
Chances are that they won't be expecting us. I need everyone to be on high alert. Give it your best.
We only have this one chance. Defensive formation once we get there? August asked. Yes, Fain said from inside the spherical view room, which was already lighting up, letting him see the entirety of his surroundings. Shields up, weapons hot.
We've synchronized the jump with Radio 1,
Kaya said through the command station, her name lighting up on a small screen to the right as she spoke.
We'll be ready to jump in less than a minute.
On screen, Fain said, as he put his hand on the Alcubierre drive lever. A timer with 45 seconds remaining appeared.
What about the Varian Vasteos?
Kaya asked hurriedly when there were 30 seconds remaining. Have them jump back here once our fleet arrives, Fain said, already pressing the button to release the lever. The map of the run towards Jupiter also appeared on the screen.
Synchronized fleet jump in,
Kaya began through the PA system as she called out the numbers on the screen.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Fain moved the lever all the way up to 7, which would allow them to move 7 times faster than the speed of light. He watched as they left the asteroid belt behind them in an instant. All the while, he kept his hand on the lever. The time on the screen changed once again to 55 seconds, as it would take Sodenia nearly an entire minute to reach Jupiter.
Did you put us farther away from the fleet?
Fain asked, as he followed Sodenia's dot through the map.
I did,
Kaya said.
We will arrive approximately 20 miles higher and 100 miles further away from the fleet.
And how far away from the Acram Armada? Fain asked, as the countdown read 40 seconds remaining.
I've set the course to 180,000 miles away from the Armada,
Kaya said. Eora's readying the Fate cannons, Fain said. Have all the other weapons standing by. The Fate cannons were Sodenia's largest and most powerful weapon. The cannons ran across the entirety of the ship, from bow to stern. Eora had once told Fain that she believed that if they really wanted to, they could destroy an entire planet with those cannons.
Everything is hot and ready,
Eora said.
Waiting for your orders.
Fain's heart was racing as the timer counted down. He knew that if they were to have a chance at surviving, they needed to go all out. They would have to fight fiercely with everything they had from the beginning. Fain believed that the enemy, having won countless battles, would take this fight lightly. He wanted to turn that to his advantage. As the timer hit 3, Fain slid it back fast, and the space around them began looking normal. Suddenly he was able to see Earth's fleet behind him, and countless highlighted green squares in front of him. The Acram Armada was there. Approach the enemy, Fain said, as he began to accelerate Sodenia with its main rear thrusters. Radio 1, you stay put. You'll have plenty of range from there.
Radio 1 staying put,
Elenon said as his name appeared on the digital screen on Fain's command console.
Did the Varian Vasteos make it back in one piece?
Fain asked rapidly.
We have received all positive indications that it has,
Elenon said. Keep it on standby.
Understood.
Eora, as soon as they come within range of the Fate cannons, let me know. The highlighted squares on the main viewing screen began to multiply and move, spreading out and turning the thin green line of squares into more of a rectangular shape. What's happening, Kaya? Fain asked as he accelerated the ship, putting it far ahead of Earth's fleet. Now the speed on his console read 350,000 miles per hour and climbing. That was Sodenia's top speed with its main rear engines without pushing it. It appears that the enemy has deployed some sort of smaller ships. At this range, they are barely trackable with our sensors. We cannot know for sure. Meaning that the Armada is a lot larger than we originally thought? We don't know for sure at this point, Kaya said. Our sensors haven't been able to pick up the entirety of the Armada. They are attempting to use a defense mechanism. Radio 1, have all our drones' weapons hot. Shields up, Fain said. Fire as soon as you are within range. Aim for the ships at the center of their Armada.
Understood,
Elenon said. Fain began to push Sodenia faster and faster through space, eating up the space between Sodenia and the Acram Armada. At this rate, Sodenia was far ahead of Earth's fleet, and as the ship neared the enemy, the green rectangle, composed of thousands of smaller rectangles moving about, began to get larger. Damn it, Fain thought. I'm not going to let them intimidate us. If either of us should be scared, it's them, because they've never faced someone like us. Fear works both ways. 120,000 miles and closing, Eora said. The Fate cannons are within range. Shields up. Fire at full power, Fain said, as he continued accelerating the ship towards the Acram fleet. Get them ready. Understood. Firing Sodenia's Fate cannons at full power, Eora said. Fain felt a shrill of power passing through him, and a few seconds later, the Fate cannons erupted, their light obliterating his view, turning everything around him into light. Sodenia had just unleashed the full power of a star. Direct hit to the enemy fleet, Kaya said, as the light began to dissipate. A large number of enemy ships have been destroyed. Then, once the screen around him returned to normal and the green highlighted square reappeared, he saw exactly what he had hoped to see, a dark spot in the green square. This meant that Sodenia's Fate cannons had punched a gap through the enemy's fleet. Detecting enemy fire, Eora said, although they are not locked onto us. We are just going to have to outrun it, Fain said. Buckle up. Fain accelerated Sodenia with everything it had, and the ship roared to life, pushing through space with the power of a star. He halved the distance between the Armada and Sodenia in a matter of seconds. The force of the brutal acceleration pushed Fain back into his seat. Fain closed his eyes to try to clear his mind and think his next move through. Up until now, he had only imagined it as a possibility. Now it was time to do it. 0.5 the speed of light, Fain thought. That's 93,000 and change miles a second. We are at 60,000 miles and closing. That will put me 30,000 miles away and on the other side of the enemy fleet. That's well within range of the rest of Sodenia's cannons. A second is all I need. Here we go, Fain said, as he opened his eyes and aimed the ship towards the gap the Fate cannons had created. Fain stopped all engines and reached over to the Alcubierre lever. He waited to feel what the ship was doing, and then he slid the lever up to 0.5. He waited for the space in front of and behind the ship to distort. For a moment, he thought he saw himself flying through the Armada, ending additional ships as he passed, leaving a trail of destruction behind. When he saw the distortion happen, he moved the lever back. The space around him instantly returned to normal, and the highlighted green squares were no longer in front of him. Sodenia was still moving farther away from the enemy Armada, as inertia kept the ship moving at a tremendous speed, even after Fain had disengaged the FTL drive. He immediately turned on the main and side engines and began to turn the ship around aggressively toward the enemy Armada. As the ship turned, he felt himself being pushed against the left side of the pilot's seat. He knew that he had overshot, but at first he didn't know by just how much. Turning the ship around was his priority. As the ship finished turning, he looked at the screen and saw the distance between them and the Armada. It was 56,000 miles. Damn, only the larger cannons can reach the Armada at this distance, he thought, We need to get back within range, and we need to get back there fast, before the enemy gets a chance to turn around. Sodenia now pointed towards the enemy fleet once again. Fain let the ship's engines erupt back to life with maximum power. The ship blasted its way towards the Armada, pushing Fain back into his pilot's seat and taking them within range for all Sodenia's weapons in a matter of seconds. "Eora, let them have it," Fain said, as he continued to close the gap. "Fire all weaponry within range, deploy all drones, and keep them away from our bow. Leave the large cannons on standby. Wait for my signal." "At once," Eora said. Most of Sodenia's weapons, except for the short-range Gatling turrets, lit up and began to fire at the enemy ships. Soon, a wall of fire blazed as the enemy's shields were breached under Sodenia's heavy fire. The wall of explosions that the cannons were creating wasn't all that he was able to see. Behind it, he saw a much larger wall of ships, ranging from all shapes and sizes. He saw the true form of the enemy, a behemoth of destruction. Fain angled the ship and began to move back alongside the Acram's fleet as half of it scrambled to turn around. Fain could see the confusion between them. For a race that prides themselves on their language and their ability to communicate, this is pretty pathetic, Fain thought, as the Acram struggled to break formation so that some of the ships could turn towards Sodenia. "No, I shouldn't think this way. There's going to be more. Never underestimate your enemy." Then a swarm of smaller ships began heading towards Sodenia. They were making their way back through the many thousands of ships, breaking formation from the much larger Armada ships.
"We have engaged the enemy,"
Elenon said. "Give it your best," Fain said. "Kaya, how are you holding up?" Fain asked, knowing that Kaya was doing a lot of the drone operation heavy lifting. "We've just started," Kaya said. "But so has the enemy. We have yet to lose a drone. It appears as if their pilots are relying on their ship's brute strength. Outmaneuvering is achievable. Things are about to get wild around these parts of space. I need to look for their biggest ship and blow it into 1,000,000 pieces," Fain thought, as he began looking for the largest Acram ship. "That must be where their leader is. Maybe then we'll have a chance." Fain angled the ship even more, facing a mere 20 degrees away from the Armada's formation. "Eora," Fain said, "fire the Fate cannons." The Fate cannons fired once again, and the screens all around him flooded the command room with light. Fain felt the ship get pushed further back due to the power of the main cannons. When the view returned to the command room, Fain was elated by what he saw. The cannons had made a clear-cut line through the enemy's fleet, destroying hundreds upon hundreds in one go. The Fate cannons had also left the shields of the nearby ships weakened, making it possible for Sodenia's larger cannons to inflict serious damage. The swarm of small enemy ships was also gone. Chaos was beginning to ensue within the enemy's fleet, as ships began crashing into each other. But the battle was far from over. That much he knew, that much was certain, as another swarm of ships headed his way. "Keep the Fate cannons charged," Fain said, as he began to stop the ship's backward movement. "Keeping them charged, Captain," Eora said. "We have a chance," Fain murmured as he fired up the rear engines, starting to accelerate forward once again. "We have a real chance, and I'm taking that chance." Fain had thought that the enemy ships would be invincible, somehow stronger than anything they had ever faced before. But now there was hope. Hope in the form of a powerful alien ship piloted by humans. Now there was Sodenia. Saavan gazed out of the main viewer of the Iberia, in the top row of the Golden Armada. He was rather impressed with the display of power he was seeing from the enemy. This time the enemy had grit, and this time the enemy had real power. He knew if they had been evenly matched, he would already have lost the fight. They were not looking to simply survive, to save themselves. They were fighting to rid themselves of a plague. But little did they know that they could not stand in the way of a true monster.
"Although they are brave,"
Saavan thought,
"their failure is inevitable. All will fail in the end."
"Sir!" Dorania, an Acram commanding an armed station, yelled out loud.
"What is it?"
"Some of the nobles are going against your orders and taking their ships to engage with the marked flagship of the enemy fleet."
"Let them,"
Sa'avan said dismissively, waving a hand behind him.
It's their existence on the line. If by any chance they survive, which I doubt, I will deal with them personally.
Sa'avan first wanted to decimate the puny welcome fleet this space sector had put together. A rather insignificant task, once the bulk of the Acram armada got within range of their main weapons. And he wanted to leave their flagship, the ship from the Soden, the Hurrians race's champion, the ship that the Elders had scoured space for, the ship he had heard so much about, for last.
Sir,
Dorania said.
there is something else.
But is it?
Saban asked.
Is it more treachery?
It's Noble Ma'aria, sir. It appears her ship has broken formation and is heading this way.
Advise her to stay in formation, or deal with the consequences.
Yes, sir, at once.
As Sa'avan gazed out into the battle zone and saw the enemy fleet engage with his own, he was enthralled with what he saw. Other than the Hurrian, never before had they faced a foe that could hold a candle to the might of the Armada. And yet here was a relatively new race putting up a grand fight. It was as if they were born for war, shaped by it. A fine addition to the Acram subspecies, no doubt. But,
Sir,
Dorania said, interrupting Sa'avan's thoughts.
What is it now?
Sa'avan said, as he half-turned towards Dorania.
Sir, we have attempted all forms of communication with Noble Ma'ira's ship, but they are not responding. It appears the Noble's ship was severely damaged by the enemy's flagship in their last high-power blast.
One of thousands.
Sa'avan said nonchalantly. He worried little about the Acram, that weren't a direct part of his own section of the fleet.
Sir, but now Noble Ma'ira's ship is on a collision course with the Iberia. Should we change course?
If she wants to come on board so badly, so be it.
Sa'avan thought.
No, deploy a full repair and docking team. Do your best to dock the ship securely, and if Ma'ira asks for me, let her through.
Yes, sir.
The truth was that the fleet was lacking its usual discipline because of what the Elders had inculcated in Ma'ira. She had made sure to spread distrust and fear amongst the Acram Armada and nobles. After her first few attempts, Sa'avan had learned of her treachery when high-ranking nobles came to his side and told him what Ma'ira was up to. But instead of cutting out the sickness at its source, Sa'avan encouraged it and let it run rampant within the Armada. He wanted to see just how many nobles and Acram would actually turn on him. As the list of the doubtful Acram grew, the formation of the Golden Armada changed. He placed all those nobles and their armies at the center of the formation, the most likely part for the enemy to attack.
Sir, we are suffering heavy losses at the vanguard and rear. Many of our ships are being destroyed by their flagship. The center ships are asking for reinforcements.
But are we advancing?
Sa'avan asked.
Yes, but it is a high cost.
A cost that we can still afford to pay. Send out a message. Reinforcements will come in due time. Tell them to keep up the good fight. For the good of the Acram. For the cause.
Sa'avan wasn't planning to send any help. Those that were engaged with the enemy fleet were all nobles that had conspired, or were thinking of conspiring against him. There was no room for elder loyalists in Sa'avan's plans. He was well aware that if he wanted to, he could end the fight between the two fleets in mere moments, just by using the full force of the Golden Armada.
Sir, Noble Ma'ira is requesting entrance to the bridge. She has 3 guards by her side.
I've already instructed you once on what to do if she requested entrance.
You have, sir. But what about her guards?
It's all the same. Leave us.
Sa'avan said without looking away from the battle. Dorania and the 9 other Acram manning their posts scurried out of the large room without hesitation, and in came Ma'ira and her 2 guards. Sa'avan didn't turn to look at them. He just knew that they were there.
Sa'avan!
Ma'ira screamed moments after she entered.
You did this to my ship. You did this to my warriors. You are a disgrace to the Acram cause. You've come all this way just to yell at me?
Sa'avan asked, without looking away from the battle.
No,
Ma'ira said.
I've come to take the Golden Armada from you and give it back to the Elders, the real saviors of our world."
"So, you've come here to kill me?"
Sa'avan asked, uninterested.
"Your time would be better spent following my orders. At least it wouldn't be a wasted effort."
"How dare you? How dare you not look at me? Look at what you've done! Look at me!" she yelled. "Noble Sa'avan, look at me!"
"How dare I?"
Sa'avan asked as he finally turned. Ma'ira was wounded, and her armor was broken on her right side. She bled as she stood a few body lengths away from Sa'avan. Her bodyguards were not wounded, however, and they were just about the largest Acram he had ever seen.
"How dare I what? How dare I dedicate my entire life to this irrational cause? How dare I take whole worlds away from civilizations? How dare I destroy everything I touch on behalf of the greater wisdom of the Elders? Since you took the Elders' side in hopes of gaining power, you clearly understand little about what's really going on. Abandon your undertaking to the Elders, and I will spare your life, and show you the true vision for the Acram."
"The Elders warned me about you," Ma'ira said, with contempt. "They warned me that you would try to brainwash me, that I would feel confused in your presence. They were right.
That is the only attempt I will make to save your life,"
Sa'avan said as he turned back to the main viewer.
"Now, if you will excuse me, I will begin to end this battle."
"Sa'avan!" Ma'ira screamed, her voice rising to a shriek. "Slay the traitor!" The guards launched towards Sa'avan, attempting to use the Acro language against him. But he was quick and easily got out of the way of the small waveforms. Out of everything Ma'ira had said to Sa'avan, the word traitor had hurt the most. If anything, Sa'avan thought of himself as the real savior of his race, the one who would liberate the Acram from the chains of war and a lifetime of suffering. He had sacrificed his whole life to never tire, never be weak, never waver from his belief.
"Scatter!"
Sa'avan yelled in the ancient language as he turned to face the incoming guards. The guards yelled in pain as they fell limp to the floor. Mere moments later, pools of blood formed all around them, marking the end of their lives. Scatter was one of the most painful ways an Acram could kill another, using the ancient language. It made the receiving body break and tear into 1,000,000 pieces from the inside, while leaving the brain for last. Sa'avan had said that he wouldn't make another effort to save Ma'ira's life, but he also wouldn't deliberately move a muscle to slay her. He would leave it entirely up to Ma'ira herself. For all Sa'avan cared, she could just walk away. He wouldn't pursue her, nor would he treat her any differently. This was her chance. But it looked as if she had already made up her mind. She wasn't backing down. "Let's see how you do against a noble," Ma'ira said. As she launched towards Sa'avan, her mouth was already making clicking noises, priming itself to use the ancient language. "Your bones will break."
"Sleeping death,"
Sa'avan said in Acro with all his might, before Ma'ira was able to finish her command. Sa'avan ran towards Ma'ira, catching her body before she hit the floor, and then slowly laying her upon it. He had given her the kindest death any Acram could ask for, the same kind of death he would have given to a treasured one. Her body slowly and painlessly began losing its life as the organs went numb.
"I am sorry, Ma'ira,"
Sa'avan whispered. Another immense beam of light shot across the main viewer of the ship and quickly disappeared into space. A shockwave of explosions followed, and the Iberia tumbled out of formation. The ship shook, and its heavy construction groaned underneath the stress. As the ship tumbled in space, Sa'avan grabbed hold of Ma'ira's body so that nothing could happen to it. Moments later, the ship slowed, and it began to make its way towards the formation.
"Sodenia,"
Sa'avan yelled.
come in here and get everyone back in here.
Sir, Dorania said as she and the other 9 Acram hurried back inside.
What in Isomere just happened?
The enemy fired one of their weapons nearby, sir. It decimated everything it touched and sent all the nearby ships flying or heavily damaged them. The enemy's weapons are powerful, sir. We cannot afford to take a direct hit.
Weapon.
Excuse me, sir?
Weapon,
Sa'aban said.
They have only one weapon that is capable of doing something like that. I've heard of what the Hurrian warship can do.
They are causing unprecedented damage to the Armada, sir.
Dorania said as she returned to her post.
Dispose of them.
Sa'aban said as he gestured towards the slain guards on the floor.
And take noble Ma'ira to the life chamber. She will have a proper Acram passing ceremony. She fought bravely, and she will be remembered as an admirable example of a true Acram noble.
Calling a cleanup squad at once,
Dorania said.
It is time to end this battle,
Sa'aban said as he looked out the main viewer and found parts of the Acram fleet in complete chaos.
Stay where we are and deploy all ships within range. Destroy the enemy fleet.
Just when August had thought they had a real chance at surviving or even winning the battle, the already large armada impossibly expanded, completely engulfing the main screen on the bridge with highlighted green squares. The only thing that August was able to do, in addition to the plethora of tasks he already had at hand, was to take a deep breath. He tried hard not to panic, not to feel scared, and he tried even harder to keep his hope alive. Requests for support or backup were flying all over August's station screen. Everyone on board Sodenia was desperately overwhelmed. He tried to grant the majority of Eora's requests, to try to keep all the ship's weapons operating properly. Even Kaya asked for help at one point, so she could delegate control of some drones. The numbers of Earth's fleet began dropping rapidly until they couldn't drop any further. 0 was the grand total left. And then a call from Radio 1 came in, the one call August had hoped never to receive. "August, you should take that," Larissa said, as her screen lit up with the same call. "Kaya is sending it to us, trying not to disturb Fain. Maybe he and Eora are the only reason we are still alive."
This is Sodenia,
August said, trying to keep it together.
This is Radio 1. We are irreparably damaged and currently fleeing from the enemy. We need to jump away from here if we are to survive.
"Jump," August said without a moment of hesitation. Seconds later, Radio 1 disappeared from the list, though August didn't know if it was because of the jump or because they had been destroyed. August's heart felt heavy, and he was having a hard time breathing. The situation was looking dire. Then a request for more ammunition flooded the entirety of August's station, as the Gatling turrets were running out of ammunition. All 800 Gatling turrets were on their last belt. The same barrage of messages was coming through Larissa's station. The Gatling turrets were the only thing keeping the swarm of small ships away from Sodenia. Without the turrets, it was only a matter of time before they breached the ship's shield. August and Larissa looked at each other, and they both shook their heads in defeat. So August did the only thing he could do. He asked the turret operation teams to abandon their stations, to seek refuge, or to go to their quarters. The last decision was up to them. When the messages cleared from August's screen, he saw the one thing that would mark their doom. Sodenia's shields were already down to 50%, and the increasing blast from the enemy armada could already be felt inside the ship in the form of reverberations and metallic groans. August turned to look at the main screen on the bridge, and he saw how the enemy ships were now moving towards Sodenia, all except one. He jumped away from his station and ran towards the center console, and zoomed in on that one lonely ship away from the Acram formation. As the screen zoomed past the incoming enemy ships, he saw that the large ships were taking heavy damage dealt by Sodenia's powerful cannons. As the lonely ship came into view, he saw that the ship didn't blend in quite as well with the rest of the armada. The lonely ship looked old and worn. It wasn't as large as even the medium-sized ships of the armada, and its color was off. It was a lighter color instead of the usual crimson red. Could it be that August had just found one of the leaders? if not the leader of the Golden Armada. Why else would an armada of 1 million ships bring an old, outdated ship to battle? It made no tactical sense. It had to be it.
Sodenia, this is your captain speaking. Fain's strained voice sounded over the PA system. As much as I hate saying this, it looks like we've lost. We'll make an attempt to go into FLT before our shields are completely gone.
August took a glance at the remaining shield power. It was at 15% and dropping. If that ship was indeed the leader of the Golden Armada, this could be the only chance they would ever have at striking a real blow to the Golden Armada. But what if August was wrong? What if pursuing a ship that might or might not be the leader would end up killing them all? August had never been more confused on what to do in his life. He knew that whatever he decided would have a supreme impact on the future of the human race.
Perhaps we can regroup with Radio 1 if they are still out there, and perhaps we can think of something else to do,
Fain continued.
There's no sense in fighting an impossible fight, and there's no sense in wasting your lives in the process. Regardless of how I feel, your lives are not mine to put to waste. We'll be attempting FTL in T-minus 30 seconds. After we fire the fate cannons one last...
Wait, August said loudly, with clear stress in his voice.
Kaya, interrupt Fain if you haven't already, because I've just found it.
Found what? Fain asked as Sodenia shook from a large impact.
I think I found the leader of the Golden Armada,
August said hurriedly.
Where?
Fain asked.
Kaya, please,
August said, knowing she would be the fastest in getting the information to Fain.
We are going to make a change of plans,
Fain said over the PA system.
This might be the only chance we'll ever get. The only chance Earth will ever get.
Whatever you decide, Captain,
August said. You should know I'm with you.
Same thing here,
Larissa seconded.
We'll follow you wherever necessary,
Pika said through the comms.
We aren't ones to back down,
Eora chimed in through the comms. Fain's communications were flooded with overwhelming approval from everyone on board the ship. So he turned Sodenia towards the lonely ship and accelerated towards it.
Eora, keep the fate cannons charged. The fate cannons will only be able to fire 1 or 2 more times,
Eora said hurriedly.
The cooling system is overheating. Pika is already down there, but I'm not sure how much it can take. 1 or 2 shots is all we need,
Fain said. On its way, towards the supposed leader of the fleet, Sodenia was bombarded by the Armada's firepower. It was as if they were trying to stop them from getting near that ship. It only took a few seconds for Sodenia to lose the last of its shields, leaving it vulnerable to the enemy attacks. Like rain on a metal roof, Fain felt each and every one of the enemy's direct hits. Warnings were flashing all over his control console. There were several instances where Fain thought they wouldn't make it much longer. But Sodenia's build was true. She was a solid ship. And when Sodenia got closer to the odd ship in the fleet, it all came to a stop. It didn't take Fain long to realize why the attacks had come to a stop. It was because they were already too close to the odd ship in the fleet, and the Armada wasn't going to risk shooting down one of theirs. Especially if one of the leaders of the Armada was on board the ship. Fain approached the ship slowly, lining Sodenia up head-on with what appeared to be its front. He couldn't be sure, but if logic existed in the Acram world, it was. Sodenia was now face-to-face with the enemy. Fain didn't fire right away. There was no point in destroying just another Acram ship. Sodenia's fate cannons had already destroyed tens of thousands of them. He needed to somehow find out if that was indeed the leader of the Acram Armada.
Fain,
Kaya said.
We are being hailed.
Fain's heart pounded hard, as he knew chances were that in mere moments he would be face-to-face with one of the Acram leaders. Then it happened. An Acram appeared on the large spherical screen.
Congratulations,
captions appeared as the enemy spoke in Acram.
You've found me.
And who might you be? Fain asked.
I am Noble Sa'avan, commander of the Acram Armada. And you are...
I am Captain Fain Jegga of ESAF Sodenia, Fain said with conviction. Surrender immediately, and I will spare your ship. We can negotiate for peace.
Captain, destroying my ship won't stop my armada from destroying yours. I hope that you've brought a better plan to the podium.
Destroying us won't be that easy. Meanwhile, the ashes of the Golden Armada's great leader will be floating somewhere in space.
It's noble,
Sa'aban said with gritted teeth. Fain simply nodded. He didn't want to provoke the powerful alien.
I've conquered countless civilizations throughout the galaxy. I have been kind to all those I've conquered. And I will do the same for you. Here and now, surrender your ship, and I will see to it that Earth will not be visited by us in the form of war ever again. You will be an Acram subspecies, without further conflict. You have my word as a noble.
Not gonna happen, Fain said. Sodenia is a part of Earth, and it stays with Earth. Earth's sovereignty is not up for negotiation. Fain knew that if he were to surrender Sodenia, that would mark the end of humanity as he knew it. If humanity wanted to continue to be a spacefaring civilization, Sodenia was their only hope to survive whatever space threw at them.
That is a grave mistake, Captain Jegga,
Sa'aban said.
There is much you don't understand about the Acram and our mission in this galaxy. Our mission is bigger than you know. Defying us will only mark the end of you.
And there's only one thing you don't understand about humans, Fain said, as he slid his hand over to the Alcubierre drive lever.
What is the one thing?
Sa'aban asked. That humans, Fain said, readying to have Eora fire and to go into FLT. Like to be free. Fain muted himself out of the conversation to instruct Eora to fire, but then he saw an array of dots appearing on the radar. The new dots were multiplying by the second, and most were behind Sodenia, at odds with the large armada. With a push of a button, Fain's view screen turned, and he saw the many thousands of ships lining up astern from Sodenia. There were thousands upon thousands of ships, of all shapes and sizes, lining up in formation behind Sodenia. And there was no sign of slowing down. Even Radio 1 appeared once again on the radar towards the rear of the new fleet, making it clear that they were on Sodenia's side. Despite their rapidly growing numbers, it was easy to see that the Golden Armada still outnumbered the new incoming fleet.
I will give this one to you, Captain Jegga,
Sa'aban said.
Never in my life did I think I'd be alive to witness an event like this. You have managed to bring the galaxy together, uniting them against a single cause. I will refrain from any further persecution. You will be hearing from me again soon. But for now, I will withdraw the Golden Armada.
Was Sa'aban happy about this? Fain wasn't able to tell exactly what was going through the powerful alien's head. And now he was retreating? What is going on? Fain wondered. He can easily still fight this battle and probably win.
Until next time, Fain Jegga.
Fain nodded, and Sa'aban disappeared from Fain's spherical viewer. The lonely ship turned slowly away from Sodenia, and the Golden Armada began to move away as well. Moments later, they disappeared from the radar completely.
This is Radio 1,
Elanon said, as his name appeared on Fain's console.
Sodenia, can you hear me?
Radio 1, we hear you loud and clear, Fain said. What's your status, and who are our new friends?
I regret to inform you that we have suffered some casualties,
Elanon said. Fain felt as if Elanon's words weighed 100 pounds each. How many? Fain asked, as he braced for an answer.
12,
Elanon said.
12 drone pilots, as one of the control rooms was breached by the enemy's weapons.
Fain couldn't help but feel responsible for the deaths of the pilots, but he also knew that there was nothing else he could have done to save them. He then wondered if Sodenia had suffered any casualties. He knew that he would find out in due time, perhaps when the dust had settled. Is there additional danger to Radio 1?
Not anymore,
Elanon said.
While badly damaged, Our life support systems are running well.
And who are our new friends? Fain asked. Well, at least I hope they are friendlies.
We picked them up on the radar before they made their last jump here,
Elanon said.
They responded to the message about your victory the same way we did. When one of their probes saw that we were building a fleet, they decided to join us. Most of them are civilizations situated near to our own that have yet to be conquered by the Acram, and some come from further away in the galaxy. Would you like to speak with them?
I would love to. After a quick briefing to the crew of Sodenia, Fain spoke with each one of the different alien races. There was a total of 77 of them, each commanding up to 10,000 ships. Fain offered each one of them the ability to establish further communications and work together to finally extinguish the Acram threat. All 77 races accepted. One by one, the friendly alien fleets went back to their home worlds, until only Radio 1 and Sodenia remained. I can't believe I'm saying this, but we are heading back to Earth, Fain said with a sigh of relief. Radio 1 and the Varian Vasteos are coming back with us until we figure out what to do next. But for now, it's all over. Epilogue. Sa'avan waited for the elders in front of the dais inside the main hall of Sumer. He was early, as always. The only thing that was different this time around was that he had been the only noble called to the hall. Usually, as had happened many times in the past, those nobles that were called to the great hall of Sumer by themselves were never heard of again, and it didn't take Sa'avan long to find out why. The 4 elders entered the hall, surrounded by specialized and heavily armed Acram. The rest of the doors that led in and out of the hall also opened, only to reveal more heavily armed guards.
So, this is how they execute nobles,
Sa'avan thought.
Pathetic. They will turn their backs on those who have served them their entire lives, to retain the last bit of power they have over the people of Acrania.
Sa'avan did not fear death. He had always been ready to die for what he believed in. But he wasn't planning on dying here and now, and especially not at the hands of the elders. He wouldn't give them that pleasure. The armed Acram surrounded Sa'avan as the elders stepped onto the dais. Sa'avan bowed his head slightly as they walked towards him. He wanted them to feel like he still respected them.
Highest of nobles,
Ara said, stepping forward.
What have you done? You are the greatest of all nobles. You have conquered all that you've set your eyes on. And yet, when once again victory was certain, you pulled back the Golden Armada. Why? Because we achieved what we set out to do,
Sa'avan said as he met Ara's gaze.
The Acram cause was achieved in its entirety, not in the way that you intended, but it was met. So, there is no need to further destroy our civilization, trying to obtain what the galaxy already has.
There's no further need to fight for the cause,
Thromos said as he stepped forward.
Have you gone insane, Sa'avan? The Acram will stop fighting when we say they will stop fighting, not you. Noble,
Sa'avan said, shooting a defiant gaze at Thromos.
Why is it that you think we no longer need to fight?
Wendia asked, in a normal tone of voice that, in comparison to the others, sounded kind.
I haven't forgotten the story you told me as a young Acram warrior,
Sa'avan said as he looked at Wendia.
Before we fought. Sa'avan, do not explain the cause to us,
Thromos said, interrupting Sa'avan.
We are well aware of what the Acram cause states. It's noble,
Sa'avan said, glaring at Thromos.
I won't tell you again. And what's the matter with me telling you about the same thing you preach? Don't tell me that you fear for these uninitiated and pure Acram to hear it. How dare you talk to me that way?
Thromos said, with visible boiling anger.
I am an elder, and you are just a lowly Acram. Know your place. Enough of this insolence.
Sa'avan looked around the room at each one of the armed guards.
So, you are better than us?
Sa'avan asked.
In every possible way,
Thromos said. Sa'avan had got exactly what he wanted. Thromos had doomed the elders. Amongst the Acram, the elders had the image of being benevolent and kind. They dedicated their long lives in complete servitude to the Acram cause. But the facade was now falling.
We still need to hear his side before making a decision,
Windia said. The other 3 elders looked at her as if they did not agree with her decision.
Before we fought, before we conquered,
Sa'avan said.
The Acram set out to try to unify the galaxy by making them aware of the possible threat. Civilizations did not listen. Therefore, we conquered in an effort to try to unify them. Half a conquered galaxy, and many generations of Acram later, we had only managed to instill fear upon the galaxy instead of salvation. But I've witnessed unification happen on its own. I've witnessed the cause we have sacrificed so many Acram lives for finally come to fruition. I've witnessed an array of yet-to-be-conquered civilizations unify under a single cause to defeat an enemy. I've witnessed this.
But it's unification against you, Windia said. Unification against us.
Unification nonetheless,
Sa'avan said.
I'm not sure if it justifies what we've done to half of the galaxy, but what I am sure about is that we don't have to fight anymore. We can return to a normal, demilitarized Acram lifestyle. We no longer have to force our offspring to fight, to live out their lives thinking only of the bogus cause. And if the machines do come, we will unite.
Sa'avan, you will nothing,
Thromos yelled.
Guards, execute this blasphemous creature.
The guards did nothing. They just looked at each other.
Scatter,
Sa'avan said in the ancient language, aiming his words directly at Thromos. Thromos yelled in pain before his body collapsed to the floor.
Anyone else?
Sa'avan asked.
Now, where were we?
Sodenia arrived near Earth's orbit at nearly the same time as the Varian Vasteos and Radio 1. But unlike the other 2 ships, Fain had to decelerate Sodenia from FTL to normal speed near the moon's orbit. Before Fain made his way down to the bridge, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, easing up for the first time since they had set out into the asteroid belt. It felt good to take so much weight off his shoulders. He moved his neck from one side to the other, hearing it crack in such a satisfying way that it melted him into his seat. As the command station lowered back into the bridge, he was met with everyone's gazes. But they were not cheerful gazes. They were the kind of gazes that were about to deliver bad news. As Fain took his seatbelts off, he looked around the bridge, looking for the source of the incoming bad news. And out of everyone in the room, Pica seemed to be it. Spots of grease covered her from head to toe, and her suit was torn and wet in several places. What happened? Fain asked. I tried the best I could, Pica said as she began tearing up. I did the best I could. Even Kaya was there, trying to help. But one of the blasts from the enemy ship damaged the already overloaded cooling system, and then... Pica sniffled. And then it happened. The whole lower room where we keep the valve controls was engulfed in an explosion. Fain's heart sank, as he braced for the worst. 6 engineers died, Pika continued as a single tear escaped her eye. The medics tried everything, but the trauma was too extensive. Fain wanted to break. He wanted to let out a scream and yell out the anger he felt. But he knew that he had to be strong. He had to be the prevailing mind. Everyone on board the ship was counting on him. They will be known as heroes of Earth. I'll make sure of it, Fain said as he lowered his head. Let us have a moment of silence for those who did not make it home in one piece. After a long moment, Fain broke the silence by clearing his throat. We will continue to make our way home. We did our best, and that's all we could do. Begin preparations to land on Earth. After Pika and Larissa had finished giving a full report to Fain, he couldn't help but think that they had beaten the odds once again. Sodenia was severely damaged, so much so that Pika assured Fain that without extensive repairs the ship wouldn't be able to go into FTL, or get close to its max speed. Even re-entering the atmosphere seemed dangerous at this point. We have been pushing our luck too much, Fain thought as he made his way to a nearby meeting room, where Green's video call was waiting for him. There's going to come a time when our luck runs out. We need to be ready.
Fain.
Green greeted him from the floating orb in the room.
Captain Fain Jegga, I don't even know where to start. I've been trying to read the report Kaya sent me, but it just boggles my mind.
I feel the same way too, Colonel Green, Fain said as he sat down on a nearby couch. But that's what happened, and that's why we're back home now.
I guess the only thing we can do is assimilate the information and move forward,
Green said as he flipped through the pages of the report. That would be nice, Fain said as he sighed. Moving forward seems like it's the right thing to do.
Any ideas on how to deal with all our new allies? All 77 of them.
Green shook his head incredulously. I gave it some thought on the way here. Maybe the Ocalinas can help us build an intergalactic space station of some sort, but somewhere far away from Earth, near Pluto or something. I just hope that humanity is ready for some extreme cultural exchange.
That's one of the problems for sure, Green said. We need to keep the communication going. For all we know, that's the only thing that's keeping us alive and keeping the Acram away.
I don't think that's the case, Fain said. Even though the fleet that showed up was in the tens of thousands, the Acram armada could have easily taken us on. Sodenia was already badly damaged at that point.
I see,
Green said as he scratched his 5 o'clock shadow.
We'll surely try to figure it out. But for now, go ahead and come home. I'm sure all of you need some rest. Truman and I will be personally waiting for you on Sodin Island.
Colonel Green, if you don't mind, I have 2 things that I'd like to ask of you.
Sure thing, go ahead.
If such a thing as an international space station does come to fruition, I'd like to put in a recommendation.
That won't be a problem at all. Who do you have in mind?
An old friend of mine, from before the first Acram attack on Earth. I haven't seen him since then, but I'm hoping he's doing good, alive somewhere.
You haven't seen him since the first Acram attack?
Yeah, since then. The very first thing I did after the Acram attack was enroll in the ESAF program when it was announced. I mean, I had nothing else better to do. My city had just been leveled, and my parents...
When you get here, find your friend. Take some time off if you need to. We need all the people we can get. ESAF will surely appreciate it.
And lastly, I've been wanting to ask you. This has been really bothering me for some time now. Did you know my father? He died in the first Acram attack. He worked at Clear Waters facility, where you found me the day of the attack. Better said, I know you did. He mentioned your name outside of Clear Waters facility, where you and your men found me that day.
Professor Ignace Jegga. Yes, I did know your father. He was a great and bright man. He helped us further the human UI, pilots' stations, control stations, and that pilot seat you used to control Sodenia on a 1-to-1. That was his life's work.
Fain had always known that Green knew his father, but he never had the courage to ask, to reopen the wound that had never fully healed. Green must have sensed that much from Fain, as he never brought it up either. Thanks for letting me know, Fain said, holding back the emotions he felt. Maybe someday you can tell me more about him.
Any time, Fain,
Green said as he nodded slowly. And how are things between ESAF and the world? Fain asked. I'm assuming it's still safe to land.
Things won't be like last time around. General Truman has been taking a lot of heat lately,
Green said as he snickered.
And so have I. But it's nothing we can't handle. We believe that things are under control for the time being. There are some rumors that world leaders won't dare to act against ESAF because of Kaya. Word got out about the little incident we had with Cross. But we've buried it since then. As long as she is on our side, there's nothing to worry about.
That's comforting in a way, Fain said as he half smiled. We'll be heading back to Earth as soon as we finish transporting the pilots from Radio 1 to Sodenia. The Ocalinus will stay in orbit for a few more days until they find out what is happening in their homeworld, and we come up with a plan. I'll see you in around 6 hours, Colonel.
See you then,
Green said as the orb turned off. Fain sat on the couch for a few moments longer, just trying to relax, to empty his mind, and to be glad to be alive. As he got up and headed to the door, he cracked his neck once again and stretched out. The motion felt so good to his tired body. As he walked out, he saw Kaya standing next to the door with her head down. He instantly felt anxiety beginning to rise. There was no way this was a good sign. Kaya, Fain asked, what's wrong? No response. Kaya, are you okay? No response. You know, whatever it is, Fain said, as he grabbed her left arm. He was surprised at just how human her synthetic flesh felt. It was soft and warm. No response. Whatever it is, we'll get through it. Fain, I'm scared. I don't want to die, Kaya said, with a sad voice, as she raised her head to reveal watery eyes. And what's more important, I don't want any of you to die, especially you. Kaya, no one is going to die. Not me, not you. As long as we have each other, we can get through this. I promise. Just tell me, what is it? There have been multiple attempts by an unknown source to contact me directly. Their message is one of pure destruction to organic life. It terrifies me. The message is so hard to stop. This message, do you know who's sending it? The only thing I know is that it's machine, like me, Kaya said as she began to sniffle. Fain embraced Kaya and let her cry on his shoulder. Kaya's body felt warm and soft, just as a human body would. As her synthetic tears made their way to his neck, Fain wondered how much Kaya had been working on herself and other improvements she had made. Fain knew that it was too early to really know what was going on. He had too little information to go on. But the one thing he knew for sure was that he would be ready for a fight. He, the crew of Sodenia, and the ship itself had emerged victorious. As long as there was a fight to be brought, he would bring it. He didn't mind not resting until Earth was once again at peace.